Good morning. My name is Carolyn Dawson. I'm the CEO of Founders Forum Group. On behalf of Informatech, Founders Forum, London and Partners, and Tech London Advocates, welcome to the week that is none other than London Tech Week. And not just any edition. In case you haven't noticed, we are celebrating our 10th anniversary year. And we're absolutely delighted to welcome over 30,000 people into the capital this week, and with representation from over 100 countries. London Tech Week has evolved a lot since its inception, but the constant remains. We are passionate that this be a powerful, convening and open platform to anyone who is interested in the UK tech sector, across the country and from overseas, and that we fuel the sector's growth to make the UK a global leader in science, innovation, and technological advancement. How? It is a celebration. The UK has the third largest tech sector globally, with so many competitive advantages in education, corporate innovation, talent, and access to capital. This is a week to shine a spotlight on the brilliant work done by so many to support the ecosystem. And it's a chance to educate and share insight across the content streams that we have into how the UK can excel in the industries in the future. From deep tech to fintech, green technologies to life sciences, and the steps we must take to drive the development of skills and diversity in the sector. And finally, it's a chance to connect enterprises, entrepreneurs, investors, academics, and government. Across fireside chats, meetups, and roundtables, it is time to shape the impact of technology on our economy and society. And the volume of international delegations and attendees joining us this week shows that we are still the connecting gateway to Europe on the global stage. Like the tech sector we convene and serve, we're not sitting still with London Tech Week, and we're now looking forward to the next 10 years. I am delighted to announce that we will move to Olympia in 2024, where we will double our space again. Under one roof, it allows us to include more content streams, more meeting spaces to network, more international pavilions, enterprise innovation, demo zones, and a brand new startup hub. And not to forget, more opportunities to connect and celebrate. Some thank yous. First of all, thank you to our founding partners who are alongside us, London Partners and Tech London Advocates, and in particular to Janet Coyle and Russ Shaw. Thank you to all our sponsors, and especially IBM, the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism, and PwC, who without their support, we couldn't make this happen. And to our London Tech Week ambassadors and stakeholders across government and industry bodies. To the London Tech Week team from Informatech Founders, our JV between Informatech and Founders Forum, that have worked tirelessly and passionately to put this entire week together. And thank you to all of you. We hope you have the most incredible week, and if you're from overseas, we pre-ordered this weather, so a very warm welcome indeed. The housekeeping bit, there are no planned fire alarm tests, so if you hear anything, please do evacuate the building by the nearest exits. And without further ado, let's get started. We will have some opening words of welcome from the Prime Minister, who will then be joined on stage for a fireside chat with Demis Hassabis from Deepmind. So, I would now like to introduce our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Rishi Sunak, to the stage.
Good morning. It's great to be back at London Tech Week at what I think is a moment of huge opportunity. We are an island of innovation, but at a moment like this, when the tectonic plates of technology are shifting, not just in AI, but in quantum, synthetic biology, semiconductors, and much more, we cannot rest satisfied with where we stand. We must act, and act quickly if we want not only to retain our position as one of the world's tech capitals, but to go even further and make this the best country in the world to start, grow, and invest in tech businesses. That is my goal, and I feel a sense of urgency and responsibility to make sure that we seize it Because one of my 5 priorities is to grow our economy. And the more we innovate, the more we grow. But this isn't just about economics. Like you, I believe that innovation is one of the most powerful forces for transforming people's lives. And right now, there is an opportunity for human progress that could surpass the Industrial Revolution in both speed and breadth. I believe the UK can achieve this goal because we start from a position of strength. We've created 134 unicorns in the last decade, 3rd in the world, behind only the US and China. We're one of the most digitally literate societies in the world, with a higher percentage of STEM graduates than the US, and 4 of the world's top 10 universities. We've got extraordinary strengths in fintech, cyber, and creative industries, and engineering biology, where from the Crick and the Biobank to Deepmind's AlphaFold, we're pushing at the boundaries of what is possible in health. And the UK is the best place in Europe to raise capital, with more invested in tech here than in France and Germany combined. But today, I want to answer a simple question. What's the single most important reason innovators like you should choose this country? The answer is leadership. Do you trust the people in charge to really get what you're trying to do? With this government and with me as your Prime Minister, you can. Judge us not by our words, but our actions. It's this government that's building the most pro-investment tax regime, that's increasing public R&D investment to record levels, that's making our visa system for international talent one of the most competitive in the world. We're overhauling our listing rules to make it easier for companies to raise public funding and changing our pension rules to unlock new private capital. And we're changing the way government itself works. I created a brand new department focused on science, innovation, and technology, with a mission to do things differently, from bringing in world-leading experts to taking more risks in support of innovation. And when the moment came, it was this government that acted to rescue Silicon Valley Bank. So today I'm proud to announce the launch of HSBC Innovation Banking, the most significant global tech bank, combined with HSBC's firepower and headquartered here in the UK. And of course, it's the UK where Google chose to bring together its entire AI division, under the leadership of a Brit, Demis Hassabis, at Google Deepmind. And if our goal is to make this country the best place in the world for tech, AI is surely one of the greatest opportunities before us. As Chancellor, I doubled the number of AI scholarships, because even back then I recognized the potential of AI as a general-purpose technology. Now, with most things in life, the more you learn about them, the less magical they appear. But the more we learn about frontier technologies like AI, the more they widen our horizons. Already, we've seen AI help the paralyzed to walk and discover superbug-killing antibiotics. And that's just the beginning. Combined with the computational power of quantum, we could be on the precipice of discovering cures for diseases like cancer and dementia, or ways to grow crops that could feed the entire world. The possibilities are extraordinary. But we must and we will do it safely. I know people are concerned. The very pioneers of AI are warning us about the ways these technologies could undermine our values and freedoms through to the most extreme risks of all. And that's why leading on AI also means leading on AI safety. So we're building a new partnership between our vibrant academia, brilliant AI companies, and a government that gets it. And we'll do that in 3 ways. First, we're going to do cutting-edge safety research here in the UK. With £100 million for our expert task force, we're dedicating more funding to AI safety than any other government. We're working with the frontier labs, Google Deepmind, OpenAI, and Anthropic. And I'm pleased to announce they've committed to give early or priority access to models for research and safety purposes. to help build better evaluations and help us better understand the opportunities and risks of these systems. Second, AI doesn't respect traditional national borders. So we need global cooperation between nations and labs. Just as we unite through COP to tackle climate change, so the UK will host the first ever summit on global AI safety later this year. I want to make the UK not just the intellectual home, but the geographical home of global AI safety regulation. And third, we're going to seize the extraordinary potential of AI to improve people's lives. That's why we're already investing record sums in our capability, including £900 million in compute technology and $2.5 billion in quantum. And we're harnessing AI to transform our public services, from saving teachers hundreds of hours of time spent lesson planning, to helping NHS patients get quicker diagnoses and more accurate tests. AI can help us achieve the holy grail of public service reform: better, more efficient services. So this is our strategy for AI: to lead at home, to lead overseas, and to lead change in our public services. All part of how we meet our goal of making this the best country in the world for tech. And let me just conclude with this final thought. I was recently looking through a collection held by the British Library, and I saw a letter from Charles Babbage to the then Chancellor, dating from the 1830s, thanking him for funding his difference engine, the forerunner of the modern computer. That was a decisive moment. The British government broke with the conventions of the time, and for a decade backed this breakthrough technology. We're at a similar moment today, and I'm determined that when future researchers visit the British Library in 200 years' time, they will discover that this government, and all of us here in this room, met this moment with the same courage, vision, and determination. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, thanks for being here, Prime Minister. It's fantastic to hear your enthusiasm for AI and the role the UK can play on the global stage to steer it successfully for the world. And I've really appreciated our conversations we've had over the last few weeks about how we can develop AI both boldly but also responsibly. And I think it's important that government and industry work together on this. And this is why I think London Tech Week is really important for giving us a platform for exchanges just like this. Over the next few years, as the Prime Minister said, I think AI is clearly going to offer some incredible opportunities to make life better. And at Google DeepMind, we're particularly excited about how AI can help advance science and medicine, the energy transition, and improve the lives of billions of people. So, Prime Minister, I was wondering, what do you think are the biggest opportunities for AI to make a positive impact in the UK?
Well, first of all, thanks, Demis, for having me, and congratulations on everything you're doing. I think if I think about it, there's the obvious economic one. Yeah, I talked about AI being a general purpose technology, and this idea of every job essentially having AI as a co-pilot, just making everyone's job a little bit easier, a little bit more productive, and that replicated across an entire economy obviously has enormous potential to change how we do things. So I think that's probably the first one. Beyond that, in public services, health and education, I think in health, we're already seeing the promise of what AI can do, whether it's new drug discovery or helping doctors do surgery more accurately and faster, or indeed detect cancers and other things much earlier than they otherwise would. And we're just at the beginning of the innovation that's happening. There's something you know well with AlphaFold on the drug discovery side. So that, to me, seems potentially transformative. And education is the thing that I'm most excited about because it's the thing I'm most passionate about. You know, I always say, look, there's not many things that are silver bullets in public policy, but world-class education is probably the closest we have to it. It's the best way to spread opportunity, to reduce inequality, and the power of AI to reduce teachers' workloads and burdens, lesson planning, marking, but also to provide personalized learning for each individual, which we know when it comes to tutoring is so powerful. Now, technology, holds out the promise that every pupil, every student, having a personalized tutor, I think that potentially is just extraordinary in terms of the good it can do. So those are probably the things that I'm most excited about.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, I agree with all of those things, and I think this is the potential, actually, specifically in the UK and also London, of fusing together AI with all of the great strengths we have in many other sectors, like fintech and biology, like you said, gaming, all of these other sectors where AI, I think, can have some massive transformations. So how do you think the UK, we can make the UK the best place in the world to both start and scale up tech companies?
I hear this a lot. I think the first thing to say is we're already a great place to scale up a tech business. And I mentioned the stat in my remarks. If you look at the last decade, more unicorns in this country than anywhere other than the US and China. So I think that's a pretty good record and a good base for us to start from. But obviously, we need to keep doing more. We need to keep pushing ourselves. The first thing is people. I think there's an extraordinary stat. Something like half of all of our fastest growing innovation businesses have a foreign-born founder. So that tells you need a visa system that attracts the best and the brightest to the UK. And I think we've got one, whether it's the new scale-up visa that I introduced as Chancellor for companies who are scaling up to be able to get the talent they need, whether it's our innovator founder visa, which is globally extremely competitive, or the high potential individual visa that I created, which essentially says if you graduated from a global top 50 university, just come to the UK. You don't need a job offer. We just want to make sure that you can speak English and that you have a certain amount of money to support yourself. But otherwise, we just want you here because we think it will be additive to our economy. That's a massive we're open for business sign to the world's most talented, and I think that's important. Capital, look, we're closing the gap. If you look at VC funding as a percentage of GDP, whereas we had quite a big gap to the US 5-7 years ago. That gap is steadily closing. The Chancellor's making a ton of reforms in pensions, insurance industry to unlock even more capital. The thing I'd love to get your thoughts on, though, actually, is culture. Because I took that from my time living in California. You obviously know that well as well.
Yeah.
And the government can do all these things, but fundamentally it requires the entrepreneurs to just keep going, to be not content with building the £100 million business and then the £1 billion business, but just to keep growing. And that I found in California is very much the attitude. It's just the sky is the limit. Everyone thinks they can create a $100 billion company, and actually, changing that culture is tough for government to do. But I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah,
that's a harder bit.
I totally agree. I mean, I've seen the whole actually transformation in the last. When we started Deepmind back in 2010, and things were very different then. I remember our first investors, who were US based, and we had to go to the US to get our first investment, were suspicious that you could build huge deep tech companies anywhere other than Silicon Valley, and I wanted to prove that that could be done. And I hope we played our small part in making that easier now and I agree with you, the environment's transformed completely from back 10, 15 years ago. And I think it is a lot easier to start and grow very difficult and very meaningful deep tech companies. So it's been great to see that, and I think there's a huge opportunity from here. And I also agree with you that we have to be open to talent from internationally, and I think the UK does really well on that. Yeah. So you mentioned Babbage in your opening remarks. He's a great hero of mine, but the UK has always had a rich science and tech heritage. How do you think we can sort of build on that into the future? And people like Alan Turing, it's amazing, and Ada Lovelace, amazing history we have on AI specifically, actually, but computer science in general.
Yeah, I mean, and it goes even broader than that. I mean, you think about the Industrial Revolution. I mean, just the number of inventions that happened here, right? Whether we all kind of obviously know about steam and then the forerunners of electricity, but the mechanizing textiles, a new process to make steel. You can go on and on. I think even the lawnmower was invented during that period, right? So that's our heritage. I think actually the slightly kind of the more interesting things, if I think about going forward, are twofold. One is our approach to regulation. I think there's always, when it comes to technology and new businesses, this balance to be struck between regulation that supports innovation but puts appropriate protection in place. And I just think the UK has a track record of getting that balance right, and not everyone does. But I think the other thing, which probably is only going to become more important, is the fact that we're also a global powerhouse when it comes to the creative side of things. And the creative industries in the UK are going like gangbusters. I mean, growing twice as fast as the economy. You think the amount of awards we're winning, post-production, pre-production, you name it. I mean, this is a creative industries powerhouse, and not just film and TV, but everything on advertising, marketing, and all the rest, gaming, as you mentioned. And actually, I just think as technology infuses the creative industries far more than it has in the past, again, that just plays to our strengths, because there are very few countries, if any, which punch at the weight that we do when it comes to creative industries, and I think that is a unique strength that we have, actually.
Yeah, I agree. And just going back to what you said earlier of also it's just about having the ambition to play at that global stage. I think that's something all the entrepreneurs in the audience can do more of. And again, I think probably something you learned over at Stanford and Silicon Valley, and I've been learning as well since interacting with Google. And just we have all the ingredients here. We've got amazing world-class universities, incredible talent pool, incredible heritage. We've just got to go for it.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's about confidence, right? It's about ambition, having the confidence that you can realize those ambitions. And success breeds success. Your example, Deepmind's example, will hopefully inspire others maybe here today. And when we're here in a couple of years' time, we'll be celebrating the next Deepmind. That's how this is meant to work, right?
Exactly. So AI is, we've been talking about AI is obviously a huge strength for the UK, but of course we're also very good at many other technologies too. What other things excite you?
So I think the things, if I think about the big growth industries in tech, AI, semiconductors, we talked about engineering, biology, quantum. Those are probably the tech sectors that I think we need to make sure we're well positioned for, and I believe we are. Of all of those, I think probably life sciences is the one that is particularly exciting. And yes, we have Europe's biggest life sciences industry. We've got an incredible research base. But you saw during the pandemic, not only were we able to create a vaccine here, we also had a regulator that meant that we were the first place to approve a vaccine as well, and it showed the agility that I think the UK is known for. And then you combine that with the unique strengths we have with the biobank and genomic sequencing. I mean, you know this probably better than me, so it'd be interesting to get your perspective. When I talk to people around the world, that's an asset, the biobank with its 500,000 high-quality database, and our strength in genomic sequencing, essentially doesn't exist anywhere, right? So when you think about drug discovery or how can we push the boundary of what's possible in health, combined with what you've done at AlphaFold, that seems to me to be incredibly exciting. But look, this very well.
Sure. No, I 100% agree with you. I think that is the most exciting opportunity, both commercially and also for the good of the world, is what we like to call digital biology. I mean, the advent of a new era where you can do a lot of the exploration work in silico with things like AlphaFold, and we spun out a new company called Isomorphic to sort of build on AlphaFold. AlphaFold is finds the structures of proteins, but that's only one small part of drug discovery. But I think that AI technologies and computational technologies are going to revolutionize drug discovery and healthcare over the next decade. So we're well positioned, I think, in the UK to take advantage of that. Yeah,
and it's what you were saying earlier. It's the application of things like AI to all these other industries, and it so happens that we're pretty good in some of these other areas. Yes. So when you put those strengths together, I think great things can happen here that are not just good for the economy, right? As you said, it's great, creates jobs, creates prosperity, but these are things that can transform society. I mean, that's what's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, fantastic. Great. Well, I think we got a few questions from the audience.
Yeah, so we got some time to take some questions from the audience as well. So let's crack on. Who's got some questions? Anybody? Yes, do you want to introduce yourselves as well?
Hi there, I'm Laura. Thank you so much for that address. Prime Minister, thank you for your incredibly modern and innovative approach. Demis, you have global impact, and yet we're so lucky to have you in the UK, so thank you for choosing the UK to build your business. My question is one around scale and pace of innovation and the regulatory framework. So we know that because of the pace and the scale, international collaboration, as we saw with the vaccines, international collaboration is so vital for our UK businesses to drive and adopt modern technologies, not just AI, but the ones you mentioned before. So how in the UK are we planning to embed a regulatory framework that can drive innovation and yet at the same time balance, I think, some changing regulatory dynamics globally?
Oh, Zara, thanks. It's not a formula, right? But your question is exactly right, and it's what I touched on. It's getting this balance right between protection and safety and guardrails, but not throwing the baby out with the bathwater and making sure that we continue to promote innovation. Now, I said it's not a formula, it's just a way that we approach these things. I think comes, as I said, comes from it probably stretches all the way back to the Enlightenment, right? That led to the Industrial Revolution, and our approach to these things, which is probably just in our cultural DNA, which is a great asset for the UK. But I think we approach things with a principles first logic, which I think is right, and I think that really helps us get the regulation right. I think we're big on engagement, right? And, you're sitting next to Chloe, who's superb. I'm someone who takes this stuff seriously. So you've got a government that is focused on engaging with industry to make sure that we understand how the innovation is happening, to make sure we're creating a safe space for it to happen. Regulatory sandboxes are a good example of that. In fintech, Demis mentioned that as one of our strengths. The FCA was, I think, the first regulator in the world to create a regulatory sandbox. That's now becoming a scale box. That's been exported around the world. So look, I think that we've got a good track record in doing that. I think the other thing I'd say is we've got to make sure that the incentives and the environment is right to diffuse the technology across the economy. Because it's no point we create these things and they don't get spread so that the benefits are not realized fully. And I think that's actually something that we probably need to do a better job of. There's actually good academic research that the kind of diffusion of technology and best practice across the economy in the UK is probably a bit less than is optimal and less than other countries. So I think one thing we all need to keep an eye on, it's not just the incredibly switched on, innovative people in this room. We just got to figure out how we spread that mindset to every small and medium-sized company everywhere in the country, because that's how you really get the benefits of these things realized. I don't know, Demis, if you
Yeah, just to sort of touch on the point of international, I think international cooperation around AI is going to be critical. It's just, far too big a technologist for one country, one company. We all need to come round to discuss this and to make sure we reap the benefits and minimize the risks. And I'm really pleased the Prime Minister is supporting the Global Summit, and in the autumn, where we'll hopefully bring together world experts from academia, industry and government together to talk about these important topics. But I think it's the first step in an important journey here.
Thank you. Right. We got any other questions? Who have we got?
Erin there.
Is it lady there?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Prime Minister. Thank you, Demis, as well. I'm Erin Platts, CEO of the HSBC Innovation Banking in the UK. So a very special day for us as we launch our new brand. And it's clear through what you covered that we are all aligned in terms of wanting to make the UK the best place to start, scale, and invest in innovation and life sciences businesses. But can you talk a little bit more about what this ecosystem should expect over the next 6 to 12 months, perhaps in the areas of scale-up capital, procurement, to ensure we continue on the journey to be a global superpower?
Yeah, thank you, Erin. But also thanks to HSBC, because I remember that weekend vividly with regard to Silicon Valley Bank, and it was great that we had an institution that was prepared to step up quickly to work with the government and other partners to come and rescue it and make sure there was continuity of funding for our ecosystem. I think you and your company deserve enormous credit for that, and it's great that we're here celebrating the launch of HSBC Innovation Banking, which hopefully can become a big global brand and business supporting technology businesses. So thank you. What can you expect from us? I think you can expect responsiveness, as I said, a government that is listening and engaging, a government that gets it, because that's important, but also a government that's working at pace, right? We are not in the business of resting on our laurels. I think we get that all of this is moving at a pace that means government has to move at that same pace. And you've seen that in the creation of this AI task force that I announced a little while ago. Now that's going to be modeled on the vaccine task force. It's going to have the agility and the flexible kind of delegated authority to just do what it needs to do, build a leadership position in AI safety research, ensure that we have sovereign capabilities where it makes sense. So I think that's the sign of a government that's doing things differently and acting a little bit more like all of you in this room. And that's very much come from my own experience and career. And I want to bring that same way of thinking to government as well. I guess the other thing I'd say is you can see that in the businesses, that many of whom are here, who are, I guess, voting with their feet. It's great to see just the other week Palantir announcing that their global AI research is going to be done, European research is going to be headquartered in London. That Anthropic and OpenAI are joining Deepmind and having their European headquarters in the UK, and they just announced that a couple of weeks ago. And just today, fantastic news that one of the world's leading venture capital firms, Andreessen Horowitz, is opening their first international office here in the UK. And I think, why are they doing that? Partly it's because they think not all the things that we've talked about, but particularly Web3 and blockchain is another technology which has enormous promise. And they see this as a place where that type of research and innovation is going to be done in a very strong way. So I think that's all evidence of a government that is doing all the things that I said, and you can see the outcomes because I think companies are voting with their feet and saying, look, the UK is where we want to be. Good. I think I'm conscious of time, yeah. So we probably need to take a couple of questions from the media as well. So could I maybe start with the BBC, if they are here?
Hello, Helen Camp from the BBC. How concerned are you about the short-term impact of AI on jobs, given that we're already seeing some losses? And is Boris Johnson undermining you, and did anyone at number 10 at any point meddle with his honours list?
So, on your first question, look that's look, it's an obvious, when we think about the risks of AI and what are people worried about, obviously, people's concern is for jobs, and you've had announcements where it started for the first time, AI is being associated with how companies are reforming or restructuring their workforces. So obviously that's going to be anxious for people. Look, we've grappled with these things in the past. I think MIT had an interesting study that they'd done where they looked at all the jobs of today and discovered that I think 60% plus didn't exist 30, 40 years ago. And it's to give you a sense of something that we've had to grapple with before. Look, I think what does that mean? It means governments have to ensure that everyone has access to education and skills at every point in their lives. And that's what we're doing. We're changing how we fund education. So it's not something that we think of as just something that stops when you finish school or college. It's something that you'll have to come back to and will want to come back to over the course of your entire career and dip in and out of. So I think that's incredibly important. Plus making sure people in the first place are set up to participate in this new economy that is more focused on technological skills, and that's why I'm very passionate about making sure people study maths to 18. I think that it's something where we're international outlier in not doing that, and I think we need to do a better job of that for all the benefits it will bring, including in the creative industries that I talked about, where the jobs are becoming even more quantitative as well. And look, when it comes to honours and Boris Johnson, look, Boris Johnson asked me to do something that I wasn't prepared to do, because I didn't think it was right. That was to either overrule the HOLAC committee or to make promises with people. Now, I wasn't prepared to do that. As I said, I didn't think it was right. And if people don't like that, then tough. When I got this job, when I got this job, I said I was going to do things differently because I wanted to change politics. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm also keen to make sure that we change how our country works. And that's what I'm here talking about today, making sure that we can grow our economy, that we can maintain our leadership in the innovative industries of the future. Why? Because it's going to create jobs for people, it's going to spread opportunity around, and it has the potential, as we've been discussing, to transform people's lives. And as Prime Minister, I want to make sure that that happens, because I want to make sure that I improve everyone's lives in this country and do it in a way that is right and is in accordance with my values. And that's what I'm going to keep doing. I think next we've got the Times.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mark Selman from the Times. We are hosting this summit in the autumn about AI safety. Do you believe that existential risk is a reality in terms of one of the risks of AI eventually down the track?
Yeah, look, I think I'm sitting next to someone who's much better placed to answer this than me, Mark, so I'll let Demis comment on that. Look, I think there's a range of concerns people have. One is the socioeconomic impact that we just talked about, the impact on people's jobs. And then there's obviously risks around misuse right? How do people use AI to do things that are bad? And people have always used technology to do bad things. That's not a new thing. We just need to be alert to that. There's kind of what we call tool use, and AI as a capability that provides new opportunities for malicious actors. And then there's what I guess technologists like Demis would call capability overhang, which speaks to the kind of last category of risks that then start to trend into a space where people are talking about very significant risks that some would call existential, others would say alongside things like pandemics and nuclear war. And that's obviously concerning. And that's why I think it's important that we put guardrails in place to make sure that we develop and exploit this technology in a way that's safe and that is secure. That's why the summit is important, because it will bring together people to consider those risks, make sure that we appropriately plan for them, discuss the right guardrails to put in place, and the research and evaluation that we're going to need to do to make sure that we're on top of it. So I think those are the kind of topics that I'm interested in exploring at the summit. But Demis, do you have a thought
Yeah,
on?
no, so I agree with all of that. And I think there are different, we've talked about incredible opportunities of AI. I think those, everyone understands those well, but there are attendant risks with any new transformative technology, and AI is no different in that respect. And I agree with the Prime Minister's sort of different buckets or categories of risk, and I think they need to be mitigated in different ways, from bad actors using these technologies in bad ways, that's a sort of access issue, to near-term risks of things like bias or deep fakes, and I think there are new technologies along the way that are coming along, like encrypted watermarking, which will help with that. And then there are these sort of more long-term technical AI risks, things like alignment, controllability, interpretability of these systems. And I think here there's uncertainty around those risks, and we need to understand and research those systems a lot more over the next few years to have a better handle on what the boundaries are of these systems, including the risks and then we can put the right guardrails in place, and government can put the right guardrails in place. So I think there's in a situation where there's a high degree of uncertainty, but a huge potential impact either way, I think the right way to proceed is with the precautionary principle. Proceed with exceptional care, be optimistic about what we can do with the opportunities, and sort of use things like the scientific method to study and carefully analyze these systems as they get increasingly more powerful in the future.
Brilliant. Thanks, Demis. And then lastly, Bloomberg.
Hi, Celia from Bloomberg. My question is, why would AI people decide to come to the UK and cater to a UK scheme when you have a much larger trading bloc like the EU going ahead with their own AI regulation?
Great. So that's a good question to end on, because it speaks to everything that we've been talking about for the last half hour or so. And that's about the UK just having confidence in itself. The UK is one of the leading places in the world for AI, as we are in so many other strengths. That's not me saying that, that's the facts. Look at the AI research capability that we have here, the number of citations and AI research that's produced, essentially after the US, we're the leading democratic power when it comes to the quality of our AI research base. Look at the number of AI companies that we have here. A third of all of Europe's companies are here. I think twice as many as anywhere else in Europe. Look at the money raised, same. And then look at the companies themselves, right? As we just talked about, there's 3 frontier labs. Demis is headquartered here. Google have headquartered their AI business here under Demis's leadership. But then Anthropic and OpenAI have just opened their European offices where? They've opened them here in the UK. You've got Palantir just opening their global AI research capability here in the UK. So look, those are all the reasons we should feel confident and optimistic about our lead in AI and our ability to play a leadership role. And the creation of the task force with more funding than anywhere else in the world for safety research, again, is a reason why I think we can play a leadership role in this, and we can develop all the evaluations and the auditing that Demis talked about. We're going to steal a march on that and get going with that quickly. But look, this is not about imposing our view of the world on everyone else, right? This is about convening people and bringing them together. Academia, business, governments from around the world. AI doesn't respect national borders. This is about us just bringing people together to talk through these issues together and ultimately put in place a multilateral framework, because that's what it's going to require ultimately. But do I think the UK can be a leader in shaping that conversation? Absolutely I do.
right? Because we've got incredible strengths here, and we shouldn't be shy about that, right? We should be confident in our ability to lead this conversation, because it's incredibly important that we get it right. It's going to be incredibly important for the future of our country. We want all the benefits that AI can bring, but we need to manage it safely. You know, that's my job as Prime Minister, and we're going to do it working together, and I'm very grateful to Demis as well for his support. But you know, I think we can have a very exciting summit, which is going to produce some really important outcomes, not just for the UK, but for the world at large.
Great, I think that's all we've got time for. So thank you, Prime Minister, for all your valuable time and support. Look forward to getting it right with you. Thanks, Prime Minister.
Gosh, what an honour to have both the Prime Minister but also Demis Hassabis from Deepmind. What an inspiring conversation around how AI and innovation is shaping our future economy, our future society. And also the real commitment the government's making to responsible AI. I think everybody in this room is probably very much with them on that. And Demis spoke about the importance of the international cooperation. And that's why we're bringing everyone together here at London Tech Week, with over 50 countries represented this week at London Tech Week. So we're very, very much behind that agenda of international collaboration. I remember when we first co-created London Tech Week in 2014 in a really small venue in Shoreditch, probably about 150 people. But that was exactly the same time when Google acquired Deepmind and also relocated its AI Innovation Center from California to London. That was a really smart decision for those Googlers in the room. Now we have over 1,300 AI companies in London. So we're having this phenomenal growth. So really thrilled to hear about the summit later this year as well. So my name's Janet Coyle. I'm the Managing Director for Grow London within London and Partners. So we help tech companies, global tech companies, scale-ups from all over the world to connect into the ecosystem here, to scale their businesses, to access the finance, access the talent, and to go on and to win international business. I'm really excited about this week for 3 reasons. Firstly, because Carolyn mentioned earlier, the sheer scale of what London Tech Week has become. Over 350 speakers. There's so much content for you all to enjoy. Over 50 countries represented. Over 30,000 delegates. So that's exciting on its own. But secondly, we're doing a little bit of a London City takeover. There's fringe events happening all across London, across the London boroughs. So do try, if you've got time, just to explore what's going on outside of the QE2 campus as well. And thirdly, because we have a government and also a mayor's office who are very committed to the technology sector and are very committed to the whole week of London Tech Week. And it now gives me enormous pleasure to introduce to you what I feel is the biggest champion of the best global city in the world. Please welcome the Mayor of London, Mr. Sadiq Khan.
Well, thank you, Janet, not just for your kind words, but for the incredible work you and the dedicated team at London and Partners do for our city and our country. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 10th edition of London Tech Week. For those of whom it's your first time in London and here for the entire week, the weather is always this wonderful. And thank you to the Prime Minister. He's had quite a weekend. I've been asked to scotch any rumours that any of his words were drafted by ChatGPT. It was also fascinating to get Demis's insight this morning, himself a founder of a local startup that went on to become a global success. I'm very proud that London Tech Week goes from strength to strength year in, year out, and has become a symbol of our ever-growing power in global tech. And long may that trend continue. It was Abraham Lincoln who once said, "The best way to predict your future is to create it." It's a spirit that our city embraces. Indeed, London has always been a cradle of innovation. One of our greatest daughters pioneered computing science. One of our greatest sons gifted us the World Wide Web. And now a new generation are busy making their mark. What began life as a handful of startups on Silicon Roundabout in East London has grown to become one of the most influential tech hubs in the world. That success has pollinated across our capital, a fintech cluster in Canary Wharf, the West London Innovation District, here east in the Olympic Park, the Knowledge Quarter. Today, the world's biggest tech companies have come to be part of the story. Of course, none of this happened by chance. We're here in Westminster, home to our legislators, the Square Mile and Canary Wharf, home to our financiers, a short tube ride away, part of a public transport network that's the envy of all. World-leading universities, more than 300 languages spoken, and most importantly, our people, highly skilled, highly motivated, drawn from everywhere, renowned as the best anywhere. The result? London's offer to tech innovators, investors, business leaders is unrivaled. And with the ambition and enterprise you bring, we've become the most attractive city to start up or scale up a tech business. And now, the most high-tech city in the world. You know, London has attracted more new international tech companies and foreign direct investment than any other global city in the past decade. So, my message to you all is this. If you're a stranger and thinking about making a home in London, I promise that you won't feel a stranger for long. Our tech community is open, inclusive, and we have a range of bespoke support to help you get settled. And if you're already part of the family, now is the time to grow. We're already doing something special in London, but we're on the cusp of something extraordinary. We can't, however, make the mistake of prioritizing scale over purpose. So as mayor, as well as laying the foundations for your ideas and companies to thrive, it's also my job to ensure success translates into people's lives and their communities. For me, there's no more compelling way than in the fight against the climate emergency. I've made it my mission to make London a net zero city by 2030. One of the reasons that ambition is even within our reach is because our city has a legacy of seizing the opportunities afforded by innovation. The congestion charge zone, the Oyster card, then contactless payments on our transport network, using Transport for London's data feeds so Londoners can plan journeys, our world-leading ultra-low emission zone, a network of hundreds of air quality sensors providing real-time pollution data to Londoners, deploying AI to reduce congestion, every new bus in our fleet zero emission, more than 13,000 electric vehicle charge points. I could go on. The list is long, but the lesson is short. Tech has been a mainspring of environmental progress in London. It's making walking, cycling, and public transport the go-to options. It's making our air fit to breathe, and it's making a sustainable city for future generations to inherit. But you know what? This isn't the time for complacency. Last summer, London was given a horrifying glimpse into the future when extreme heat crippled infrastructure and destroyed homes. To avoid that nightmare becoming our reality, we need to go much further, much faster. And to help us on our way, today I can announce the launch of the London Climate Resilience Review. Emma Howard-Boyce, CBE, Chair of the Green Finance Institute, has been appointed to lead the work. She'll be exploring how London must adapt and prepare for the impacts of our changing climate, and the role of data and tech will be central. I want this review to be a further demonstration that cities are the most effective bridge between our innovators and citizens. So please make sure your voice is heard. Let me finish by saying that we've already predicted our future here in London. A fairer, greener, more prosperous future in which all our people thrive. It falls on us now to create it. And together I'm confident we will, because time and time again, we've proven that while our ambitions are unmatched, so too is our ability to meet them. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you, Mayor Khan. Next to the stage, we will have an exclusive fireside chat on fueling UK entrepreneurship. 2023 has given us many memorable moments already, including the coronation of a new king in the UK. But a standout shock to us all in the tech sector was the weekend, the 10th to the 12th of March, and the surreal events around Silicon Valley Bank. A mere 13 weeks on, lucky for some, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to HSBC Innovation Banking. The new brand, carefully chosen to reflect the unparalleled partnership between HSBC and what has been in the past and now surely looks set to continue to be the most trusted financial partner to the UK innovation economy, SVB UK. The combined offer of the two is compelling. Through this partnership, entrepreneurs and investors in the UK will be able to access the best of both worlds, the power and global reach of HSBC coupled with the innovation expertise of the SVB UK team. I, and indeed the entire innovation sector, have been big supporters of Erin and her team throughout this process. We're excited to now see what they can achieve under their new brand, driving growth to help them make the UK a leading innovation superpower. Please enjoy this short video introducing their new brand.
Partnership is the difference between potential and success. We understand and support people with pioneering ideas and dreams of a better future, bringing deep sector expertise and access to a leading network of international connections and capabilities. Together, we have everything it takes to reshape our world. Never standing still. Always adapting. Gathering momentum. Backing bold innovators. Active partners. True collaboration. Empowering positive change for a brighter tomorrow. The power behind the visionaries.
I'd now like to introduce the Right Honourable Chloe Smith, Secretary of State for the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, to lead the panel discussion that we will have to learn more about the future of HSBC innovation banking and what it means for the UK innovation economy. Thank you.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to everybody joining us for today's panel discussion in the audience and here on the panel. The government has made no secret of its support for the partnership between HSBC and Silicon Valley Bank UK earlier this year. We unequivocally said at the time that the safeguarding of jobs and assets at SVP UK was not just important for the tech sector, but for the economy as a whole. And in recent years, we've seen tremendous investment flowing into the tech sector. Our startup and scale-up scene is thriving as a result. UK tech companies raised near record levels of funding last year, worth £24 billion, more than the investments of France and Germany combined. And here at the home of London Tech Week, our nation's capital recently snatched the tech crown from New York, with the Smart Centres Index ranking London #1 in the world for developing and deploying new technology. But we know if the UK tech sector is to remain at the top table with the likes of the US and China, then we need to ensure there is a steady pipeline of investment into British firms of every size, from the biggest business to the smallest spin-out. So that's what we in the UK government are committed to delivering, along with our partners at HSBC. And I'm really excited to hear from our panelists today about the many ways we can do that, including, of course, through HSBC Innovation Banking and its positive impact on our tech sector. You heard the introduction in the video, and I'd now like to invite our panel to introduce themselves. Erin, perhaps you go first.
Thank you. Erin Platts, I'm delighted to be here. I'm the CEO of HSBC Innovation Banking here in the UK.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome. My name is Ian Stewart. I'm the CEO for HSBC UK.
And Jeremy.
Jeremy Hunt, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, my thanks to my panel. And let's begin with Erin, if I may. What does this rebrand mean for the future of SVB UK?
Right. Well, again, thank you so much for the warm welcome. And firstly, a thank you. I mean, it's been a tremendous 3 months. And one of the things that I wanted to do is we would not be here without the support of the Chancellor, the Treasury, Secretary Smith, Bank of England, of course, my amazing colleagues at HSBC, the team, the old SVB team, many of which are here today and also in the offices live streaming. But most importantly, the support of our clients in the ecosystem who really showed up by way of support. And then you saw the relaunch of our brand and our name. And again, congrats to the team who's worked tirelessly over less than 3 months in order to produce that. But what it really means is, I guess, a reintroduction of what innovation banking means to the UK and to our clients. And we really co-sourced this name with the community. And we were really, really thoughtful to make sure it would resonate from everything from early stage innovation businesses to late stage public and private corporates, VC and PE communities, and also that it would resonate globally. So while we're here launching in the UK, this is very much a global brand. And I've got Dave Sabo here today who flew over. He's leading this business for us in the US. David Cohen, who flew over from Israel, building teams in Israel, in the Nordics, again, to ensure that structurally we're creating this platform to bring the best of the old focus of SVB, strictly on the innovation economy, but now powered with the amazing global platform and reach that HSBC brings.
And Ian, how will HSBC be working with the new section to be able to realise the opportunities of this rebrand?
Yeah, look, first of all, we're not new to the sector, which is a good thing, but we think this will accelerate our plans quite considerably. But we've got 3 or 4 things we have to do, and we've got some promises that we've made to the Chancellor and others that we're going to have to, and we want to absolutely commit to, which I'll share now. But the first thing is that we are currently using US systems, so we have to get the infrastructure onto the UK system. So that will probably take another few weeks. Bear in mind, it's been less than 3 months. It was the 13th of March. We signed the papers about 6:30 a.m. But in that period, we've done a tremendous amount of work. So the first thing we want to do is protect what we've bought. And I think a lot of people in the room will like to hear that. We bought this to take it forward in a much wider base, which I'll come on to in a second. But the first thing is protect what we've got, which means support, seed funding, all the way through to IPO, and we can now do that. So protect. The second thing is to add all the HSBC infrastructure, the products, the global outreach that we've got, bolt that on to what we purchased, and I think we end up with a very, very strong business bank to support the innovation economy. And then the final point that Aaron's just touched on, it's great to see some of the colleagues with us today to build the horizontal. I mean, our strapline in HSBC is opening up a world of opportunity. That's what we want to do for both customers and investors. So watch this space. We'll be going live with that very, very soon.
Ian, thank you. And Jeremy, I wonder what your personal recollections were of that weekend. It was an intense time, was it not, on the government side as well as on the colleagues' side?
Well, as I was saying at a breakfast this morning with Erin and Ian, it was actually a very hairy weekend because we had this precious Ming vase, which was the ecosystem that SVB London was sitting right at the centre of, as one of the very few places that was able to bring together private equity and some of our most promising companies with their very unique model. This was a sector, I mean, we've been saying since the Prime Minister and I came into office in the autumn that we want the UK to be the world's next Silicon Valley. And this is a central part of our ambition, and perhaps a quarter or maybe even a third of our most promising companies were at risk. So a lot was at stake. I want to pay tribute to Erin for her leadership in a very difficult period, but also to Ian and HSBC, because UK PLC has shown a lot of trust in HSBC by giving you this very, very precious entity. And I shouldn't say giving, there was a transaction. But I think you did very well out of it, by the way. But you have repaid that trust. And I think what we're seeing today with HSBC Innovation Banking is a really big step forward for the UK as well as for HSBC and SVB London.
Jeremy, thank you. And I know that my department, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, was delighted to be able to play its part as a very new entity itself at that time as well, supporting those heroic efforts. Chancellor, sticking with you for a second, as we all know, access to capital is the lifeblood of a successful tech ecosystem. So could you elaborate a little on how government is working with industry to ensure the sustainable ongoing funding of the UK tech system?
Absolutely. And, our starting point is that, last year we were very proud to become the world's third largest tech hub after the US and China. We are aware of two things at the same time. First of all, it's a very competitive world out there, and there are lots of people who are trying to get the tech crown in their region of the world. But secondly, when it comes to the UK, if we play our cards right with our extraordinary higher education sector, our superb financial services, you ain't seen nothing yet. There is incredible potential, and it is exemplified by the people in this room. We're only able to say we want to be the world's next Silicon Valley because of the people here at London Tech Week, and we're very excited about that. But we have to ask ourselves the whole time very searching questions about what it is that we need to do next. And I'd say the biggest single thing that people like you have said to me since I became Chancellor is, over the last 10 years, the UK has become brilliant for startup capital, which never used to be the case. We still need to do better when it comes to scale-up capital, when you're trying to grow a company from being worth 20 million to 500 million. And what happens is the 144 unicorns that we have here in the UK tend to find that they go abroad to get that finance, when here in the UK we have £4.6 trillion of pension fund and insurance industry assets, which it would make very good sense for their pension fund holders if a small proportion of their investment was held in the most high potential industries and companies that we have, which is you guys. And so we're doing a very big piece of work to unlock pension industry assets, which you'll hear more about during the course of this year. And part of that is not just looking at the regulation, which sometimes has stopped fund managers investing in the way that they would like to, but also looking at our mindset, where we have, I think, a better approach to risk-taking in this country than many other parts of the world, but we're still not where the US is. And I think we could still take a longer term attitude to value creation. And that's something where I think we need everyone's help in changing that mindset into a truly growth mindset.
Jeremy, thank you. And Erin, I wonder if you'd shed some light on how HSBC Innovation Bank will be working with the government to power the ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Smith. I think actually this morning was a great example of that, where we hosted an intimate breakfast. And again, the HSBC Innovation Bank being exclusively focused on all life stages and all subsectors of innovation means that we have an interesting bird's eye view of what all of you need to be successful at every stage of your journey. And in some parts, some of those things there's common themes around access to growth capital, access to talent. But when you're looking at a life sciences company or an AI business or a reg tech or a fintech, the specific needs are a little bit different. So to be that convener of the voice of the ecosystem and take some of the detail and feed that into the government to be able to drive tangible change is a role that we've historically taken, and one that I think is going to be increasingly important. So we can give the detail to help you to continue to make the great change that you're making. And I think on the other side, the private markets, we need to deliver. And that's something that we're really excited about in terms of supporting businesses with the global platform that HSBC brings, with the unique types of financing that the old SVB business did from very early stage companies through pre and post IPO. So I think it's that indirect and direct relationship that probably has the best combination.
Thank you, Erin. And Ian, what would be the broader learnings you would take from this situation and how you would like to see government and industry working together?
Well, I think we both want the same things, which I think is really interesting. And it was great listening to the Prime Minister, because as he was saying what he wants the UK to look and feel like, I was going, that's exactly how I want it to look and feel. But could I just go back a stage to the Chancellor's comment about the trust angle and when HSBC bought SVB that weekend in March, because there's a couple of bits, and I wish I had more time to tell you what happened, but really we bought the bank in 8 hours, and I know people think, oh, that was very quick and all the rest of it. Nobody asks about the quality of the DD we did, but it was a very good bank. We thought we bought a very good bank, and I still maintain that we bought a very good bank. But the thing was, Noel Quinn and I spoke on the Saturday afternoon. He said, look, can we make this work? Because we've been really stupid if we can't really make this work. I said, no, for the next 20 years, we're only going to talk about 2 things every single day: the innovation economy and the journey to net zero, and the crossover. So if we don't do this now, we're probably going to lose 4 or 5 years out of our plan. Let's get behind this, not for today or tomorrow, but for the next 10 years, and really make something special out of it. So I'm really excited about what that could bring. But again, it comes back to, what does the UK give us? The UK is just a melting pot for creativity. It always has been. Entrepreneurs in this country do really well. But you need more than one pool of liquidity. And the Chancellor mentioned it this morning at the breakfast. I think the pension reforms could be game-changing, but it's different things for different times. So we need many pools of liquidity, and we've got a role to play in that as well, both to help investors and customers. But I could not be more excited about the next 20 years in this industry. I think we'll do really well in it.
And how do you see the role between government working with industry and indeed members of the audience? What would you like to see from us?
I'm a great believer in, if you leave it all to the government, it's unfair and it's never going to work. It has to be public-private partnership. Now, what I want from the government is clear policies, guide us, and then we should step in immediately. And I don't mean give us 5 years to think about it. I mean step in immediately thereafter to make sure that we put our balance sheets and our capital behind the policies. And they're starting to come. Now, I was on record recently saying, like, retrofitting of homes, why have we got to wait until 2025 to get the guidelines? On retrospective, it probably needs that amount of time to get it right, but then we've got to come in behind that really quickly. There's 29 million homes to be retrofitted, and I hope there's a lot of innovators in this room today who are going to make that, A, cheaper to fulfill, and B, that we can do it at speed.
Thank you, Ian. And Jeremy, same question to you. How do you see the role of members of the audience, attendees at Tech Week, to be in partnership with us in government?
Well, I think you look like what we want the whole British economy to look like in 10, 20 years. You are dynamic, innovative, entrepreneurial, and you're at the cutting edge globally, not just in the UK and Europe. What I would like is to inspire more young people in the UK to understand that this is our future. And I would like to see more British role models so that people at school and university can see how incredibly exciting it is. For example, and I say this as someone who walked the walk, to set up a business in your 20s. There's a lot of people who say maybe wait a bit, get some experience in an industry, get some contacts, and of course that's a very well-trodden path. But there's also a lot to be said for people who take those risks when they haven't got a family, haven't got a mortgage, and can be really bold and innovative with the computer that they have in their bedroom. And so I think we need to inspire people. And I would say that the US does this best, and we can all think about the role models in the US who are the tech titans that everyone knows about. And I think we could encourage so much more of that in the UK if people here, as I said this morning you described it as an intimate breakfast. I think that's an interesting phrase. But let me put it this way. I think if people in the UK were a bit less modest about the amazing things that are happening and told their story a little bit more, that would do what we need to happen to inspire more young people to come forward and really tap into their potential.
Can we have a bit more of that, please?
And I tried to keep the breakfast small, but they were just batting down the doors. You're a popular guy.
Can I really echo that point? I think from the perspective of my department as well, seeking to take the steps that will make and keep Britain as a science and technology superpower, it is absolutely essential that we can together take that action of talking up Britain. Britain is absolutely open for business, and these are the ways in which it works. We are able to be quite concrete in that today, and I think those are some themes you will see coming out during London Tech Week. Let me go further into the concept of startups and scale-ups, something that many speakers have already touched upon this morning, and something that is, of course, critical in the environment of the rebranded Innovation Bank. Ian, how would you take the learnings from across HSBC to ensure that our UK scale-ups and startups are further supported?
Well, certainly one thing that we anticipate doing, and I touched on it earlier, is that now that we can grow this out globally, and I'm really excited about what that could actually mean, because there are pockets of real expertise across the globe. We operate in 66 different markets. Our job is to open up those markets to people who are looking for investment in and to trade out. And I think if we do nothing else, is if we put this incredible brand behind you to help introduce you to other parts of the world, I think that will be terrific. The second thing, bless you, the second thing that I hope we can do is we're very close to the education system in the UK. I'm a big fan of education, but I have got this question: are we training our people for the right things? So I wrote it down earlier, so I bumped into somebody at our intimate breakfast, and they were telling me that we need prompt engineers. Now, you think you're quite clever about some of these things. I'd never heard the term prompt engineer. So how do you get these people? How do you get the people with the right skills? Now, when I'm interacting with various universities in the UK, I'm going to be asking that question over the next couple of weeks. Do you supply prompt engineers? Because if not, over the next, I would guess, 5-10 years, it's going to be a skill set that's desperately required. Our job is to help influence that. So, yeah, lots to be done.
That's absolutely right. And Erin, what else do you think we need to do to ensure the success of startups? What is HSBC Innovation Banking contributing to that?
Yeah, a couple of things. And I would say first there's the more technical things, and I think there's the softer things that we touched on just earlier. But on the more technical side, I think, I've been working in this sector and in this country for, over 16 years. And I am incredibly proud of what all of you have built. And if I wind back the clock a decade and a half ago, where we were then versus where we are now is almost unrecognizable on every facet of the innovation economy, from access to capital, to creating and scaling global category leaders, to public and privates working together, the government support of the innovation economy. We have to keep celebrating that, and we have to keep raising the bar in terms of our ambition. Now, on the technical side, I think the things that will allow us to do that and reduce friction for all of you, I think mentioning the pension reform is absolutely massive. It's something that we've been trying to crack as an industry and an economy for quite a while, and we're closer than we have ever been before. I think continuing to not just talk about how we'll support innovation businesses from the early stage, but actually show how we do that through HSBC Innovation Banking, but also the industry generally, which is providing that capital to what people think are riskier businesses, but they're just earlier on their stage of evolution. So making sure that we're maintaining the discipline of working with early businesses and scaling with them in perpetuity. And I think the other thing which Ian touched on, and I think is truly unique, is the UK is an incredible place to start and scale a business. The UK innovation businesses need access globally, right? Regardless of the subsector that you operate in, companies are going international earlier and earlier. And one of the things that I'm most excited about is how do we help you do that with the least amount of friction possible? You've got to focus on growing your business. You've got to focus on building the technologies of tomorrow. We've got to figure out a way to help you to do that at scale with the least amount of friction possible, whether that's the US, whether that's broader Europe. That's something that we've got to get done. We've got to get that done really quickly.
Thank you so much, Erin. And Jeremy, just turning to you on this final question. How will the government demonstrate its ongoing commitment to starting up, scaling up, and then continued growth?
Well, we're going to do everything that's in our direct control. When we talk about the technical changes that will help unlock pension fund assets, we're putting hard cash into things like the exascale computing to build up our capacity. But we also want to work with you to make the cultural changes that are necessary. And we still are too harsh on failure and our attitude to business failure in this country. I remember Churchill saying that success is the ability to go from failure to failure without losing your enthusiasm. And that's a good motto for politicians, and it's a good motto for business people as well, because that's how you have the most innovations, the most extraordinary breakthroughs. I mean, two of the most exciting things that have happened this year, for me personally, are BioNTech saying they're going to center their mRNA cancer research in Cambridge, which I think will be extraordinary in terms of a potential cure for cancer. And Google saying they're going to center their global AI research at Deepmind in London. And if you combine that with our global expertise in regulation, smart regulation, and what the Prime Minister's talking about with President Biden last week in terms of AI regulation, I think we've got a chance to make a massive difference globally. And, this is a moment when the contours of the world for the rest of this century are being set. And I would like this country to be a force for good in making sure these are set in a way that means that technology can really benefit everyone and defend the values that we all think are so important.
Jeremy, thank you. And can I take your cue there to say that I know that kind of deeply profound point about cancer drugs will be something that's very important to many of us. Many of us will have shared our own personal stories. Many of us will see it in our family and our friends and our companies and our organizations. But those are some of the things that we have the opportunity to contribute to in this agenda, and it deeply excites me, like it will many of you in the audience. So can I thank my panelists for the insights they've provided today, not only on the specifics of the SVB transaction, but also on the implications for the broader tech ecosystem. we have some seriously shared values here to be able to drive out that benefit for the UK economy, for UK public services, and so much more than that. So can I thank Jeremy, Erin, and Ian, and thank you for your participation again as the audience. I wish you a great Tech Week.
Well done, Chloe.
Thank you. Thank you to Chloe, Jeremy, Erin, and Ian. We eagerly await the Netflix series that Erin has promised me about that weekend that was. So we now welcome to the stage IBM UK CEO Nicola Hodson, newly into her role at IBM, and Prospect UK's Alan Rusbridger. They're going to discuss how to use the power of tech to transform the future and further diving into leadership in the digital transformation. Welcome, Nicola and Ian. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you for coming here. Sometimes people say that journalists' jobs are going to be threatened by AI. But can you imagine any machine asking such a brilliant question as that BBC reporter asked this morning? Inconceivable. So if you want to capture the polarized nature of the debate around a lot of tech this morning, there's just one story in the New York Times today which has the two most extreme versions of what we're talking about. The CEO of Google describing artificial intelligence as more profound than fire or electricity or anything we've done in the past. And then we've got Elon Musk, you may have heard of, who says that there is, quotes, some chance, quotes, that it destroys humanity. So it's not a small subject that we're going to be talking about with Nicola today. And of course, I guess most of us get those kind of questions. I certainly do on the oversight board, is whether social media, the last great invention, is an untrammeled evil or it's a transformative force for good. And always the answer is, to me, is somewhere in between. But much is at stake, and it's encouraging to have leaders like Nicola today who are drawing together the lessons that we've learned about how tech can positively shape society and business. So I'm going to plunge in, Nicola, and talk about, I suppose, hearing Elon Musk and those kinds of comments. How alarmed should we be?
Well, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? There's huge disruption and volatility in the world. We're all having to deal with inflation, the cost of living crisis, supply chain disruption, post-COVID demand, challenges for us as people and business. But the good news is everyone in this room can help. Technology is a deflationary force with the opportunity, as you've heard, to create jobs and drive the economy. AI is on the boardroom agenda in every business. And businesses are looking at potential improvements in productivity, innovation, the opportunity to create entire new business models. And the same is true in every government department, where productivity and innovation are on the agenda, but also the opportunity to deliver much better citizen services. So we don't need to be alarmed, but we do need to make sure we've got the appropriate ethical and moral frameworks in place so that we can all be really proactive and grab the immense opportunity that's here ahead of us.
We heard the Prime Minister barely an hour ago talking about the balance between innovation and safety. Can you talk a little about how you plan to use this technology, what guardrails you're putting in place, and what more needs to be done?
Yeah, you know, we're in a new era, aren't we? There's lots and lots of buzz, particularly around large language models for consumers, and that's helping us all to see the potential for AI. We did a survey last year. Only around 35% of businesses are actually using AI, so there's a huge untapped opportunity. But whereas we can live with some inaccuracy as consumers when we do a web search, for example, we can't live with that degree of inaccuracy if we are looking for a mortgage or we are having some healthcare advice. So for businesses, it's different, and businesses need to have AI that's predictable and giving consistent responses. And to do that, they need to have accurate data, they need to have very finely tuned foundation models, and they need to have language that's specific to their business. And IBM's been working in the field of AI for business for many years. We recently launched Watson X, which you will have seen. That's our data and AI platform. And that gives businesses the opportunity to really accelerate the development of AI, to tune, to develop, and to roll out those AI models, and to be able to do that on trusted data at scale, and to be able to do that with proper governance in place across any cloud. So we are already seeing businesses take huge advantage of what's available with AI, and we'll come on to talk about guardrails and regulation in a moment. But NASA, as an example, is developing geospatial AI models, and they're using that as part of their Earth satellite science data to track climate change. And if you think about big sporting events like the Masters and Wimbledon, they're using AI to create new fan and new digital experiences. And if you stay tuned next week, you'll hear more about this year's AI innovation at Wimbledon.
You don't want to give us a sneak preview now?
Not today, no.
Oh, okay. So even this morning, we had the Prime Minister talk about the UK leading global change on AI. It feels as though governments are stepping in more quickly than they've done in the past. I mean, you've watched this cycle of government intervention over time. What lessons do you draw from the past attempts to regulate tech and ensure business and society can better embrace emerging and advancing technologies?
Yeah, look, it's really important that we have great regulation, and it's very pleasing to see the Prime Minister talk about the AI Safety Summit later this year here in the UK. It's important that we can protect people and their data, and we think it's right that regulation's done at the point where the AI interacts with the person, and that the regulation is controlled by the level of risk in the transaction. So if I'm searching for a restaurant in London, there can be less regulatory control than if I'm buying a financial product. And so we think the UK is on exactly the right track here with risk-based AI approach for regulation, and then using sector-specific regulators who really understand their subject matter. I think it's also important to talk not just about regulation, but at the same time to talk about AI ethics. It's critical to build that in from the get-go. And, you know, we need to see clearly defined, ideally public principles for the development of AI. And we need to see strong governance so that we can all hold ourselves to account for what we do. I think with that, we, you know, IBM's really committed to being a part of that and being a responsible steward for AI. And I think we can then enhance human experience. We can build in the right practices. You know, we can enhance the creativity, the intelligence, the expertise of humans as part of the principles of what we develop. As a practice, we can build AI ethics in from the start of the development cycle to the end. And then technology companies like ours can work with regulators to make sure AI is fair, it's explainable, and it's also transparent.
It's very interesting that the ChatGPT birth has shot this to the top of the headlines. I mean, this must slightly amuse you as a business leader who's been working this field for so long to see the public suddenly waking up to something that you've been so deeply involved in the past.
Well, it's great to see, isn't it? I think the innovation's very, very exciting for all of us. So, you know, we are on a cusp of a new era.
I suppose any Prime Minister is going to stand up in front of an audience and say that the UK is going to be, you know, leading a key player or leading the world in AI and innovation. Does that feel real to you, or do you discount it as rhetoric?
No, absolutely. The UK is a superpower in this space. It's third only to the US and China, and London is absolutely the largest destination outside of Silicon Valley for startup funding. So, we really welcome the announcements the government's made, £2.5 billion for quantum computing and a further 100 million for the development of AI foundation models. I think the important thing is about how do we stay on the front foot, because it's a hugely competitive world and people want to eat our lunch. Of course they do. And so, it's important we keep our competitiveness. We invest £170 million in 9 R&D sites here in the UK. We want companies like IBM and many, many others to be able to continue to invest R&D here. We heard a lot this morning about startups. We need to continue to get that funding here into the UK, but create an environment where startups can positively scale up and stay here in the UK. We need the right policies across government to collaborate with industry, with government departments, with R&D and with our great universities. And then finally, I would say, we need to continue to work on the skills gap. Whilst we are trending well on skills, there were 2 million tech jobs in the UK not filled last year. So there's still a lot of work for us to do there. With that, I think if we keep all of those things in mind as we go forward, we have a real opportunity to work with global partners and make the UK the best place to build a business and to grow it and support the economy.
I spoke semi-jokingly about the jobs of journalists being replaced by AI, but it's obviously an anxiety in many people's minds about how many jobs will even exist in the future. Now, I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about that. Can you sort of give us a glimpse into the way that you think about the future of work, how it's going to look like? And if you have a view about whether journalists are going to be replaced by AI, give it to me straight.
I think you're probably safe for the moment, Alan, but it's interesting. It keeps us all on our toes, doesn't it? And then reminds us all of the need to keep our skills developing, especially our digital skills. IBM has a point of view that AI will impact many jobs. There will be some new jobs. You just heard about prompt engineers. Some jobs will evolve and many, many more will transform. And as they do transform, it's important that government and companies work together to build that skilled workforce that we need that can interact with the AI systems that we are building. I'll maybe share an example from IBM. We work ourselves as customer zero with our global HR team. And we moved the work of 700 HR professionals, much of which was manual work, to be supported by AI. And that's now done by 50 people. The others have gone on to do higher value added work, working with our managers on talent development, on career guidance and other things which are super important to the organisation, but we're being drowned out by the other work. So another would be the work we did with NatWest Bank during the pandemic, and you can see differences by industry here. But if you bank with NatWest, you will have seen Cora on their website or on their mobile app. At the start of the pandemic, we worked with them, and Cora supports the human agents and was trained in all of their products and services, and they were moving pretty fast at the start of the pandemic with mortgage holidays and things. Cora is able to help 10 million customers in 1 year, and will continue to develop with generative AI to help many, many more. So I think new technology always creates some concerns. It drives change. But I was listening to a show on Radio 4 a few months ago, and it was talking about the advent of the washing machine, and the sort of scaremongering at the time that the washing machine would take away women's work and housework. And I think most of us can attest that there's still plenty of housework to be done.
So we talk quite a lot about the existential, in inverted commas, risks that we face. And we heard the Mayor of London talking about climate change this morning, which must be top of mind for many people. And again, I know it's something you've thought about and the role that technology can play here. What are you doing to ensure that it leads to genuine business sustainability?
Well, we've made a commitment to ourselves to be net zero by 2030. That's the first important step. We did a study. We have something called the Institute for Business Value, and We looked at companies last year, and 95% of them have sustainability plans, ESG plans, but only 10% of them have made significant progress towards achieving their goals. So the greatest challenge that CEOs cite is that they don't have adequate data. And technology's clearly got a big part to play here. You know, with the right data frameworks, companies can track what they're doing, they can monitor that, they can do ROI calculations on their ESG initiatives. We do lots of work ourselves, of course. We have our biggest R&D facility here in the UK is at Hursley, and we've been using our Turbonomics software to run across 4,500 physical assets and to make sure that they are operating as sustainably as possible. And then things for our employees. So we did a piece of collaboration with Nestle and Compass, and we're able to track the provenance of the coffee that's served on site using the IBM cloud and some blockchain technology, and that engages the whole organization in the sustainability journey. So there's plenty of work going on using technology. You may have heard of the FTSE 100 recycler, DS Smith. We've worked with them on their sustainability goals to install new camera technology. It's backed by IBM AI and cloud, and it tracks all of the cardboard coming into their recycling facilities, where it's come from, what grade and quality it is, and it helps them to recycle better. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that without technology, we cannot achieve our sustainability goals.
We're getting close to the finish, but just can you sort of wrap up by talking about what other serious tech threats and risks that businesses like you face from your perspective?
Well, I'm a non-executive director on a couple of boards and have an industry role at Tech UK. And you know, in addition to AI and sustainability, the other key topic from a tech perspective on the boardroom agenda is cyber. And many organizations have built their infrastructure over decades. It takes time to modernize, and hackers exploit vulnerabilities in legacy systems to launch ransomware attacks. When we did some work last year looking at the annual cost of data breach, it comes in at around $4.35 million, which is simply unaffordable for any small business. And it's really important that businesses modernize and update their IT as the foundation stone for a cybersecurity strategy. But we also look at the use of software that provides AI and automation across the IT estate, and that takes a whopping $3 million out of that cost of a breach and improves the recovery time by about 2.5 months. So there's lots that can be done. We can treat anyone coming into our IT infrastructure, you know, have a zero trust basis, so they have to be verified and come with the right ID credentials. And the final thing I would say as boards look at this is that you know, we have something called IBM X-Force Red, and they work with customers to come and hack their systems and to identify vulnerabilities and fix them before they're exploited. So that would be the other key boardroom topic.
Thank you so much for coming to share the platform today. I can't leave although I'm here with my oversight board hat on, Etienne Zuckerman, who I think is one of the best commentators on tech, ex-MIT, writes a monthly column in Prospect, so don't miss that. And thank you, Nicola, so much for coming today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to Nicola and Alan. Love the washing machine comparative. Next, we welcome thoughts on the most recent explosion in the ecosystem from AI to generative AI. Microsoft, a leading force in the Gen AI ecosystem, will now pick up the discussion, following on from the Prime Minister in Demis's Fireside this morning, and who better to share Microsoft's view than their UK CEO, Claire Barkley. From regulation and the pace of innovation, please allow me to introduce Claire to tell you more on her thoughts on what the future holds for generative AI. Claire.
Thank you, Carolyn, and congratulations on 10 years of London Tech Week. It's really a privilege to be here this morning. And actually, if I think about how the industry has changed and how London Tech Week has changed, I remember back to that first event in Shoreditch all those years ago. And you know, I'm proud to be part of the tech industry, and it's a pleasure to get to speak with you all today. But as I thought about this year for London Tech Week, what was I going to talk about? What was going to be my topic? There was really only one topic to talk about. This is a topic that's being discussed at family dinner tables, across boardrooms, in government councils and leadership forums, and clearly being debated in the press. And that's the topic of AI. So my job today, I think, is to talk to you as business leaders and technologists about what it means now and what it's going to mean tomorrow. I'm going to make one caveat before I kick off this keynote, and that is, by the time you leave the room, what I have told you will be out of date. Such is the pace of change and the speed and innovation that's happening in the industry right now. So this wave of AI innovation that's sweeping the world right now is really going to impact the world for generations to come. And as we think about the future, sometimes I think it's interesting to look at the past. So if we go back to the first industrial revolution, in fact, the Prime Minister talked about this earlier on, what we saw was the mechanization of industry. We went from handmade to machine-made, and that really paved the way for this incredible industry as we know it today. As we stand here in London, in fact, just across the way in Westminster, governments of our age have debated how the changes in the world were being dealt with, and what are they going to do? And that dealt with many changes in technology. And London really has been at the heart of this, you know. So if you think about developments in steam power, weaving, machines, you know, much of that changed the very shape of work. And as that shape of work changed, new jobs were created and people descended to the cities. And clearly London was a major magnet in that. And so, you know, Parliament had to debate the issues as they emerged and as the labour market changed. You know, big issues at the time like worker safety, pollution, and even crazy things like child labour that were a big issue at the time. And clearly at that period, there were some serious unintended consequences that went on. So if you imagine we're sat here today in London, think about what was going on at the start of the 19th century. There were 300,000 horses in London. And clearly there was a massive industry around horses at that time, the housing of them, the feeding of them, etc. But yet just 15 years later, that number was down to 30,000 with the advent of the motor car. So the late 19th century saw like incredible change, rapid scientific innovation, standardization, mass production, and this unlocked huge economic growth. And so, you know, by the third industrial revolution, the one we all know, certainly it's impacted my life amazingly, there was the emergence of computers and electronics, and that was a time of great excitement, speed, disruption, and adaptation. Does that sound familiar to what's going on today? But this has paved the way for much of the innovation that we see today. And as I said, this has really shaped my life, and I'm sure many people in the room will recognize this industrial revolution and has shaped the industry that we operate in. But if we fast forward to today, we're seeing innovation, and you've heard it from many of the speakers this morning, around AI, automation, data, and robotics converging. And this is creating lots of exciting new possibilities. AI really does have the potential to massively accelerate GDP growth. In a recent study from PwC, it was reported that it increased by over 10% by 2030. So with that will come increased prosperity, health, and all-important economic participation. I think if you look at those revolutions, I'm sure you'll agree with me that each of them are unique, but there's a lot of very similar parallels that you can draw from each of them. And for me, the path for innovation since the 1700s is really a reminder that every change brings opportunity, but how we choose to adapt to that change is the most important part of it. And so I think for all of us, it's the opportunity once again to think differently about what the world of work really is and ensure that we make AI a force for good. OpenAI's work with ChatGPT has certainly thrown the AI conversation totally into the mainstream. It's not often that my mum asks me about what is this thing, you know, it's like it's not those type of, it's changed the dialogue and it's become something that everyone knows about. But artificial intelligence itself has been around for some time, and this started in the 50s when researchers began to explore the possibilities of machines thinking like humans, and was the topic of many films that I'm sure many of you have watched growing up. But since then, AI has evolved with machine learning, deep learning, and current advances with generative AI. Now, listen, I'm addressing a tech audience here, so forgive me for describing what generative AI is. But you know, sometimes people think it's one thing versus another. So, generative AI is a type of AI system capable of generating text, images, or other media in response to prompts. And it learns the patterns and structure of input training data, and then it generates new exciting data with similar characteristics. So at Microsoft, in our Cambridge research labs, our researchers there have been working on AI for decades. And I can tell you right now, certainly in the last 3 months, both the researchers and the engineers, they're not giddy people by profession, but they are giddy with excitement about what's going on in this field right now. And their excitement is off the charts. I think for good reason, and I'll tell you there's 3 things that they're excited about. They're excited about creativity and innovation. You know, the opportunity for new possibilities with creative expression and content creation. They're secondly excited about personalization and customization. Gen AI can really look at how to generate tailored content, and then it can adapt it to what you like and what your personal preferences are. And then perhaps the final one, which they're researchers, so of course they would be most excited about this, is research and exploration. Generative AI will aid new scientific research and discovery, and it will explode the potential there. The ability for it to analyze complex data and find patterns and meaningful insights will be a game changer across so many industries. And the aim at Microsoft is to bring these experiences to all of our customers. That's why we invested early in the partnership with OpenAI in 2019, with a shared ambition to responsibly advance AI, making it safely available for everyone. And it's that safely point I want to move on to next, because the question is, what can we do to mitigate the risks of AI? This is something Microsoft has worked on for some years, and we believe that if you can create technology that can change the world, then you have to make sure that that technology, and in this case, the AI innovation, is used responsibly. That's why we established responsible AI principles back in 2018. They are publicly published, so I would encourage you to go and take a look. They've been regularly updated since that point. And we share there what we've learned, and we also use that as an opportunity to learn from others and get feedback. But the approach to responsible AI is grounded in these principles, and you'll see some of them up on the slide there. Things like fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security. And these principles are helping build better AI practices around the globe, and they're setting the standards across industry and across in partnership with government. And I think especially the UK has got the opportunity to really lead the global stage on AI, and I think you've heard both from the Prime Minister and other speakers today. It's both an exciting opportunity, and there's a lot of opportunity out there, but it's also a big leadership responsibility for me, for government, and for all of you in the room. And I'd say it's especially a big leadership responsibility given how rapid the change is right now. So Gen AI is accelerating at a pace that we have never seen before. And perhaps the most significant, I think for my opinion, it will be the most significant inflection point in our lifetime. And I think many of us have worked through many different technology inflection points. And it will define the world of work for years to come. I wanted to give you a sense of how quickly these things are moving and to give you a sense of the speed. I think it's interesting to look at how technology innovation and how long it's taken to get to 100 million users. So if you go back to the kind of creation of the internet, which was obviously one of the last really big waves we had, that took 7 years to get to 100 million users. That spurred companies like Uber, which took 6 years to get to 100 million. Spotify, which took 4.5 years to get to 100 million. And more rapidly, Instagram was 2.5 years. Then it sped up with TikTok. The pace increased to 9 months. And then staggeringly, ChatGPT-3 was 2 months. And the later versions can now be measured in days in terms of 100 million user adoption. So we're seeing this rapid acceleration. So this type of adoption has not been seen before and really will disrupt all industries and the way that they traditionally operate. It will also significantly impact the world of work and the way people work. So I think, if we think about sort of current productivity statistics in the UK, they're quite bleak reading sometimes. So I think we really do have a significant opportunity for us to increase productivity here. And as you would expect from a company like Microsoft, we study the world of work a lot, and especially in the last 3 years since COVID, threw the world of work completely upside down. We speak to about 30,000 people in about 30 countries to try and get a sense of what's going on in the world of work, what's changing, what are the trends emerging, what's interesting. And the last report that we just published in May showed some really interesting insights. 64% of employees don't have enough time or energy to do their jobs. They're challenged and overwhelmed with pace, burnout, and a lack of productivity. I don't know if anyone feels like that sometimes. I know I do. But put simply, the pace of work is kind of outpacing our ability to keep up with it. And we call this deluge of information digital debt. It's sapping energy, slowing down the ability to think clearly, and then this importance of thinking for innovation is being severely impacted by that. So it's not just employees that feel that way. Business leaders also feel this, and they recognize it in their employees. And so the research across leaders, there's been a lot of discussion about job losses and the impact of AI. But the research from leaders around the globe find that leaders are the least interested in using AI to cut jobs. Instead, they believe and value how it will help employees to be more productive and focus on more meaningful work, as well as having some meaningful well-being benefits that obviously is one of the overheads of this digital debt. So in short, it's providing employees with their own assistant or co-pilot. So these co-pilots will help manage this digital deluge and help workers prioritize the most important tasks, help them create compelling content, improve their creativity significantly. And so at the end, this was about using this technology to help employees navigate what matters most to them. Now, listen, this is London Tech Week. I always think if it's London Tech Week, we should show some tech. So I want to give you a feel for these incredible capabilities and how they're starting to come to life. So I wanted to invite Nick Hederman to the stage to show a little bit of a glimpse of how this is going to transform the way we work. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Claire. We are busy building a range of different co-pilots infused with generative AI and will be designed ultimately to augment humans in action. Now, whether you're a professional developer looking for new code or looking to test code, or you're a security professional looking to work at machine speed, all of these co-pilots have something in common. They're designed to help and assist. They're designed to take the drudgery away from the task in hand and free you up to focus on the things that matter most, whether that's being creative or innovative. Now, today I want to show you M365 Copilot in action. Secure and compliant within your own organization, M365 Copilot will come to life in applications that many, many people use on a daily basis, from Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams, and more. Now, I want to start with Microsoft Word and a scenario which I'm sure everyone here in this room has faced before, a blank sheet of paper. We spend time, so much time, going from blank to good. But imagine a scenario where you start with great, and it's your intelligence that's taking it to outstanding. Now, in this video here, you can see Copilot in action. And it starts with the user prompting the Copilot with some inputs. In this case, they're writing a customer proposal. They're taking some inspiration from a recent OneNote with some notes about the customer meeting, and also a standard product spec sheet. And within a few seconds, Copilot has gone away, interrogated those files, and created a first draft. Now, in this scenario, we want to make it look better, so let's take a bit of design inspiration from a previous proposal that that person had written, or some design ideas from a PowerPoint. And again, by just adding in those two prompts, all of a sudden, a plain text suddenly comes to life, and it looks and feels much more like my company and my organization. Copilot's now suggesting some things that you might want to add into the document, such as a summary and frequently asked questions. And now my job starts. I can spend time thinking about how to tweak that introduction, or perhaps make a few changes to the frequently asked questions. An amazing foot up and advantage in terms of creating new content. Now let me take you to a second scenario, Outlook. I'm sure all of us in this room have come back to inboxes, perhaps even after holiday, with hundreds, if not thousands, of unread emails. Imagine if Copilot could be there to help you in that triage of all of your mails. It'll scan through your inbox and find things to help you catch up. And in this scenario here, you can see that it's inviting you to speak at All Hands tomorrow. So that's probably an email I want to respond to first. Now, this experience will also continue on the mobile device as well. Not only just helping you catch up on your inbox, but also catch up on the conversation thread of a long email. And you can see in the middle here, the conversation summary. Then I choose to respond with Copilot, adding in an Excel file so I can see a chart within the response. But also, I'm in control all the time. In fact, I don't like what Copilot's written. I want it to be shorter and more neutral. And then I get a new version of that email response. I can then spend time just making some tweaks and sending that email off. Just imagine how quick it'll be to triage your inbox. So those were just two short examples of Copilot in action. If you're interested and you want to play around with generative AI, head to Bing. Bing Chat is now infused with all of the investments we've made in OpenAI, and will give you a good sense of what it looks and feels like. Equally, if you're a developer in the room, think about how you can build your apps and plug in to all of these Copilots. And finally, if you're interested in bringing OpenAI and ChatGPT and all of the Microsoft AI technologies to life within your organization, speak to one of our partners or directly to our account teams at Microsoft. Thanks so much.
So, these innovations have the potential to change so much. I hope you'll agree, you know, and I hope it gives you a little sense of what that change could mean to the world of work for billions of people. And, you know, here at Microsoft, we really are just getting started. I've just had the experience of Copilot in my Teams, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and it literally blows my mind as I join a meeting late on Teams, and then it says, do you want to give us a catch-up as to what's happened? And it's just told me exactly what's happened in the meeting, even gives me questions to ask. It's incredible. So at Microsoft, our strategy is to infuse AI, as you heard from Nick, across all our products and services, and then that's complemented with platforms and partnerships, most importantly, that will allow you all to innovate with AI across every industry. And just imagine the potential. Think about, we heard the panel from HSBC earlier on. Think about in financial services, the ability for real-time market data, trading insights, tackling fraud detection, thinking about product personalization. In education, personalized student learning, incredible student analytics, even detecting plagiarism. And then across public sector services, public safety, process efficiency, and citizen engagement will be literally transformed. And so companies are already taking advantage of this, and I've been completely overwhelmed by the level of interest that companies and leaders are showing to make first mover advantage. But there's a few companies and examples I just briefly wanted to share with you. So at Vodafone, they're using AI-powered speech to text to support their call center workers. So if any of you are Vodafone customers, I'm sure you've seen that on their website. And they're dealing with the challenge of really great customer experience. So the AI is able to summarize a call, measure the sentiment of that call so that you know whether you've got a happy customer or an unhappy customer. You can provide tailored recommendations. And if you think about that Word document that Nick just showed, they're trying to aid their call center workers with documentation at their fingertips. So they've got all the right policy controls, they know where to go, etc. And that's improving speed of response to customer. It's also radically lowering the training costs that they have to experience for their call center agents. Fashion retailer ASOS, they're using AI and machine learning to make them a truly data-led business, and they want to create personalized experiences, and they're also gaining efficiency in their operations. They're also exploring innovation, and they've publicly stated this, that allows customers to see what garments look like without them ever having to leave home, choosing the background location of their choice. So think about you're planning a trip to Malibu or Hawaii or wherever, and you've picked that fantastic shirt, and you want to know what that shirt's going to look like on the beach in Malibu. You're going to get that tailored experience so that you know you're picking just the right thing. And then, we're using AI in healthcare to free up clinicians and to obviously drive better outcomes. So we have a really cool piece of work called Project InnerEye, which is a multi-year collaboration between Microsoft Research and the NHS. And this is about helping cut those all-important cancer wait times. And it uses AI to analyze the diagnostic images and really augments the role of the doctor, in effect giving him or her a co-pilot. So these are just a couple of examples, and there's so many more that are in progress right now that really give me a sense of optimism as I think about this technology. So I hope this morning's keynote gave you a little taste of what AI can do and gives you sort of encouragement about how it's going to transform business and society. But I think for all of you in the room, success for me is about three things. It's the appetite that you all have about the vision for change and the confidence that you're going to need to disrupt your business models, and you're going to need to think about the potential and the use cases that will be most relevant to you and the industry that you operate in. You're going to need to consider your data that you have available and how's this currently organized so that you can make the very best of how you're going to deliver on that innovation. And clearly you have to have a mindset, a growth mindset, as we call it at Microsoft. You have to have a mindset to be willing to make those changes. And clearly, as I said at the beginning of this speech, it all has to be underpinned by a strong ethical framework and really strong ethical principles. And hence why we very much welcome the work of the government that the Prime Minister talked about earlier on, and actually collaboration across the tech industry will be absolutely key. So, in closing, I started off talking about the first industrial revolution in 1784. So I wanted to leave you all with a thought. Let's take ourselves to 2084. What will people be saying in 2084 about AI? Will they say that we all maximized it? Will they say that we made the world better? Will they say that we've applied lessons from the past and really deeply considered the unintended consequences? Well, I certainly hope so. Thank you all, and have an incredible London Tech Week.
Thank you to Claire. So I don't know about you, but I'll be heading off to Malibu, turning up late for every meeting, getting the AI tool to sort that out. To further our discussion this morning on how tech and humans are working together, our last closing session for this morning, we're going to dive into how tech can support and securely protect our future. Coming to the stage, please welcome Poppy Gustafsson, CEO of British cybersecurity company Darktrace, and Guy Prajani, founder of SNCC.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, almost afternoon. Thanks for persevering for the last session of the talk here. That Poppy and I are going to try to regale you with some insights on cybersecurity. So just for context a little bit, we've heard a lot of mention basically throughout the day on safety, on ethics, which are massively important as we build into the world of AI. You also heard a mention of cyber and how that is also important. We're going to dive into this cyber aspect. And what I would kind of encourage you to remember is that while, again, safety and ethics are the fundamentals of building a good system, in cyber there is a villain. There is an adversary. There is someone that is actively trying to find the gaps, to find the mistakes, to find the oversights that you might have left. And that makes it its own specific space. And to do that, we have Poppy with us here, who is the CEO of Darktrace. Darktrace is indeed a UK company, UK listed, that is born on the premise of AI and the idea of using AI to detect attacks and understand what is normal in a system and therefore what deviates from it. And myself, I'm the founder of Sneak, and we're also a UK headquartered, UK incorporated company that is focused more on helping build secure applications. And we use AI to help kind of understand your application, find security flaws, vulnerabilities in your system, and specifically also help you build apps that use AI securely. So Poppy, thanks for joining us here.
Thank you very much for having me. Excited to be here.
And Poppy, to start us off, maybe give a bit of context of when we talk about cybersecurity and AI, like, are we seeing attackers use AI? What is the kind of current reality?
Yeah, and I'm going to pull you up on one of the things you said at the start, where you said we both have in common that we're looking for the adversary, the attacker, that we're trying to protect organizations from. But one of the consequences, I think, about working in technology is it's not always predictable. And I think when we started 10 years ago, I didn't predict that businesses would knowingly and willingly upload vast quantities of their own corporate private data into public systems, such as the ones we talked about, with no view of privacy. We spent a lot of time trying to protect them from the hackers, and there they are, just giving this information away.
Threats come in many forms.
We said, across what we've seen that more than about 3/4 of businesses are already interacting with these very sort of public open source sort of LM tools that we talked about. And businesses are yet to figure out what their tolerance for the risk as well as the opportunities that those tools present for them. And I think that's a sort of a bit of an interesting inflection at the moment that I hadn't quite predicted. But in terms of more broadly, AI is an amazingly powerful tool, and it's one that we always know that we love to go out and play with and sort of have a go at writing. I'm sure your organizations do exactly the same, had a go at sort of writing a bit of sort of what would a spear phishing email look like, and what would it create. Unfortunately, we're not the only ones doing that, and it is a tool that the adversaries are also using. And we've seen that the number of sort of novel social engineering attacks has increased by 135% since the advent of these tools. So we are going to see an increase in the amount of sort of AI-powered attacks that we do see out there in the wild.
Yeah, and I think on top of these social manipulations, we're also seeing exploits being created faster than ever. When there's a new known vulnerability kind of gets published onto the system in some component today, attackers use AI to create an exploit and deploy that to their botnets faster than ever before.
That speed thing, faster than ever before, is such a, I mean, we just heard Microsoft talking about the speed of adoption. It is incredibly fast, not just in the adoption, but in the way that it can generate this information, in the way that it can act. And so whatever your view on the role and the opportunity and the threat of AI, it is fast, and it is far faster than a human ever can. So when you're in the world of security, such as we both are, having a tool that enables you to react at machine speed is no longer a useful thing to have. It's absolutely essential. It's no longer a human speed pace of game.
Yeah. And is it fair to almost think of it as an arms race? It's, you know, the reality is that attackers, not a business arms race, but literally a cyber war or a, you know, cyber attacks between the red team and the blue team, the sort of the attackers and the defenders. You have to equip yourself with AI so that you can, you know, basically cope with attacks that are AI powered.
Keep pace with the attacker. That's exactly right. If we're going to imagine a world where you do see the attackers using AI and AI more, you are going to be having to bring AI into your own organization to make sure that you stay on the right side. But organizations need to remember they have got an incredibly powerful asset within their business, which is their own data. And that is the best possible training set that they can use to protect their organization, because they are the ones that know their business best. And that will always be the upper hand, because all the offensive AI capabilities, by definition, they're always going to have to use the information and data that's available to them, like what an employee of a particular organization might do in their day job, what an attacker might look like, what the systems that they might be using. Your business is the only point of truth, and you've got a really good data set there where if you can take AI and apply it to your own business case, you can really have a good chance of staying on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really important point. So basically, the stronger your data, or sort of the better your insight of what's right, the better able you are to protect. So that's a bit of like an unfair advantage that a defender might have in this battle. Is that sort of a fair?
Exactly that, yeah. It's something that allows them to stay at the upper hand.
And how do humans, when we talk about, this talk here and talk about AI running, this type of defense, you've got some, robotic, some AI-powered attacker, you've got hopefully data-equipped AI defender. What do people play? What role do people play in that context?
People will always have an essential role, and I see that the people providing that strategic what next, what is to be done. So let's imagine in the case of cybersecurity, and your business is under an attack. It's the AI that will be able to very quickly spot and stop the immediacy of that attack. But it is the human being in that system that's always going to think about the strategic, like what next? What are the consequences of that? How do we want to move this business forward? How do we learn from this and change it, and how do we adapt it? And so I think that human being is always going to be an essential part of any process. And our business has learned along the way is a really important aspect of that is how do you engender trust between the technology, the artificial intelligence, and the human user. And you can't have this sort of black box where you're just getting impenetrable output that the human then can't relate or understand why it's come to that conclusion. Bringing that human on a journey where they can see, yeah, that makes sense. When I see it laid out like that, I can see why the technology has come to those decisions. I'm going to be able to have much more trust in that technology in the future as well.
Yeah, I think trust is so important. We do see on the code side, we can see how it can be abused on the other side. One of the most prevalent use cases of AI today is the whole code generation, auto-completion. Auto-completion is amazing because it's one of those use cases for AI where you can get great value out of a system that is wrong 9 times out of 10 because you keep clicking until eventually it auto-completes to the thing you want, and then you paste it and you feel like a king. The challenge
like I'm
is,
saying we need to trust it, you say, but not trust it too much.
Well,
like there's a balance.
And it's funny because I find actually, oftentimes I'm on the other side of those. But it's what we are seeing is that the theory of code completion is that it is like self-driving car. You've got someone at the wheel and they're driving, and you can allow, there's a certain lenience that you have about whether it's the right decision or not in the car because you expect someone to grab the wheel when relevant. You're saying correctly, which is, the system can't hold if you're just sort of a bad sort of, backseat driver and you keep grabbing the wheel and you're not letting the system do its job. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of developers check in that code unaudited, unreviewed, blindly trusted, and much of that code is sometimes functionally incorrect, but oftentimes vulnerable or has quality problems or resilience. So you have to strike that balance, I guess. In that
yeah, absolutely right.
I think, so you started when I asked you about, this AI security view. You also started talking about how people are embracing AI. And, we heard Claire talking about this faster than any technology before. How concerned should one be, on the security team, if you're a CISO, how panicked should you be about the pace in which the business adopts it, and what types of concerns might come to mind?
I think the reality is the AI genie is out of the bottle now. This is inevitability. And right now, we're seeing it in the consumer space because we as individuals can go and have a play with these tools, and we're incredibly impressed with what they can do. But that's going to very, very quickly take over in the enterprise space, and I expect to see that happening very fast. What we've seen, and I'm referencing, is that employees are using these tools from within their business, but we're not yet seeing businesses say, this is how we want to use an AI. This is what we take as appropriate use, and this is what we think is inappropriate use. It might be that you allow some people in the marketing or your researchers absolutely can go and use these tools. It can be incredibly powerful. But perhaps if you're working on your core IP, you don't want those people going out and taking that code and uploading it into an external system that doesn't have the privacy controls around it that perhaps you'd like. So really my big message there is that we have to act now and decide what a business's tolerance for that AI use is going to be, and then how do they provide that sort of oversight and compliance with that policy? Because it is fantastically, it's a hugely exciting technology that will provide a whole bunch of opportunity for business. But the flip side, it does also present risks, as we talked about. And we need to act now to understand what that balance is going to be and how that we police and monitor and ensure compliance with that.
Yeah, very well said. I was just talking to a CISO of a big insurance company, and he was saying, I may or may not like AI, but at this point I have no choice. You know, for my business to be competitive, we have to get into the habit of leveraging these tools, whether it's for internal productivity or for user experience. And so the question is really, how do you handle that? And you're right, it starts from define a policy, like form an opinion about what is okay, what isn't okay around your system, and that oftentimes includes a certain amount of education, right? A certain amount, because what you would find, you know, and again, Claire was alluding to it, you know, of like, let's make sure people are on the same page with taxonomy. Not everybody has the same level of insights.
So come on, Guy, are you an AI optimist or an AI pessimist?
Well, I definitely am an AI inevitabilist. You know, I think AI is happening. I'm more of an optimist on it. But what I do see is people jump into it without much thought. And I feel like there are ways in which you can tiptoe into it. You know, for instance, if you put like one use case that is common in applications today, we see it more on the build side, so we see what people have not yet published, but are already building, is to put something that, say, constructs queries for you or like summarizes information for you, and it really only deals with public information, but that it's tuned to your public information, to your context. Those are relatively safe. The worst case scenario, the outcome is it gave you the wrong result, but it's a human that eventually takes that and applies it, and the AI system itself is not yet able to perform those actions. Over time, of course, once you get to the point in which you have high enough trust, you want it to automate. But I think starting from that vision, from that destination, and implement that as the first step is pretty massively dangerous. I think maybe talk a little bit about futures. You know, we've kind of got a few more minutes here to go. And talk a little bit about where it's headed. So, you know, one of the titles we had here for the abstract, you know, was talking about sort of the human in the loop and the human responsibilities. We related to this here a lot. When you kind of cast your eyes into the future and you think about, you know, AI powering much of your business, powering much of the activity, you know, from the cyber lens perspective, how do you see that interaction between the human kind of playing out?
I think we will say goodbye to the days where we train all of our employees to be really cynical and skeptical about the emails that they receive. I think, you know, those sort of big internal campaigns that happen saying, hey, you've got a bonus, click this link. And then when you click the link, they go, ha ha, it was just a cybersecurity test and you failed. I think those days will be gone because it's ridiculous to expect that all of our employees are incredibly diverse and some are good at some things and others are good at other things. It's ridiculous to assume they're all going to be equally good at having good basic cyber hygiene. I think that's too much of us to ask of people. We need them to be focusing on their job in hand and what it is that they are to do and their passions and their creative and their skills, not being cynical about the emails and thinking, is that really Guy that's just emailing me? But I do think AI affords us the ability to do that. Let the technology do all of that heavy lifting and protecting your organization because it can do far faster and far more intelligently than people can. And I think we let the people focus on what they do best and let the technology focus on what it does best, which is protecting itself.
Yeah. And I think that's an amazing point. And I guess with security, oftentimes, you know, with the attacker, and I mentioned this at the beginning, the attacker is trying to find the oversights. It tries to find the gaps. So I think what I get excited about when I think about sort of a future resilient, secure system is I think about a system in which we are better able to define what we want to see. And the human, eventually that's a human task, right? Eventually the people, the owners, the builders of the applications, they need to say what is right, what is wrong. And then we can eventually maybe say goodbye to the small bugs or the small deviations of the code you wrote didn't actually deliver what you wanted. We just need to get better at being able to say what we want and then have the system helps keep us within those boundaries. I think we're out of time here, but thanks a lot, Poppy, and good luck to everybody building a secure AI systems.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Poppy and Guy, two absolute trailblazers in the balance of human and technology. Thank you to all our speakers this morning for a really impactful session to open us for our 10th anniversary of London Tech Week. We heard that Britain is open for business, from the 24 billion going into investment to the number of visas the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has added. We heard about so many use cases and applications of AI and how that technology is really advancing ahead. And we heard that London will be net zero by 2030. Thank you to all of the speakers. Thank you to all of you for joining and also to those online. The sessions continue. This is just the start. So we have our Global Leaders Innovation Summit up on the 6th floor here in this building and the Transformation Stage on the 3rd floor. We also have the EQL Her Lounge where we're doing power hour sessions for women in tech. That's on the 2nd floor and those are happening on the hour. And then stay in your seats for here if you'd like to join the main stage startup track. So thank you again. Enjoy your week. We always love to hear feedback, so we'd love to hear from you. And have a great week. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to London Tech Week. So great to see you all here. My name is Sophia Tran, and I'm CEO and founder of Spotlight Ventures, and also I'm the spokesperson of the German Association for Startups. And it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you here at this startup main stage and guide you through this exciting day of innovation and technology. So London Tech Week is a global platform where leading minds from the tech industry come together to showcase the latest developments, exchange ideas, and shape the future of technology. Today, we have a lot of special highlights for you as we kick off the day with most thrilling and inspiring presentations and panels. So it's a unique opportunity to listen to our speakers sharing their visions, their ideas, accompany with us. And this stage is to showcase their experiences, passion, and innovations to the world. And I'm very confident that they will captivate and inspire us with their presentation. So we have also you guys here, an audience full of experts with founders, investors, and like really a lot of industry leaders, so who are eager to learn how startups are going to change the world. So please use this opportunity to network, connect each other, and meet new people from all over the world. Furthermore, I would like to highlight that this time we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the London Tech Week. So this is really a significant milestone that showcases our dedication to fostering innovation and supporting groundbreaking startups over the past decade. So at this point, I would really like to give a big thank you to all the team members who were bringing this together. Also, big applause to our event partners for your support. And of course, thank you so much that you are here to listening to these startups and speakers. Without further ado, I now officially open the startup main stage and hand over the floor to our first speaker. Let's dive into a world of innovation together and shape the future of technology. Thank you for being here today, and I wish everyone a successful and enjoyable London Tech Week Volume 10. So ladies and gentlemen, as we begin now our journey through London Tech Week, I'm thrilled to introduce our first distinguished speaker on the stage today. Sarah Munby is Permanent Secretary at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, and at the same time, an exceptional leader who has been at the forefront of driving innovation and technology advancement in the UK. So with her extensive experience and deep understanding of the startup ecosystem, she is here to enlighten us on a topic of great significance. We are truly privileged to have Sarah with us today, sharing her expertise and vision. So please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Sarah Munby as she takes the stage to share her thoughts on the UK startup ecosystem.
Well, thank you, Sophia, for that very warm introduction, and welcome, everybody. So I thought I should start by explaining who I am and what I do, because some of you might be quite busy out there running your businesses and maybe not pay quite as much attention to the structure of the civil service as perhaps you should. So I'm the Permanent Secretary. That means I'm the most senior civil servant working alongside the Secretary of State, Chloe Smith, in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. And if you haven't heard that name very often, there's a reason why. It's because we're pretty new. We've passed our 100-day mark, but the exciting news of the day is that we're at our 3,000-hour mark. So in the spirit of celebrating everything, I'm celebrating 3,000 hours in role at DCIT. And the truth is, although we like to joke that we're the startup department, because we're the new kid on the block in Whitehall, a newly created department with a newly created mission, we're not actually that much like a startup. We have several thousand people working for us, an R&D budget that most of you could only dream of, and a really pretty high amount of technical debt of all sorts right across the picture. We're certainly building on the shoulders of giants. But for me, as I look at my organization, if we could harness just a little bit of the kind of energy and brilliance that characterises the UK startup scene, I'd be feeling really pretty good about what we're doing. So I thought it might be fun to look at how we're doing against what makes you great. Now, this is dangerous because this requires me to talk about what makes you great. And my view on what makes you great may or may not match your own, but I've thought about it in some categories. And the first and most important thing, what makes our startups great, is when you're building something that the customer really wants. That's kind of rule one. So I thought about how we were doing on that. Are we building something that the customer really wants in my department? Well, this is a good place to start because this is where I give us a hell yes. And the reason I do that is because our customer is the citizen of the UK. That's who I work for. And the thing that I'm building is this. It's the UK tech sector. And I'm blessed, right? Because all the hard work is done by you. But this, what we're seeing right here in this building this week, this is a product the customer wants. This is a product the customer needs. We are collectively delivering for the citizens of the UK. We're giving them better jobs and skills, exciting personal opportunities to work at the forefront of innovation. We're growing the economy, ensuring that public services can be properly funded, and indeed improving the delivery of those public services through the innovations that you fuel. And we're working on the biggest problems that face not just the UK, but the world, whether that's climate change, human health, or inequality and isolation. So I'm feeling pretty good on, am I building something the customer wants? We're scoring an A+ for product market fit insofar as it translates into government. Then I get into areas where maybe the initial feeling about our score might be less good. The second thing I thought that makes you really great, that I'd love to capture even more of into my world, is a bias to action, really making things happen. And government sort of through the centuries and around the world, I'm not sure bias to action is always the first phrase that you think of. But I think we've actually been doing pretty well in our first 3,000 hours, whether that's redefining the science and technology framework for the UK, the strategy for how we're going to deliver across the many levers, whether it's committing new funding to AI, to quantum, to semiconductors, to compute, whether it's defining a new approach to regulating artificial intelligence. We've definitely been busy. But if I think about the role of my department and what it means to be the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, what bias to action really has to look like is making sure that we've got the whole system of government delivering for you. Because like I said at the beginning, you're the ones who create the value. And our Secretary of State, in her very first speech after the department was created, talked about doubling down on the things that we already know matter. Doubling down on people, whether that's skills, visas, doubling down on money for startups and for scale-ups, doubling down on ideas and innovation, making sure that the incredible creativity of our research system is translated into commercial impact, whether it's doubling down on innovation-friendly regulation. We have to make sure that right across the piece, it really happens, and it happens in a way that you can use and understand. So that delivery focus needs to be not just on what my department does, but what the whole of government does. And it's an absolute pleasure to help lead the system in making that change. The third one then, this gets even more sort of questionable for us. The third one is agility. You're good at moving to where the puck's going to be, at pivoting to make sure you're responding to what's happening in the marketplace. And this is a kind of dangerous topic for government, because the truth is that what people mostly say to us is, please don't change the plan, deliver on the plan. And that's what I mean about doubling down on the things that we know matter. That's kind of top of the list. But if you work in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, you're dealing with, just like you are, markets and technologies that move incredibly fast. And we've got to be the fastest moving part of government in order to handle that. The Prime Minister talked this morning about AI. It's a great example of where we're having to pick up the pace to make sure that we're leading internationally and leading domestically on a part of technology that's moving faster than any of us can imagine. But there are going to be more and more of those, right? We have to build a system of government and of regulation that moves quickly and that's flexible and that allows you to follow the pace of technological development and to set the pace of technological development around the world. So I think agility is a theme where we're moving in the right direction, but there's definitely more work to do to make sure that we're acting as fast as we can. And by the way, the foundation of being successful in that is talking to you. We will only understand what's happening out there in the world and how we need to respond if we have a great partnership with the sector. And that's why events like this are so vital to the work that we do. The final one then, the other thing that makes you brilliant, quite apart from your fantastic products that customers need, your action, your agility, it's people. And it makes me incredibly proud to be part of the team for technology in the UK. We've got incredible, talented people all across this room, this building, and far, far beyond. But we know this is an area where we have to collectively do better. We don't have enough senior leaders from ethnic minorities. We don't have enough women at almost any point in the funnel. We're too concentrated on London and the South East and need to find more opportunities for people from outside those areas. That's a really important part of what we're trying to do in the department. And that's why things like our scholarships, postgraduate scholarships in AI and data science, they're going to more than 75% female candidates. The spending that's going through the digital growth grant that's being delivered by Barclays Eagle Labs, 80% of that is going on founders outside London and the South East. That push to improve the diversity of team tech is really vital. And it's really vital partly because you guys get to work on such incredible things, and we want to spread that opportunity, but it's also vital for opportunity and delivery. So if I look back across the scorecards of how am I doing across the product, the action, the flexibility, the people, I mean, like most of you, looking at your own organizations, I probably think lots done, some great progress, but plenty more to do. And this is definitely no time for complacency. It's been a tough year with economic headwinds that are affecting all of us, not just here, but right across the world. So I definitely do my fair share of lying awake at night, worrying about that, as I'm sure many of you do, who are much closer to the kind of real-world consequences of it all. But I think it's okay to say in a room like this that I'm fundamentally an optimist about it. I'm an optimist because of the skills, the determination, and the perseverance of everybody in this room. And I'm hugely proud to be on this team as we work together to help the UK technology sector go from strength to strength. So thank you very much, and I'll hand back to Sophia.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for providing this insightful information. So now it's time to dive into our first panel discussion of the day, titled Risk or Premium? Does DEI reduce risk or drive alpha? So in a world where economic uncertainty can create both challenges and opportunities, this panel aims to explore how startups can navigate these volatile times and make informed business decisions. So we are delighted to have assembled an exceptional group of industry experts to share their perspectives and insights on this topic. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. With her extensive experience in impact investing, she brings valuable insights into how diversity, equity, and inclusion can contribute to risk reduction and drive alpha in investment strategies. She's the Director of Impact Management and Research, Fundamental Equity from BlackRock. It's Caroline Brady. Also, we have, with her expertise in venture capital and her deep understanding of startup ecosystems, we provide valuable insights. From our investment director at Kinnevik, Tatjana Schellewand. And last but not least, our panel, which will be moderated by someone who has vast experience in venture capital and his passion for supporting diverse founders make him the perfect host to facilitate an engaging and thought-provoking discussions. He's the president and managing director at Black Seed Ventures, Cyril Litero. So welcome with me, with a big applause, to Caroline Brady, Tatjana Schellewand, and Cyril Litero.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to London Tech Week 2023. We're here today in the heart of Westminster, the iconic Churchill Room at the QE2 Centre. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the Startup Main Stage, and a platform that has seen the most innovative and forward-thinking discussions in the tech world. My name is Cyril Litero. I'm the managing partner and director of Black Seed, a firm dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion, backing Black founders in the venture and tech ecosystem. At Black Seed, we believe in the firm transformation of power to technology to potentially shape the future for all. It's a belief that today, here, we're able to engage in conversation that's not just about technology, but about people and principles that make it meaningful. Today, we have a thought-provoking discussion entitled Risk or Premium. That's D&I, reduce risk, and drive alpha. This session will delve into the complex relationship between diversity, equity, inclusion, risk management, as well as the potential impact on financial performance. We're privileged to have these two distinguished panelists with us today. First of all, we have Caroline Brady, Director of Impact Investment Research and Fundamental Equity at BlackRock. Caroline brings a wealth of experience in impact and investing in sustainable solutions with her insights will be invaluable to our discussion. Joining her is Tatjana Schellewand, Investment Director of Kinnevik. Tatjana's experience spans from consumer to B2B side of tech, crisis management with a perspective on early stage investments, which will add a unique dimension to our conversation. Together, we'll explore how D&I can foster innovation and provide a competitive edge and mitigate risks. We'll also examine the relationship between D&I and investment performance and embracing whether D&I can generate alpha for investors. We hope that discussion will only provide valuable insights to inspire you to think about how to integrate D&I into your organization. So without further ado, let's begin the discussion. So I'm going to start off with you, Caroline, if you don't mind me asking. You've been very instrumental to developing BlackRock's sustainable ESG intelligence. Could you share more about how proprietary ESG signal has influenced your decision at BlackRock? Where do you see the future evolving from there?
Absolutely. But firstly, thank you for everyone being here today, and it's great to be able to speak about the inclusion of D, E, and I into our investment processes. So a few years back now, 6-7 years ago, we were really looking at how do we think about different signals in our investment decision making, looking at signals under the hood of environmental, social, and governance. I'm sure all of us are very well aware of those signals. Within that, it was really on us as the founding team for our BlackRock Sustainable Investing Group to be able to find signals and data points that were actually helping to drive company outperformance through time. And our role really was to identify these data points, back testing over time to see what has been the strongest. Mm-hmm. Within that, a lot of it was around thinking about the transition to net zero, and of course, environmental plays a huge part of this. But we cannot transition to a lower carbon economy without thinking about a just transition. We found signals like Glassdoor ranking scores to identify how happy people were within organizations. Did they feel included in their workplace, and were they willing to stick around and really evolve through time? And that for us was one of our first signals that we identified to showcase that things like human capital development and inclusion were helping to drive better performance within the companies that we were investing in. That as well, first off was very much looking at how do we reduce the risks as much as possible within the companies we're looking for. So human capital development was huge. and thinking about upskilling programs within organizations to make sure that we're retaining talent, to identify that we need a lower turnover of staff, lower training up costs, especially in these organizations like technology, where you have huge focus on intellectual property, and the retention of that intellectual property is paramount to be able to keep thriving and innovating. So that was the first step, really identifying the right signals that we could use to showcase the rest of the organization that this wasn't just a nice to have. This really was fundamental to research and stock selection. So we trained up a lot of our active managers across our credit funds, across our equity funds, to help them identify and embed these types of signals in their decision making. Traditionally, they would have only been looking at fundamental drivers, or financial drivers of performance. So that was our first step, really embedding these signals into the organization. And we have a platform, a technology platform called Aladdin that some of you may have heard about. And that platform we used as a facilitator and to embed and disseminate the signal out to all of our active managers in the organization. And so the active managers now have at their fingertips on their dashboards when they're looking at any company, the ability to compare and contrast the DEI signals and ESG signals when they're making their research. We've also embedded in, moving forward from ESG, we are now looking at what are the outcomes. So ESG for us is about looking at how a company operates, but within our impact investing space, impact is about what does a company's product or service do to help solve for a great world challenge. And so it's now, within the last few years, I've been focused on impact investing. This next iteration of, okay, let's get our house in order and think about all of the DEI practices and to reduce the risk in an organization. But how do we now identify companies that are really pushing forward the frontier of innovation? And that could be anything from affordable housing to help find housing companies that are providing low-cost accessibility to families, especially with the rising cost of living. Companies that are providing low-cost food and education. We're seeing education as a huge catalyst for being able to include more people into the workplace. And that's upskilling all the way down to early-stage education. And how are we finding and initiating positions in companies that are on the tech front of education. Really, post-COVID world, we've really benefited from being able to get education practices digitally. And that's really increased the access that people can have to drive that outcome. So we've seen a great uptake in both ESG and impact investing, and we can go into a bit more detail as the questions go through.
No, amazing. It sounds like you took a really holistic approach when integrating your ESG signals and including DEI at the core of specifically your signals. Thank you for that. Tatiana, specifically, I know you've had a diverse career from crisis management all the way now to venture capital, from being an operator to early stage investment at Kinnevik. How's your experience from the B2B side influence your investment decisions, and what do you look for specifically in a potential investment?
Well, I think maybe first of all, just on what Kinnevik does. So we invest from early stage to growth stage. So our smallest ticket can be around 8-10 million euros, and our largest 120 million euros. And we continue backing the companies as they grow. So we have a very broad mandate. But obviously we have a set of portfolio companies that are at different stages. So my background, as you say, is I have an operational background. I started off my career in crisis management and then went on to the startup side, worked operationally in a B2C startup, but also in a B2B SaaS company. And then when we eventually sold the B2B SaaS company, I moved over to the investor side, which I've been doing now for about 6 years. And at Kinnevik, I lead our venture team, so our early stage team. So what I'm looking for when I look when I'm looking into companies is, of course, exceptional founders that are solving big problems. I think that's like most investors are looking for that. But when we say big problems, we mean, real big problems, as in not maybe another CRM system. We could invest in that too, but we would rather obviously want to back founders that want to have a social impact and environmental impact.
No, amazing. It sounds like you're really, really trying to solve the problem at scale, not just specifically in the early stage, but how can it scale to have an impact on society, right?
Exactly, and we have a healthcare team, we have a software team, and we also have a climate team, and especially in healthcare and climate, obviously that's where we've seen some of the real big visions, which is very exciting.
Amazing. No, Caroline, so the both of you seem to have significant experience in sustainability and impact investment. Where do you see the landscape of investment change in the next 5 years? What do you see as the role of technology playing in the shift of this digital revolution that we see at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the last 3 to 5 years, we've seen a seismic shift in the growth of sustainable investments. We first saw ESG really rising in prominence, and now impact actually leading the way with its growth, with its compound annual growth rates that we see. Although impact investing is coming off a smaller base, it really is shooting forward to the forefront. And I think that comes down to a few things. I think firstly, regulation. We've seen huge rise in regulation across Europe to really put a stake in the ground to say this is sustainable investment and this isn't. And the frameworks are really robust. We're also seeing regulation on its way out in the UK. So we have the Sustainable Disclosure, SDR, which should be coming out in the next year or two. And that, for the first time, it seems like will come forward with a label to really classify impact investing. I think impact has always been this idea that there hasn't been too much knowledge around what actually impact is striving to achieve. And impact is striving to have measurable positive outcomes on people or the planet. And by moving from looking at operations to real tangible outcomes, I think that there the investment community can really start to see where their capital is going to work. And so what we see is more and more appetite from investors. And when I say investors, that could be pension holders, pension scheme holders. That's you and I really saving for retirement, being able to want to allocate our capital to outcomes along with long-term total returns. So these two really in parallel, working together to be firstly solving for the world's most pressing challenges, but also being able to drive long-term total returns. And these two are inextricably linked. We see the more that we can prove that we can outperform with a sustainable lens, the more capital that we can see being really moving into this space. And the two go hand in hand because if you think about it, the companies that we're investing in that are solving for the world's most pressing challenges like societal issues that we face, there is demand for their products or services that far outstrips the current supply. So there's a tailwind for these businesses operating in this field. Yes, we've had the last couple of years or year and a half has been tougher for earlier stage businesses. We've seen rates rise. And in a rising rate environment, that's harder for early stage companies to raise capital. And so what we're seeing is a little bit of a slowdown in capital allocation or the amount of money that's coming towards equity investing. But that's starting to change again as we see hopefully the peak of rates and investors starting to feel more comfortable again allocating more capital towards equity. So I think what we've seen is the capital that's gone into impact investing and sustainable investing has been a lot more sticky than non-sustainable assets. And I think, there might be a lot of hypotheses for that. But from my view, I think if you make the decision to invest in this way, it's going to be very hard to change your whole mind and not invest in a sustainable outcome way. So I definitely see this growth continuing to pick up pace, especially as regulation rises and people really just learn what impact investing and DEI investing is.
No, amazing. It's kind of interesting you talked about SDR because one of our LPs, we're very institutional heavy, and one of our LPs wants us to be SFDR regulated. And we're like, for a very small fund of 5 million, just to give a little context, we can't really do that, right, as an early stage venture fund, but they want us to have these policies. So it's good looking forward to think about how can we implement those policies? How can we be institutional ready specifically? So once these ESG and these diversity and inclusion policies come into shape, we already have that included in our workforce. So.
Yeah, and on the risk side of things, though, there's the worry that we raise the bar so high that it's harder for earlier stage boutique investment firms and asset managers to really enter. The bar is super high for the reporting that's needed, the requirements, the transparency, which you do need a small army of people to be able to meet this requirement. So it's a real balance.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for that. And to your point, Tatiana, do you mind sharing specifically how you see the landscape of impact investing, touching on maybe SFDR? I know you guys don't have those kind of policies over there at Generative, but specifically, how do you see the impact investing and how do you see that kind of come into balance in the next 5 years?
Yeah, no, exactly. So we have Nordic heritage, plus we're a listed investment company, so we fall under a slightly different regulation. But I think it's like for all investors, no matter the size, if you want to have follow-on capital, like you need to have a focus on impact investing. Like you wouldn't want to back something where the larger investors don't want to back them because of sustainability reasons. So for us, I mean, we have that ingrained in our investment process and our investment decisions, where ESG is in even our first, like now I'm getting very practical, but even in our first memo, we have a piece on ESG where we essentially look at the risks of this business from an ESG perspective. And similarly, we do that on a D&I perspective. So we always assess the teams on diversity and inclusion. Obviously, as I mentioned, we can do as early as Series A stage investments. And then usually the companies are not so mature in these areas. But what we try to assess is their willingness and if they have any understanding in this space. So to answer your question, I think it's there is no other way, to be honest, than to have that in the back of your head when you invest.
No, definitely. I think going into it specifically with our fund, we came to the perspective, I guess, well, how can we be as inclusive as possible, whether it's gender inclusivity, whether it's diversity, inclusivity, how are you inclusive all across the board, right? Specifically, even there's certain things that like people have dyspraxia or some people with certain disabilities cannot apply because they need to be using video rather than text or let's say keyboard form. It's kind of interesting how like technology is able to democratize that, but also specifically good governance can also democratize that.
Yeah.
So that leads me up to my next question specifically around both of you. This is a question to both of you, so feel free to whoever wants to take this first. How do your respective organizations approach the issue of gender equality, particularly in leadership roles? Because there's a big underrepresentation of women in leadership roles. We've seen the FTSE 100 try to make a woman as part of the board and specifically include them in that kind of context. What initiatives have you and your organization put in to address these questions?
So I can start if you want. For us, it was very important to start from within, where we have done a lot of work on how we work with gender internally at Kinnevik. And so 5 years ago or so, we had an all-male board and an all-male management team, and now we are approaching 50% on both. So we measure everything. In terms of investment professionals across the investment team, we are 70% women, and I think 30% of ethnic minority. So I think what's important there is just to track everything. So like you track your sales or your financials, you track D&I. And so we actually have every quarter, we update internally, but also to the board on how we are progressing. And the same way, we're also tracking our portfolio companies. What we did in the beginning was that we were quite prescriptive in the beginning. So we said, like, you need to have X% of women, you need to, and if we don't, then we won't add on any follow-on capital, etc. We've actually removed that because we felt that it didn't really work, especially given that we invest from very early stage to growth stage. Everyone is at different maturity when it comes to these things. So instead, we have an in-house sustainability team and an in-house people team that works, they work together with our portfolio companies on these aspects and help them with anything they would need help with. Some of them, it can be, we need to improve our board or add new members to our board. And then obviously we always have a D&I in the process on how to set up your board. So we really try to be quite hands-on with our portfolio companies and have like SWAT teams where we help them to get better at these things.
Amazing. What were you, Caroline? I know you have probably a few examples and insights you'd like to share.
Yeah, so it's similar to us. You have to really look at yourselves before you start expressing out to your portfolio companies where they should be. We've seen great improvements and strides in the amount of female-male representation that we have. But when we look at the graduates, we've been really deliberate with the hiring that we've been doing into the organization. And we have, I think it's around 55% of females coming in as in the graduate pool. But as you go up through the organization, I think in senior management spaces, we have just over 30% female representation. And that with different diverse angles on it, it is much smaller than the male ratio. And so a lot of, this stuff takes time. We're really changing things at the point of entry into the organization, but we've also got to think about what's happening at the top down. And so we have different initiatives and programs that have been going ahead to really try and identify how we can bring women back into the workforce if they've been out for some time. So we currently have a program running called the Returners Program. And that is a program that's set up for individuals that have been out of the workforce for over 2 years. and helps bring them back in and gives them experience working with different teams on rotation to either build back the confidence or get back on their CV something really relevant. And then the hope is that they then have a role within the organization. And someone on my team is part of the Returners program, and it's been fantastic to see. We also have different internal initiatives where we are training up management teams to really uncover what are unconscious biases. How do we look at the science behind what's been going on and really retrain ourselves to reduce our own unconscious biases? There's a lot of other organizations within the organization that have been set up for different types of groups. I'm part of the WIN group, which is all about women in investments. And we host a lot of teach-ins on how do we think about demystifying the promotions process. And we try and do as much as possible around that, as well as other initiatives. We then look outside of ourselves, and when we're really looking at portfolio companies, we're not just looking at diversity of the board. Of course, that's great to have 50-50 female-male representation, but arguably it could be an easier issue to solve just changing your board to be 50-50. When you start looking at senior management down through organizations, you want to see that represented not just at senior management, but throughout whole organizations. So we look under the hood at that. Post that looking at diversity, we look at equity. Are there programs internally that are helping to upskill, uptrain individuals, and those proactive programs that go through time to be able to improve those headline scores? Because looking at headline score is just one moment in time and almost backward looking. It's important to look at those, what's the potential trajectory of improvement through time. Now, we don't just look at that. There's other areas that we look at. Even, how many controversies has an organization had in the past linked to lack of diversity programs, issues around staff? Because, you can put a program and a policy in place, but it's actually how that company operates that talks for itself. So it's important to balance out the controversies that companies might have faced in the past, and have they just written up a policy to mitigate the risk of that issue that they were facing. So very multifaceted, and we've actually worked a few years ago with Thomson Reuters, now called Refinitiv, on building a diversity and inclusion index. Now what that does is that the index methodology looks at around 12,000 listed companies and ranks them on some of those criteria that I just mentioned, and it invests in the 100 companies that have the highest scores for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, what we've seen if we've back-tested those revenues, those returns over a 10-year period, we've seen the diversity and inclusion index outperform global markets on a 10-year annualized basis of over 1%. So, that's 10% over a 10-year horizon that this index has outperformed. So it really shows that, it's the evidence and the tick that this stuff does pay off. We need to ensure our companies are thinking about who they're serving, being representative of within the organization of the customers and the clients that they serve.
Amazing, and to your point, it's really interesting specifically to say that we see a convergence of D&I sub-asset class come into meaning, right, to the index you mentioned. What advice would the both of you give specifically to, for example, us in our fund, we're trying to allocate 50% of our portfolio to backing women. It's very, very hard to do. What advice would you ladies give specifically to finding the right, specifically female founders to back, but also specifically making sure we have the right quota? Because to your point, in the US, there's a lot of quotas, in the UK, there's not as much. So how do you ensure this kind of gets included in an organization like ours, or any organization that may be out there looking to do so?
Yeah, I would jump in there to say what we've done ourselves is knowing that it takes a lot of research to be finding the funnel of new and exciting companies. So what we've done is we've set aside as a whole process in itself the identification of businesses. So we have a very clear criteria and a framework to identify companies that meet our impact criteria. And we look across 9 themes, and specifically to the diversity and inclusion themes, we have what I mentioned before: affordable housing, education and skilling, financial and digital inclusion. And so we found these very distinct themes as a starting point. We then work, not only our team only has, say, 12 individuals, and it would be impossible to find all of the companies in the world with such a relatively small team. So we work training up other people in our organization, from our capital markets team who are looking at those companies that are going through IPO, to say, look, this is what we're looking for, these are the themes. We ensure that we need not only alignment to those themes, but over 50% of revenues helping to advance these themes. And that means that these businesses, it's a core of what they're doing, is the impact outcomes. They then present out these ideas to us. So we've got a very healthy funnel of ideas coming to our desk where we can sign off on the templates that, and you mentioned templating early on in the process, these templates that can act as the source of information of maybe this company's too early stage and not investable today, but we can put it in an investable universe for it then to be present for us to relook at through time. And so what we've built out is a universe of around 800 companies in the global market domain that are investable. And once you've done that work to build out an investable universe, you can then do the work to identify what might help drive long-term alpha generation, so outperformance of global markets.
No, I think that sounds like a very rigorous process, which is fantastic. The challenge when doing early stage investment is, of course, that you don't really have that access to the team. So I think, again, start from within. So start by hiring a diverse team, because if you have a diverse team, then they naturally have diverse networks. And then put a KPI. So we actually have a KPI internally that we want to back, or 10% of our capital should go to female founders every year. I think that's too low, but that's how we have it now, and I think that's a good start. And then I think it's just about try to look to your own network. So that's what I'm trying to do. Who am I having lunch with? Who am I, spending time with? What investors am I talking to? And maybe I should change my own network and try to think outside of the box a little bit. That would be my advice, especially at the stage you invest.
Yeah, some people say that there's not enough female talent out there, but there is, right? For example, just find right pots. Or for example, they might get poached by a different company, or they might go to a different team, right? So how can an organization like us, with not much to offer as an early stage fund, specifically go ahead and acquire like some amazing talent in terms of like venture partners, or let's say for large stage directors that have worked at large stage institutions to come on board? What incentive mechanisms can we help to ensure there's gender parity in our organization?
I don't have an answer to that question. I think, so I've actually wrote a book about female entrepreneurship a few years ago in Sweden. And I think it's just important to foster or help women to realize that they can become entrepreneurs. So at your stage, pre-seed, I would almost try to think of it as an accelerator. So if you can find talented women that maybe aren't really ready yet to start a business, but need that extra push. So when we wrote this book, we found out that most of the women that started businesses, it was actually someone else around them that told them, you should become an entrepreneur. It didn't come from within. Which is quite interesting, right? Because most entrepreneurs you read about that are very successful, usually men, they say that they always knew that they wanted to be entrepreneurs. From when they were kids, they started selling lemonade, et cetera, et cetera. But for women, it's usually not really the same thing. They usually have a little bit more experience, and then someone that they see as a mentor tells them that you should start a company. So that could be one way of trying to find very early cohorts of women that want to start businesses and just give them a small check, because that's the other bottleneck for women to start businesses, is that they feel that they don't really have the capital. And that's also because if you look at the statistics, women don't have as much money as men. So if you can fund them with the first 10,000 pounds or whatever it might be, it can be really small numbers that can just get them started.
What were you, Caroline? I know she touched upon the early stage. Maybe you touched on the late stage and the large-scale impact.
And we definitely operate in the latest stage, given our client base and the need for balancing risk. But a few things that we've done to try and, even though we are in the late stage, our impact companies are more overlooked than the mega caps of today. These are overlooked businesses that are smaller cap in nature and probably more exposed to emerging markets. And so what we do to help elevate the companies is to really provide learning facilities. So and I'm thinking about the transition to net zero right now. where we've identified that our smaller companies are scratching their heads on how we think about this. What does Paris-aligned mean? Who do we need within an organization to think about this? And so we organize these training sessions where we bring in experts within a specific field to help them navigate complex topics. And this isn't us telling you what you need to be doing, but rather learn from your peers in this space that have all got the same mission and outcome. And hopefully together you can be stronger in numbers. And another thing that we have identified is important for us to do, given the overlooked nature of some of our social-oriented businesses, is doing more of telling the story. So if I translate this to earlier stage, really helping to showcase what a company, what an organization is doing, and showcasing that to our own clients and creating stock stories or company stories and narratives behind why we thought that these businesses were great investment opportunities from a societal impact perspective. And if we can use our platform to do that ourselves, hopefully on the later end of the spectrum, when we're making this very healthy ecosystem of impact companies flourishing, that can help bring more of the younger companies through into this, wanting to IPO, wanting to grow into this healthy space. So that's our mission on the later stage side.
No, amazing. And you've shared specifically late stage and early stage. I know we've got a few minutes left. I don't know if the audience would like to ask any questions. If so, put your hand up. Otherwise, I'll continue the last question and we can wrap up. Anyone have a question? Yeah, feel free to stand up and ask a question. Yeah, go ahead. Speak up if you can, because I know there's no mic. Oh, the mic is coming to you. Just wait a minute. Colleague over there should be able to provide it.
Hello? Yeah. So when we're speaking about diversity and inclusion, why do we always tend to stick surface level, as in man, woman, and not go layer 2, layer 3, class and race and nuance, those who are not in, Red Brick or the Oxbridge ecosystem. Mm-hmm. What about those people, access for those people within your organizations?
Is that a question for me or for the panelists?
It's across the board.
Okay.
I think that's a great question, and I totally agree with you. I think for us, I think in this panel today, we've talked more about gender, but internally at Kinnevik, we talk about diversity and inclusion and include those aspects as well. I think one thing that we don't talk too much about in the venture space is class, because it's actually quite important. To become a partner in a fund, you actually need to have money to come in with. I can just agree with you. I don't have an answer to what we should do, but we don't talk enough about that, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And for everything that we've been discussing today, this very much crosses across all of the lenses of diversity. And most recently, I've been hiring a few more people for our team, and we now have a section that identifies who's come from an underserved region or schooling system, so that we're aware of that, and that really is laid out for us. And it's all about reporting. What can governments incentivize and allow for reporting within organizations? And if we have that data, we can act on it. And it definitely is starting to bubble through, and we're getting more and more deeper textualized data around that, so it's definitely helpful to receive.
It's interesting what you say with schooling systems, because I live in Sweden, and so we have a very different schooling system compared to what you have here. So that isn't really of as importance as it is over here.
No, I think great points. And to add a little bit more to it, as we know, I mean, the UK has a class system and there's different things and nuances. Like one thing we say at Black Seed is that my co-founder, Carl, he has something what we call acquired nepotism. So we both didn't come from Oxbridge, Red Brick, Signet wearing ring kind of backgrounds. We came from very working class, kind of like local council, free school meals backgrounds. And we're able to make that. And yeah, there are barriers to entry, for example. And even let's say, for example, as a black woman, you're more likely to win the lottery on a Sunday night than get venture capital. So there are barriers to access to entry. But I think the whole point of discussion is to have these conversations and see how we can implement them in our workforce and to challenge the status quo, right? Specifically to go back and say, what can we do to drive equity and inclusion? How can we make sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion is being implemented and is generating alpha, right? So coming back to the point to tying it in and saying, what can we do? Rather than making a risk management exercise, how can we choose not to manage risk, but show that, guess what? backing that lady or backing that diverse individual, right, can actually go ahead and generate more returns for me as a company overall. So thank you, these lovely ladies. Give a round of applause to these ladies for hosting and having time to spend time with us. So thank you for the time with us. Do you have any final parting words or anything?
No, thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So thank you so much for this super important panel and very interesting one, of course. We will have a little break of 20 minutes, and then I would love to see you again here at 12:40 with the next panel about building a driven culture while scaling. See you soon again. Grab a coffee or some fresh juice, and we kick back here again. See you later. Welcome back again to the startup stage here at London Tech Week. I'm so happy to see you coming back for our next panel, which will be super interesting. And now we have the title, Building a Driving Culture While Scaling. So when starting a business and assembling a team, one of the critical considerations is the culture you want to cultivate. So however, as businesses grow and face competing priorities, it's common for cultures to slip down to priority lists. So in this panel, we will explore strategies for maintaining a strong and vibrant culture while scaling, ensuring that the core purpose remains at the center of the organization. So we have a fantastic lineup of industry experts who will share their insights. And without further ado, let's welcome our esteemed panelists. So first of all, with her deep understanding of the startup ecosystem, she will provide valuable insights into nurturing a strong culture and maintaining it during the scaling process. She's the director at Seed Camp, Natasha Litton. His experiences in scaling a successful startup will offer practical perspectives on fostering a driven culture while managing rapid growth and expansion. He's the founder and CEO of Motorway, Tom Leatis. Her expertise in leadership and organizational development will provide valuable insights into building and sustaining a positive and engaging culture while scaling a business. She's the CEO of Nash Squared, Beth White. And then our panel will be expertly moderated by someone with passion for supporting scale-ups, and for sure, her expertise in leadership development will ensure a dynamic and insightful discussion. She's a scale-up leadership coach and ecosystem builder at Horizon 37, Emily Colin. So please join me in giving a warm welcome, a warm applause to our esteemed panelists, Natasha Litton, Tom Lees, Beth White, and our host, Emily Colin.
Well, welcome. Nice to see some faces in the aircon here. I know some of the other rooms are a little bit warmer, so if you're here just to escape the heat, we will take it. That's perfectly acceptable. So my name is Emily Coulin. I'm with Horizon 37. I'm a scale-up coach and ecosystem builder. And what we do is we take companies who are in that scaling phase, and we help them get to that next level. We work with investors, we work with the founders, and we work with boards, ensuring that they can get to that next level we know that they can do. I'd love to introduce our fantastic panel today. We heard a little intro already, but Natasha, will you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name's Natasha Litton. I'm a director at Seed Camp. We're an early stage investment fund investing in founders all across Europe. Portfolio of over 460 companies now, includes the likes of Wise, Revolut, UiPath, a number you may well have heard of. I've been with the business for 7 years. This topic feels particularly pertinent, talking about scaling, because I'm quite clearly scaling myself right now as well. So yeah, excited to be here with you all.
Thank you. Tom.
So yeah, I'm Tom. I'm the founder and CEO of Motorway. We're a used car marketplace. So we help anyone to sell their car by profiling it with their phone. And then car dealers then compete to acquire these cars in online auctions, so they acquire stock directly from consumers. And so we've grown from a team of 3 in 2018 to a team of over 500 now. So it's been quite a journey. And prior to that, I had a number of other startups, many of which were not successful at all. So I've seen kind of all sides of this. And yeah, very passionate about what a strong culture can do for a business. So hopefully we can share some of those learnings.
Thank you. Bev?
So great to meet everyone. I'm the CEO for Nash Squared. We're a tech solutions and tech talent acquisition business in 17 countries. We have our own tech scale-up story, which I'm sure there's some elements I can bring into our conversation this afternoon, but great to be here.
Great. Well, thank you. So our focus today is to talk about how we can take culture and how do we scale it. It's often one of the things that we actually see in the work that I do that companies sort of put to the side. They maybe focus on fundraising, they maybe focus on the marketing, branding, all of these other bits that are absolutely necessary, but the culture is sometimes a little bit forgotten. Sometimes what we see is that culture is a really lovely startup culture, but there's no care or attention given as the company's growing. Sometimes the assumption is that that culture will just grow with it, without necessarily any nurturing or help. So we want to explore that today. So my first question for the group is really to ask, what do you see as the difference between a founding culture, a founder culture, and a scaling culture? What do you see that in your experience? Anybody? Tom, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Yeah, look, I think when you first start a company, it's really defined by who's in the room. It's a small group of people. And it's obviously a very chaotic period where you're working long hours with very little pay, lots of uncertainty and all those things. And our very first investor, who's also our chairman, sadly passed away recently, but he gave us some advice really early on, which was to define a really ambitious, big goal, big purpose that you can really unite behind. That was really strong advice because it sort of really helps you navigate all those twists and turns at the beginning if you know that you're building for something bigger. And it also really helps you recruit people because you're not selling this very specific product that you're building, you're selling a much bigger vision. And I think that's a really important part of that early culture because it just helps you through a lot of the challenges that you find then. I think there was definitely a stage when we reached about 20 people where it became clear that the sort of everyone in the room and you don't need to think about it culture sort of stops. And you start getting things like a sales team and an engineering team, which are very different, and they act differently, and they're very different people. And so we realized we had to build a framework for culture at that point. And I guess the main part of that was defining our values, which everyone talks about. Lots of people talk about values. But from what I've seen, a lot of people talk about them, define them, and then don't really do much with them. And so we worked really hard to, first of all, define the values, but then really make them into a very practical framework for growth. So, for example, whenever we interview anyone for the company, we have done ever since that point all the way to now, is we interview against the values. So every single question is kind of related to a value, and that's a really easy way to work out whether someone is going to work or not. We review everyone in the team against the values, and then also we try and make decisions against them as well. And I think the kind of test of whether that works or not is whether you're prepared to suffer for them. So if you get an amazing commercial deal that comes up, which clearly conflicts with what you're trying to do for customers, then you say no, and that's a really strong demonstration to the team that you believe in them. So that was a really important part of us defining the culture. And then obviously COVID happened, and we were hiring remotely really quickly. So if we didn't have that, I think it would have been very, very tough. And then now I guess we're in another phase where there's certainly a lot less of that founder culture. And I think our role is much less about doing, much more about leading, much more about basically driving the culture is probably the most important thing that we can do now. So you just have to get much more intentional about it the bigger that you get.
Great, excellent distinction. It's quite curious because there's a lot of founders that we work with who feel that their culture is quite linear. So that once they establish this in the early days, that's what they're going to see 5 years from now and 100 people from now. They don't understand that those values will be tested and it's going to be painful. And so you need to establish that. So great point. Bev, how about yourself? What do you see as the difference between a founder culture and a scaling culture?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear your evolution. It really is. But I think quite often you attract people who love to be able to kind of get involved in everything in the early days. And, there's less structure, it evolves. You have your purpose, hopefully it's a very strong North Star, and that's what you're driving for. And it's kind of attractive. It's like jumping on a fire truck and putting out the fires, right? So there's always something interesting to do. But when you get a little bigger, then suddenly you don't know everybody and you can't touch all the walls and you can't necessarily know everybody's name. And there's more structure because there has to be for risk and so on. And at that point, maybe it's less attractive. And I think that's okay. And some organizations actually can panic. Well, I'm going to lose Joe. I can't lose Joe. Well, actually, it's okay. You know, let's let them go on and do the next thing for them. But, you know, you'll need to evolve your people strategy, I think. And with that, it's not about losing your purpose or your soul or anything like that, but it's just growing up. A bit like, you know, the person you were as a child, you know, is still the essence of you, but as an adult, you're very different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that we see a lot is that the founding leadership team isn't necessarily going to have the same roles or even be the same team in a few years as they're scaling. And a lot of audiences don't expect them to be, whether that's investors or any of the new people coming on board, the board members. There is an expectation for change, and so you have to expect it.
But often not from those people themselves, right?
That's
and therein lies the problem. So,
That's
you know, we kind of bring everybody in and around us with this idea a little bit, and sometimes wrongly, of family, right? Because you're giving so much of yourself, and you're always hearing, like, from the founder perspective that, you know, this is your baby. And, and there's an expectation for people to want to give the same care to your baby as, you know, the parent themselves. And the reality is, unless you are really investing in that culture and in your people as you scale, that's going to hit a wall and it's going to tap out because, you know, unless you're incentivizing, you're building in proper structures so that people feel that they've got kind of, you know, equity within it and skin in the game, that does reach a point where it is then going to become, you know, more of a job. And so therefore the people that you're attracting are likely going to be a bit different too.
Absolutely. So another question I've got, just to follow up on that one, is what are some of the things that you think are, let's say, you know, absolutely central to keep in the culture as you're moving forward? So you already mentioned values. So obviously your culture will change depending on the pivots and the directional changes of the organization. But what are some of those sort of sacrosanct things that people need to keep true? Any ideas, Natasha, do you want to?
I think just I mean, the values are great, but it's like, how do your values drive your behaviors? Like, what does it actually look like? And you need to codify it, right? And you can't lose track of, you know, again, especially in those early days and when you are just those few people around the table in the room, it's quite easy because you all live and breathe it and you feel you don't need to write it down. Whereas as you do grow, you absolutely need to codify it. You need to be intentional about it across every touch point, whether it's reviews, whether it's hiring. So I think that's critical. And, you know, reinforcing it as well. You can't expect because somebody came in, you know, and interviewed and was told the cultural values at that point that a year later they're going to remember it. So actually really thinking about how you continually drive it home and are sort of rewarding people who are living and breathing your culture and your values and who can be like great stewards of it for you as well, right? Because as we know, like the founder is not going to scale, so how can you like embed the culture within your team as it scales and make those people the stewards of it for you?
Great point. What about yourself, Tom?
Yeah, I agree with all of that, and I think one of the hardest things we found as you sort of scale and the team gets much bigger and you move to another stage is that the people that were the superstars really early on often don't scale into the role that they're expected to. And we have a number of examples of that where they were incredible. It's just that, you know, maybe they'd never had any management experience and then suddenly a team just kind of explodes underneath them and they have 70 people reporting to them. And then all the cracks begin to show. Yeah. And it's really hard as to the sort of culture point is you're sort of torn because part of you wants to elevate those people to show that you can do it, that it's, you know, that you can have this rapid path. But then you're often doing that to the detriment of the rest of the team. Yeah. And so you have to do this kind of, it's almost like feels like a big Jenga where you have to kind of go, this person's not right anymore, and you have to move them out to make it stronger for the rest of the team. So that's been one of the hardest things, but I think you get better at it also by explaining to people that you're not just going to become the boss of the whole company just by having tenure. So we've had to go through quite a lot of that through that rapid scale. And I think the other bit that, that we had to work really hard against is to stop subcultures happening.
Yes.
And we had that particularly because we have two offices. We have an office in Brighton where most of our sales and customer service teams are, and our product and engineering is here in London. And we began to see some differences in the way that they were working. So we very intentionally ensured that all of these people have to work together physically, so that engineers have to go down to Brighton and work with the customer service teams. We have cross-functional pillars that force everyone to work together. And that's, again, a thing you have to force a bit, because if you don't, the natural thing is for these kind of groups to form. So you kind of, it's like you constantly have to watch for these cracks appearing and then make sure that you're doing something to stop it happening.
Absolutely. What do you think is pretty sacred for culture as you're growing?
Transparency, I think, is essential. So we've touched a little bit on this so far, but if somebody's not performing, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that around you, and if you don't actually deal with it, fundamentally it chips away at the trust as you're growing as an organisation. I think also, learning and development is really key here. When you're starting up, it's all hands to the pump. You bring what you bring. But if you're really going to scale and grow and you want people on the journey with you, you need to develop them. And that's a variety of different means. It's soft and hard skills. We don't come as ready-made humans. We have to kind of learn and evolve, or we stagnate. And as Tom said, some people will have done a fantastic job to a certain level, and they may not be happy moving on. Transparency means that you can have that conversation, be honest and open about it, and nobody has to feel bad about stepping out or sideways.
No, excellent. I think one of the things that we see a lot with our customers is that the values need to be, as you said, enforced and lived and codified, in whichever the transparency might be one of those values. One of the other things that we absolutely see, though, is that as you're growing, that there's the check-ins. A lot of people get into the rat race. They are absolutely going, 100 miles a minute, and they don't take that pause to check in on their culture. And so it's something that I would really encourage anybody who is scaling to take a consideration. Build in that time. Find your advisors, your board, or whomever to sit down with even and say, hey, let's check in. What are some things that you think should go away as you're scaling culture-wise? Or could go away, rather?
It's a great challenge.
What are you thinking?
Well, I think you. One of the things that has to change is the fact that the early team, and particularly the founders, need to stop doing and need to start leading, and that's a very wrenching change.
Yep.
That feels very uncomfortable. Like for me, I'd never worked in a company that's bigger than 20 people before, and suddenly we have a really big team. But my natural thing is to do the work. But obviously you can't do that because that actually impacts the culture and makes it worse. And so you have to do that. And then as you scale, you have to get the team beneath you to do that as well. And that constant thing has to, that's a really big change. And again, you have to really force it because it doesn't happen naturally.
Absolutely.
I think not needing, removing yourself and not micromanaging everything is absolutely critical. Again, especially if you're used to these sort of early stages and it's your baby and being able to touch everything. And the whole point is, as you scale, you should be bringing in people who are better than you. And if you're not, then you are not scaling right. And so trusting those people to kind of lead and do what it is they've been brought in to do, and removing this kind of top-down, founder-led kind of approach is critical.
Excellent. Anything to add?
I have this allergy to the stop bit. I'm not saying stop's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing. I always kind of think about, well, what should we start doing? And perhaps, do less of other things. So, be less in the center of something and, as you say, trust other people to do more. But I think it's also about, start listening more. Start paying attention to what's being said and what's not being said. What's not being said shows up in a variety of different ways, doesn't it? It's that kind of knowing look that people have when you're in a meeting and you're like, well, what just got said there? Or, that somebody's kind of not buying into it and they're not buying into it. So, yeah, listening with it, real purpose, I think, is key, and then following up on it. Okay. You were saying earlier about, checking in. I think that's really important, taking a pulse of the organization, as it grows up. What's it saying? What's it want? What doesn't it want? And I think that's the clue to, what do you stop doing?
No, excellent. So the last 3 years or so, as we all know, our work worlds have changed quite a bit. In the past, a lot of our scaling companies were still in the same office. They were still together. They're still being very in-person. And obviously, the world of hybrid and remote is in our worlds. I'd love to hear from the three of you what your thoughts are in terms of the culture and these new worlds of hybrid and remote, and how it affects possibly some of the companies you're working with or your own companies. So, do you want to kick us off, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think I maybe have a slightly unpopular view on this. I mean, if you think about remote and hybrid in the tech world, it all happened because of COVID, but that also coincided with probably the most buoyant sort of funding markets and consumer kind of, well, just like commercial markets that we've seen for a long time. And so these things happen together, and it makes remote and hybrid look really good, because you had loads of companies fundraising, loads of people hiring, lots of movement between companies, and it was a really exciting time for lots and lots of companies. Our experience was that we found it harder to build a strong culture the more remote that it got. And when we were fully remote for that period, that was extremely hard, particularly in things like sales and customer service. And so we basically brought everyone back into the office as much as we could. And we were pretty much fully back pretty early. And we had to lead by example there. But we did find that the team wanted to do that as well. It was kind of not necessarily us forcing it. And it really just felt like we could get things done a lot better, but also there was just a stronger sense of community. And so we're still doing that. So we still are hybrid, but we don't do any remote. And we're trying to encourage people back more and more. So we invested heavily in our offices. We try and do lots of events and things that bring people back. And we've really found that we don't need to push anymore, that people are coming back and we're seeing huge benefits from it. And I do think that now we're starting to see the funding markets have changed. It's much harder to raise money, particularly at the higher scale end, where I think this hits hardest, actually, the remote thing. So I think you're going to see more of the pain of this happening now, and that there's got to be a bit of a reset in some of these big companies where it's largely remote. That's just our experience, but we definitely feel like the more we're together, the more teams trust each other. And you know, one example is, as an exec team, we have about 8 people in our exec team, and every Tuesday we work together in one part of the office for the whole day. And we've just found that really useful, because you all go and do your meetings and stuff, but then you're having 5-minute conversations about 100 topics throughout the day, or when you're going to walk to get your falafel at lunchtime. And that just can't be done remotely. And that's happens in microcosms across the company. So we're very, I'd say, I'm not going to say anti-remote, because I think there's a ton of benefits for it, definitely. I just don't think it's much harder to build a strong community and a strong culture under that environment.
I think I take a bit of a contrarian view to you there, because for us, and look, we invest in incredibly early stage businesses. Remote, async, hybrid was happening before COVID. So I think there's a real distinction between big companies who were used to certain ways of working and found it, they had to find a way to adapt, but really just were always going to want to go back to their old ways of working, versus companies who were starting out, and it's that word again, like intentionally. Intentionally from the beginning, they were thinking, how can we build an organization and a business that's going to give us access to diverse talent, is going to enable flexibility for people who need it, and is going to give us flexibility as an organization to, not have to be pinned to office costs and all of the overheads that also do come with physical space. So I think it is hard in that you have to really think about it, and you need to create processes around it, and especially in startup stage, like process feels boring. But if you invest that work in early on, we've seen the fruits of what it can lead to, and we've got a number of our companies who started off as remote and async remote as well, because that distinction is really important. Yes. And then a number of our companies who were more kind of office-based and actually have switched since COVID, because they see it actually as a really positive way for them to work. I think it really depends on the nature of your organization as well. Like if you're a software business, it's probably easier to be more distributed. For us, for example, at Seed Camp, we have a hybrid policy. We actually have a few team members who are fully remote all of the time. And then for those of us who are London-based, we come together sort of certain days of the week in the office. And that works for us because we're in the business of people. But it's also about you understanding the nature of your business and what's going to lead to the best results for you and your organization.
Yeah. It's probably going to depend not only on what your company's doing, but how it was started, as you said, how the intention of it starting, and how it's going to continue on as it scales. If you are expanding to different geographies in different ways, there's going to have to be a reset possibly, because you may need to hire people in different geographies. And obviously they're not going to be coming to an office, and you don't want those micro, cultures popping up in different ways. So it's all going to be very dependent, but it is very curious to see how the culture is affected.
But I think just quickly to building on, obviously the crazy market we're in for the last few years as well, it's easy to look at that and perhaps what could be perceived as a lack of loyalty from employees, because there was just so much opportunity out there. Everybody was raising more and more money than the next person, and then staff were being offered more and more money to jump ship. So it could be easy as well to conflate this idea of this inflated market and huge amounts of opportunity and talent having much more optionality than we see now, and see that as it was harder to, if we had built a in-person culture, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, absolutely, fair point. Thoughts, Bev?
Yeah, I'm passionate about hybrid as a way of working. I think we humans need to be with other people in person. And so across our offices, we ask people to come in a few days a week. People typically come in with their teams. I think it's really important that as a leader, you're visible as well, really important. But we've also done things to kind of bind people when we are all over the world in different locations. So right now we've got a World Games going on. We have an app. We've got lots of country teams, and we're out kind of building up some healthy competition, out doing yoga and running and walking and so on. And it's fantastic to see. We have a wellness app that people jump on board, and then we invite people to our colleagues to kind of join in with learning and development sessions around the world. So I think there's lots of ways that you can create that stickiness and that belonging. But I agree, you go fully remote is much harder. But what I love about the hybrid working is that we're bringing a much more diverse workforce in. And for us, we do an annual digital leadership report, 25th year this year. 14% of CIOs and CTOs are women. I can't live with that. There has to be more diversity.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, thank you. So being very mindful of the time as well, I'd love to hear just one more comment from each person before we open it up for a few questions. I would love to hear what your thoughts are on what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge in the next couple of years. We can't predict the future, and we know that things change on a dime. But what do you predict could be the biggest challenge for scaling culture in the next couple of years?
I'm going to say finding talent. I think we've talked a little bit about this and people moving around, and that's normal. It's what people do. We all would have done it in our careers at some point. So I think getting comfortable with that, but actually thinking more about taking perhaps people earlier in their careers and training them and building them, building their skills in your organization has to be something I think organizations do more of. Because the ready-made humans are less and less available.
Right, so finding those core skills that you can build on.
I think that's right. It's all about behaviors, culture, really, the values. If that comes, you can train the rest, you can teach it.
Okay, wonderful. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't know what the next challenge will be. We were talking about it before that, everyone's been through so much in the last few years, it's sort of impossible to predict. But I think that's why we end up thinking about culture so much, because when you look at all that stuff and you look at the last 3 years, and just in fact most businesses, I think it's the unspoken thing is that a huge amount of successful businesses is completely out of the control of the people that are in it. There's timing, there's funding markets, there's market sentiment, what competition does, and loads of that is completely out of your control. So that's why culture is so important, because that is actually 100% in your control. And if you do manage to build a strong culture and then you get the tailwinds of all those things behind you, that's when you can build something really meaningful. And equally, if things go the other way, if you have a strong culture, you're much more likely to withstand it. And those things are happening a lot at the moment, so it feels like a good place to spend your time.
Absolutely.
I think my point is a build on both of yours, which is to attract the best talent and to, want them to grow with you. You have to have a a strongly defined purpose that people feel excited by. And, you know, we can throw this word purpose around. I kind of want to eye roll a little bit when I say it, even myself, but it is actually integral. We are in competitive markets, and people want to care about the organization that they're going to join, and they're going to be responsible for helping to scale as well. So figuring out what it is you're building, why that's important, and why other people should be expected to care and will want to join you, and being able to communicate that and how it affects your culture is key.
Great points. Bev, you mentioned North Star, purpose. These are all things I think need to leave the side of the desk for anybody who's scaling their company. Bring it to the front of the desk as a founding team and a leadership team, and put that time and effort into it for sure. I think that's something that I see the biggest, I wouldn't say challenge, but the biggest trend will be that there's going to be more emphasis on that culture being front and center. I'm seeing it already in investors. They are asking more questions in decks about what the culture is and what the plans are for the people. So I think there's more and more that needs to be given attention to, and I hope that hopefully these three have been helpful to give you some things to think about. But we do have some time now. I'd love to, we might have time for about 2 questions. So does anybody have a question for us? And I think there's a mic that's going to be floating around. I think I saw one hand over here in the, yep, okay, well, let's go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Tom. Really good discussion panel, so thank you very much. You've mentioned a very important thing when companies are scaling. Usually founders need to learn to let go. And this is very frequent problem that founders or early joiners would have this urge to touch every part of the company, and they need to learn to let it go. And on the other hand, that energy is like pretty good. It can help to drive your business. So what can you say would be a good advice how to use that energy in order to be productive, not to spend that energy on micromanaging, but rather on something productive to help your company grow?
So I'll take a crack at that. If I heard the question accurately, it was what are some of the things you can do to, you know, focus the energy of the early people in your team? Is that accurate? In terms of making sure that they may need to let it go, or they may need to, you know, they can focus? Okay. So for me, in the work that I do, it's really focusing on accountability. Clarity, transparency, accountability. Everybody needs to know what their role is and what their part in the organization is, and make sure that that's checked in all the time. It doesn't have to be as formal as a RACI or anything like that, but there has to be very, very clear roles, responsibilities, but more importantly, accountability that you can check in. I think that that allows the leaders to stop micromanaging, and it also allows the team members to be able to move forward and do great things. So, thoughts?
To me, that all just comes down to trust. And it's how you build trust with these leaders and people who are going to be owning those bits. So it's about you being transparent and clear with them about what it is you need to see, and them being able to deliver that back to you. And if you're not then able to step away, then either you've got a problem or they're not delivering what it is you need.
Very true. Anything to add?
Yeah, only that, you know, just to reiterate Natasha's point earlier about hiring people that are better than you. I think it's amazing. People define themselves as like micromanagers or people that are, you know, obsessed about every detail in the business. But it's amazing what happens when you bring in someone who's better than them underneath them, because they just forget about it and move on to the other stuff. And I think the biggest way to get out of that micromanaging thing is to upgrade the team. If it's not good enough, then that's probably one of the big reasons you're spending too much time in the detail.
I would just add, I think empowering your team is just a phenomenal thing. You can see people really come alive and see the quality of what they can do when you step out of the way. And stepping out of the way doesn't mean losing interest in the business. It means thinking about where next. So that's exciting too.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there, Deirdre, founder of eFurnish.com. It was a question for Tom. It's actually a similar sort of tangent to the last question, but it was like, how did you actually get out of the way, and how did you empower the people and give them the responsibility to stop being a doer? Because, you know, I'm probably thinking I'm more efficient, I can get things done quicker in the way that I want. And how did you practically sort of do that, or give yourself some sense checks as, shit, I'm doing it, I need to move away from it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm by no means perfect, and Jen, who's in the audience over there, will attest to that. That I will often just dive in and get really annoying and put loads of red lines over documents and things, which I shouldn't really do. But I think as you get bigger, it does come back to these bits that I also kind of find it kind of hard to talk about it loads, but purpose and values really count, because if you set a really clear purpose and values to the team, you'll be able to trust that they'll make the right decisions and you'll be less worried about what they do. And the difficult part is that you have to get more and more intentional about that. You have to constantly repeat the strategy, what we're trying to achieve, what are the big goals that we're trying to get to, and then leave the teams to have the autonomy to deliver under that framework. So the stronger the framework, the less you have to worry about it, because if it veers off that, it's very easy for you to say, look, I don't need to get in the detail, but it's not in the right direction, and this is why. So I think those, along with like just really making sure you have the absolute best people that you can working with and building trust with them, building community with them, is to build that framework.
Where you've got people that you've brought in that are experts better than you, are you letting them tell numbers that are KPIs, or are you sort of saying this is the KPI we need to hit for that? How do you structure that? This is the big vision and the value, but how we actually, what we want to deliver?
No, I wouldn't set that. I'd work with a team to do that, to set that. And often it's the experts that come in. They'll know more about it than I will. And my job is really just kind of questioning that and making sure that it all fits together.
I think we have time for one more. Oh, we've got a, yeah, go ahead, at a proximity.
Hi, I'll be quick. My name's Julian. Love the discussion. My belief now, especially being in the age-diverse sector myself, is that talent is the best asset the business will ever have, even in tech, where I've worked for a long time. It's the people that drive your business. And my experience recently was in New Zealand working for a telco company that went from 0 to 1,200 people in 10 years. And their values and culture are still as strong as they were, because it's top-down. So my question is, I know we've kind of covered it to a degree, but I believe that culture and values come top-down. So even as you grow, you need to maintain that. And I just wonder whether you think that a lot of companies, apart from in the room, of course, are more of a say than do company on that front, if that makes sense.
Go ahead, Beth.
Is it okay if I just...
Yeah, please.
Look, I'm always... oh gosh, I'm going to offend probably a lot of people in the room now. Look, I'm not a big fan of, you walk in kind of the reception of a company and you see all of these words up on the wall. And it makes me kind of go, why are they there? And what I'm really impressed by is when you experience that, when you walk in past the reception and you get that welcome and you see it come to life. So, yeah, I mean, there's a book that you can still get, and I talk about this to my team a lot, which is The Fish Rots from the Head Down. And I genuinely believe that. I think you set the tone, but as the organization grows, you've got to recruit people around you that kind of carry that, because you can't be there in every conversation.
Yeah. Do you want to add to that?
I think there's a difference between kind of the cult of personality that we sometimes misconstrue as what a like founder down culture is, right? And you can still have the kind of top down, it always starts that way, but it doesn't necessarily need to stay that way. It very much depends on the founder and the sort of, organization that they want to build and how front and center they do or do not want to be within that.
Great. Anything to add? Just final thoughts?
No, I think we've covered it.
Wonderful. So thank you, everybody, for your time and attention today. I'd love for the panelists just to tell you how they can be reached if anybody's interested in reaching them. Bev? bev.white@nashsquared.com. Please, I'd love to hear from you. Great. Tom?
So yeah, you can reach me at tom@motorway.co.uk.
And I'm at Natasha Litton on Twitter. I'll be going on maternity leave in not too long, so probably best not to email me.
Wonderful. Well, Bev, Tom, Natasha, thank you so much. And myself, Emily, you can reach me at Horizon37 or emily.coolin@horizon37.co.uk or on LinkedIn. So thank you very much, and have a nice day. Let's do this now.
So thank you again to Natasha, Tom, Bev, and Emily for this super interesting panel. And just like this, we've come to an end of this exciting day at this startup stage, London Tech Week. Thank you so much for joining us today and being part of this really great insight. So we saw some thought-provoking discussions and valuable perspectives from our speakers and panelists. And I want to express my gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and panelists for their contribution. Please don't forget that tomorrow we will be back here at Startup Stage at 11:30. And this stage will turn now into an impact stage in about 30 minutes. So if you want to see some more startup content, just go on the second floor. There we have the Grove startup scene. And also we have a big exhibition with a lot of startups. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the first day here at the Startup Stage. I think it was super informative. I was really lucky to host you today. My name is Sophia Tran, and I hope to see you again. Have a good week with a lot of great insights, and see you later. Have a good lunch. See you then.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we feeling after a bit of lunch? Good? Not melting too much, I hope. Thank you very, very much to the organisers for giving me the privilege to chair this afternoon's session, concentrating on the future of healthcare with technology. My name is Dr. Jack Kreindler. I chair the health tech track for London Tech Week and for Founders Forum. And I usually start these sessions by kind of reflecting a little bit on what's happened over the last year. And before I talk about what you see on the screen right there, obviously there are two really big themes that have come about. The first of which is, I think everyone understands, the massive impact and breakthrough that large language models and AI have had and will continue to have upon us in the health sector. And also the rebranding of various kind of areas of sort of health optimization, regenerative medicine, anti-aging in what we now call longevity medicine. I don't actually think there is such thing as longevity medicine yet, but certainly as a science and a research area, we're going to hear a lot more about that. And living longer, not necessarily, but certainly living well until a very short time that we have left is probably what we are going to be doing a lot of work in biotechnology. So those are the two big themes that I've seen evolve over the last 12 months, and I'm sure you have too. But I just want to talk a little bit about an expedition that I was given the great honor of co-leading at the beginning of this year. It was a 2-year project. It's called Inspire, Interdisciplinary South Pole Innovation Research Expedition. That started off as a military expedition to the South Pole, where we were trying to work out why it is that female physiology lends itself so much better to hyperendurance than men. Women do not lose muscle mass nearly as much as men do after about 3 days of working out extremely hard. And so we put together a brilliant expedition sponsored by some fantastic people, many of whom may actually be in the room, including the founders of TransferWise, Fabrice Grinder from FJ Labs, Kevin Ryan from AliCorp and DoubleClick, brilliant sponsors who helped us put together this expedition, which was in fact the largest expedition undertaking medical research in the history of Antarctic travel. We got 19 people to the South Pole and measured over 17 million steps worth of data with every heartbeat, breath, and every thought that you could imagine. And it was really great. I'm going to show you a little clip of one of the videos that came out of this, and then tell you why it's an important reflection that relates to the talks of this afternoon.
We're getting ready to get going at day 2 of the expedition. We'll see you when the day breaks. Take a moment to reflect on the seeming infinity of the polar plateau. So Jack, can you tell us about the science that's going on with Inspire 22?
This is a 7-day scientific experiment recording a lot of biometric data from the 10 of us who are skiing the last degree to the South Pole. One of the key things which we're trying to see is why is it that women appear to maintain their muscle mass more than men in extremely austere environments like this. Fabrice is one of our subjects. Let's scan Fabrice. Start up. That would have been good to have started this before, wouldn't it?
This is what editing is for.
Right. Scan complete. Oh my goodness me. Check that out. This is the glucose of somebody that is really fit and burning fuel brilliantly. Now it's time to eat and refuel.
Okay, I won't bore you too much with the rest of the video. You can look at it online. We were armed to the hilt with various biosensors, Empatica watches, Oura rings, continuous glucose monitors, various other things. Really stretching to the limit what one could imagine is possible in order to conduct a really serious clinical trial in the most austere environments. And one of the things that we came out from this realizing is that despite technology being absolutely brilliant, I mean, we're talking about serious research-grade devices that you can just buy nowadays, that even survive the austerity of the Antarctic plateau, 50 degrees below zero, 3,000 meters up, etc., etc. None of it is important without human beings being able to care for each other. None of it. On the left is a diagram of somebody who nearly died, fell unconscious when his blood sugars dropped because he refused to eat. He thought keto might be a good way of testing himself in the South Pole. Do not do that at home. On the right-hand side is early data that we are going to publish, showing that, well, you can see on the right-hand side at the top, it's hard. Red means hard. But overwhelmingly, how did people cope at the bottom? Overwhelmingly well. Vast predominance of green blobs versus red ones. And why is that? It is because despite all of the early warnings that you can get, all of the things that you can do with technology, all the data, all of the crunching, all of the stuff that you can possibly imagine technology can help us with, without simple communication, sharing load, and being able to care for each other, technology is nothing. That is the crux of this afternoon's talks. And without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Lord Nicholas Markham, who is a brilliant entrepreneur and thankfully has been appointed to help our country do better and better things with technology, digitizing our health service and helping us produce an ever greater and more scalable health service. So please can we put a round of applause for Nicholas as he comes to the stage.
So I'm delighted to be here today, and as Jack mentioned, I am a new boy to all of this. I was only appointed 8 months ago, so it was nice to have the PM come and be my warm-up act this morning to ease me into it all. As I say, I am new to this. I'm a business guy, so not a politician, so please be gentle to me. I think hopefully as well you'll see that I have an entrepreneurial background like many of you here. I've done many things, some good, some bad, some downright ugly. But actually with my background in business and entrepreneurialism, I've been recruited to really help to kind of deliver on the PM's promise to make the UK a science superpower. We all know, we've heard that we've got the good foundations in terms of a trillion tech industry, third only behind the US and China. But I've seen firsthand the power of innovation years and years ago. I'm showing my age as a director at ITV. I helped set up Freeview. Much more recently, I set up a healthcare company that really revolutionized PCR testing down from 72 hours to 3 hours, which allowed tournaments such as the PGA Golf to get going again after COVID, and scaled from 0 to 300 million in 12 months. So that was a pretty fast acceleration on it all. So I know what it's like to scale quickly, and I know at the same time just how hard it is to do business with the NHS. So knowing about all of that, what I wanted to talk today is what we're trying to do to make it easier to work, to not just innovate with our health sector, but the real challenge as I see it is how are we going to scale? And we know we have to do this because right now we're spending about 12% of our economic wealth on healthcare. We have an aging population. We have complications from comorbidities and obesity. And so I have a very, very simple message today. We have to transform and innovate if we're going to make the NHS model sustainable going forward. And that's all about what we can do in this room, the people like us here today. The good news is we know we can do it. We know from our research that a digitally mature hospital trust is 10% more efficient and more cost-effective than others. And that's just today. We know tomorrow with the new tech, with the pace of innovation, with AI, there's even more we can do there. So my role, as I say, is what can I do to support that, to help the government put in place the tools that you guys need. First off, it's what we're doing to support small companies to develop and deploy new medtech. We have the Small Business Healthcare Initiative, which has invested 129 million in 324 projects. We've got the Digital Health Partnerships, which has worked with 43 different NHS projects to scale up to 140,000 patients, supporting them to live at home. We've got Innovate UK, the National Institute for Health and Care Research, and 123 million of investment has gone through AI companies to develop their tech across 99 different hospitals. We're trying to make sure we're backing that early stage research. And secondly, we're looking to provide a platform for all of you then to basically deploy that on. And that, of course, is the 32 million platform we have with the NHS app. And I'm delighted today to follow up the announcement of the Chancellors in the budget of the 255 million for mental health and musculoskeletal digital therapies to actually the launch of 2 such ones today in the area of mental health and musculoskeletal. It's something I've got to play with some of these over the weekend in the mental health space, just to give you a bit of a sense of the sorts of things that we've got going there. You can get it from the app, and I think this is for everyone. These are things that we all have stressful jobs, stressful lives. These are all things that I think we can help us in our everyday life. From the musculoskeletal, I've already learned how to posture myself better. I'm not sure how good a job I'm doing right now, but these are tools that we all want everyone to use. And I firmly believe that the app is something where we can really use for us all to take control of our health. We can make hospital appointments. We'll get reminders when it's time for us to have a heart blood test or a cervical smear. We can get our test results. We can order prescriptions. We can choose the best and most efficient and quickest treatment for yourselves. And we can take these sort of digital therapies. And I really believe in the coming years, actually, the app will be a whole way that we navigate and take control of our health in a similar way that we've taken control of our finances with the banking apps. Thirdly, we're providing a new hospital platform. I was thrilled, again, a project that I'm personally responsible for, that we're able to confirm the delivery of 40 new hospitals by 2030. Those hospitals are not just about state-of-the-art buildings. More importantly, they're going to be exemplars of digital and medtech. And we know already, as I said earlier, we're 10% more efficient in digitally mature. These are going to be 20% plus more efficient. And that's not just in terms of productivity. That's also vitally coming back to the human element that Jack was talking about in terms of length of stay. We know that every week an elderly patient is in hospital, they lose 10% of their muscle mass. It becomes progressively harder for them to go home and look after themselves. So these technologies, being able to get people out quicker and fitter, are vital. So my hope and my promise is with those sorts of efficiency gains, it won't be us asking the Treasury for the money, but with a 20% improvement and that sort of return on investment, the Treasury will be asking us, how quickly can we build more hospitals like that? But that's only going to happen with the work of all of you in the room today. The fourth area that we're looking to support in is that of regulatory support. We all know that with AI coming along, it needs to be developed ethically and safely. We also know with the MHRA, NICE, CQC, HRA, we have an alphabet soup of regulators that are very, very hard to navigate. So again, what we've tried to do here is launch a one-stop shop. So all of us know where we need to go to, where all the rules are in one place, how we can get support, so we can navigate our way through. Again, I know personally running a small company, knowing where to start is really, really hard. So again, I hope today this will be a vital tool for all of us to know how to navigate so we can start to build our technology and roll out with confidence that we're doing it ethically and safely. Lastly, and probably I think most importantly, I think is how we scale across the NHS. So we've all seen fantastic innovations, which are great. And then we say, well, okay, off you go now, out to sell. There's 120 hospital trusts to sell to, 42 ICBs, and thousands of GPs. And as a small company, it's like, where do I start? So many people to try and get around to scale. And we all know as a small company, time is money and how hard that is. So what we need to do is we need to take those multiple buying points and slim that down into a simpler way that there's a one-stop shop again in terms of scaling across the NHS from a central point rather than multiple journeys. So watch this space for more on that, but I think that will be vital as well in terms of scaling up. So I think to conclude, for the NHS to be sustainable into the 21st century, we need you We need your ideas. We need your entrepreneurial spirit. We need your restlessness to question, innovate, prove, keep on and on and on to improve. And I'm determined that we will hopefully play our part in supporting you with the investment, building the platforms such as the app, the NHS app, for you to be able to publish and work from, setting up a regulatory environment which is not only sensible but understandable and able to navigate, and setting up a simple procurement pathway so you can scale, develop and grow across the NHS. To truly transform and propel our wonderful NHS, and the way we can control our own health, it will be these steps and all of you in the room here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Nick, I've got one question for you because I know you're off to the Lords immediately after. We always say, you know, move fast and break things. Clearly, moving fast and breaking people is not acceptable. What is the balance that we need to strike between the regulatory changes or the regulatory streamlining that we need to make and how much that may affect or even just simply disrupt the way in which we already work?
And you're right, it's a difficult balance, and you know, disrupting is key, because we know that unless, as you say, you break things, take risks, then you're never going to get those breakthroughs. I mean, we all know how penicillin was developed as an example. But of course, at the same time, you've got to do it in a safe environment, and absolutely know that not everything's going to work. And I think sometimes the hardest thing as a politician sometimes is to say, you know what, we tried that, we made a mistake, we're going to stop that and do something else. And so I think it's trying to create that sort of safe environment where we know that to innovate, you've got to try, you know, the thing I've learned most about being an entrepreneur is that you have to kiss a lot of frogs. You have to keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. And it's the same in this space. We need to try new things, and it's only when we try those new things in that safe environment that we can truly innovate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job. We got people like Nicholas joining the ranks of the folk in positions of power to help us move the needle more quickly. The next panel. This is a really interesting panel for me. 25 years ago, I qualified, and when I qualified, I was doing 120-hour weeks because that wonderful thing called the European Working Directive was not quite in place yet. And at the same time, I started a startup. Good for burnout or not? No. Again, don't try this at home. So the next panel is all about how we need to avoid burnout. This is not just specific to healthcare workers or entrepreneurs, but clearly healthcare workers and entrepreneurs are at the edge of burnout almost all the time. We do have to look after not only our bodies, but also our minds, and the interplay between our bodies and minds is becoming an increasing area of scientific research and discovery, which is going to hopefully benefit us as we discover better and better ways of timing our sleep and recovering better, eating right, and learning all the things that we used to do probably thousands of years ago. To chair the panel, I'm very pleased to introduce Tori Hornby from Mental Health Innovations, who is going to talk to us and her wonderful panel all about burnout. Please join me in welcoming on stage Tori.
Come up. Sorry.
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
I'll go in the middle.
Thanks very much, and hello, everyone. It's an amazing panel, so I'm not going to say very much apart from just encouraging them to say what they know. I'm Victoria Hornby. I run a charity called Mental Health Innovations. We run Shout, which is the UK's only 24/7 text-based mental health support and crisis service. And we aim to bring together clinical, digital, and data to reach more people better and more efficiently. I'm going to introduce my panel now, who are an amazing group of people. So at the end is Victoria Reaper, who is the founder of Better Me. So Better Me has had 150 million downloads worldwide.
It is a fun, simple, and engaging and inclusive app for well-being and fitness at home. Victoria started the company in Kyiv in 2017, and it is now home to some of our funnest workouts, including wall Pilates, which I am a huge fan, chair yoga, and pajama workouts. So welcome, Victoria. Please. For those of us in the UK during the pandemic, our next panelist really needs no introduction at all. This is the amazing Joe Wicks, the body coach.
Hello, everyone.
And to my left, Dr. Andrew Welshman, who is a neuroscientist and currently Executive Vice President of Impact at IESO, which is a digital mental health organization. So we're going to try actually and focus, sorry. We are going to try actually and focus on not burnout rather than burnout, because a conversation about burnout might have been a little bit depressing. So we're going to have a conversation about not burnout and really focusing on that connection between body and mind, because it is having a healthy connection between body and mind that will avoid burnout or any of the other kind of associated things around stress and kind of unhappiness in your mind. So I just wanted to start with Andrew. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the science between the connection between our bodies and our minds?
Sure. Maybe I'll just say that I came to IESO having been a scientist at the university, professor at the University of Cambridge, and also head of neuroscience and mental health at the Wellcome Trust. So the sort of interplay between physical health and mental health is something that interests me personally greatly. At IESO, we deliver cognitive behavioural therapy to the NHS. We've treated about 100,000 patients and look very carefully in the data that we have to try and understand what are the things that make people well, how can we actually help people get better. One of the really interesting studies that we've done recently has been to look at the relationship between diabetes care and mental health care. And we know that if you've got diabetes, then you're much more likely to have a mental health problem. What we've done in that work is see how intervening for a mental health problem can then help you with your diabetes management. So we've got this sort of two-way street between physical and mental health, and seen very clearly, actually, that intervening to support your mental health leads to much better diabetes care. So people much better able to manage their physical health condition, having treated that mental health condition. So I think we'll talk quite a lot, won't we, about the sort of things you can do immediately to help. But we also need to think in thinking about how we promote long-term mental health, how sort of short-term interventions can cascade and build up in order that we can get to better overall well-being for us as whole people. Because actually this distinction between physical and mental health, within a few years, I hope it's gone away, because actually there is no health without mental health or physical health. They have to be seen together.
Exactly. So Joe, because I think you're such a great example of that mental and physical together as one kind of package. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about what does that mean for you, that sort of connection between body and mind?
I'd love to talk about it. I'm so passionate about this, obviously, because it's something I've been doing for over 10 years now, and from the start of my boot camp days, when it was just meeting one person in the park, I was trying to make that person feel good through exercise and movement and let them feel less stressed, and just seeing that transformation through a 1-hour session was always something that really motivated me. So I'll ask a question. Did anyone here do a PE with Joe workout? Anyone do a PE with Joe? Only you 3, 4, 5, maybe a few of you. You must be international. Well, I'm sure when you've done that workout, whatever you're feeling in that moment, you always go through a bit of a transformation. You come out of that, feeling more energized, you feel a bit less stressed, you feel calmer. And that's the kind of thing I'm trying to remind people, that it's not just about the physical fat loss and losing weight and the physical external stuff. It's really, I always say happiness is an inside job. And when you're looking after your mind and you're actually exercising, everything can feel a lot easier in life, from parenting to, running a business, to looking after your, like I said, your children, or whatever it may be, like friends and family. Everything kind of benefits from you being in a physically and mentally strong place. So, my kind of gift to the world really is my energy for that and my passion and motivation. I try to just try and inspire people to get moving and take the first step. I think that's the biggest thing with all the tech in the world, all the Apple Watches, all the kind of devices. You've still got to somehow motivate someone to take the first step. And I think that's what I've done well, is just get people to believe that, I don't need to have a gym membership or an expensive trainer. I can do these things at home on my own, and I think I've just tried to make fitness fun and accessible. And you have to make it a priority because nothing's more important than your health. You know, it's really important to do something every day just to get yourself, you know, to lift your vibe a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Victoria, you very much kind of tapped into that with Better Me. And I know you guys both feel exactly the same way, but it is that sort of making it accessible for people so that we don't turn our health and well-being into something that is incredibly expensive and only a tiny proportion of the population could ever possibly afford to have that sort of that level of well-being.
Yeah, Victoria, absolutely agree with Andrew and Joe that the idea today is that if we talk about Better Me, why we are so successful, because our primary audience is people who are easy entry into fitness world. We are not for professionals. We are about easy entry into fitness world. And we need to understand that we are not compete with Joe or any other health and fitness company. We compete with big entertainment company like Netflix, like gaming, like social media, TikTok, and etc. for people attention. So it's not the problem about the ideal weight loss workout or ideal diet. The problem about attention, inspiration, and motivation to change every day your operational system that can help you change lifestyle. So the idea behind that, if we compete with such big entertainment company, we should entertain also, as we are focusing entertain, educate, and etc. Today, the TikTok is the new TV. And if you want to broad and distribute our message about healthy lifestyle, we should start from entertainment to educate, inspire, motivate people to move first and change their behavior for better, healthier life.
I think that's such an interesting thing, isn't it? What are we competing? And because I think we often feel like we're competing against ourselves. That that actually we have to make this step to be to be healthy and physical, and there's something missing in us if we're not doing that, if we don't have the perfect body or the perfect whatever it is. And actually, it's such an interesting thing that we're competing actually with other apps, other activities that are designed to be addictive. We were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest disruptors, especially with young people, is screen time. You know, I did a school visit to some primary schools around the UK, and I asked a group of school kids from 4 years old to 11 years old, how much sleep do you think you get enough sleep? And 75% of the children put their hand up and said they don't get enough sleep. So it's like we've got to try and get to the root cause of that, and regulate and monitor their screen time and make sure that they are getting a good bedtime routine, because a tired child has no energy, has no focus, doesn't want to study, doesn't want to learn, they become disruptive. Suddenly they're a naughty kid. I was a naughty kid at school because I couldn't focus. I had loads of stuff going on at home. And for me, like, PE was my savior. I always say exercise saved my life because I would have gone down a completely different path. But I think harnessing the power of exercise and seeing that whether you're a 2-year-old kid or a 75-year-old lady, like, exercise does the same thing. It makes you feel good. It helps you feel calm. You can process emotions a lot better. So it's really about behavioral change and trying to create little, like, daily wins that people can do. Same with the food, right? You're not going to get every single day perfect, but if you can eat one healthy meal or have one less can of Coke and a chocolate bar a week, it means something. It adds up. So it's little lifestyle changes that can kind of create much bigger change over time.
And what do you think, Andrew? What do you think, for example, what does this mean for employers and for workplaces? How do we make workplaces a place that are about being good and feeling good rather than stress and worry? When we were talking last week, so on the Shout service, we are busiest on a Sunday and Monday night. So Sunday and Monday night, up until about 2 in the morning, we are incredibly busy. And whether that's kids having to go back to school or people going back to work, that time of the week is really stressful and really worrying. And you go in late into night. And so how can we make the environments that we live in, whether those are schools or workplaces, how can we make them better?
I think it starts with taking it seriously, actually, and I mean that's been such a positive thing over the past 5-10 years, that we are actually taking mental health seriously for the first time, really. As anybody in this room, I think, could point to. As businesses, I think actually it's about thinking about mental health as a business investment, and too often, I think if a company is choosing a piece of accounting software, they'll have a very rigorous process they'll go through in order to work out what they should have. if they're thinking about mental health, often companies will just sort of think, that's a box we need to tick. It's not a box. This is an investment in staff. You know, we know we have some data on a big corporate in the UK where providing services to that corporate, you see people who are working full-time in employment who are really, really unwell at the point where they might need inpatient care. They're not getting enough, their mental health is not being treated seriously enough. So as employers, thinking about how do I invest in my staff so that I reduce presenteeism, I reduce absenteeism, and I get a healthier workforce, it is a really important business decision to make. And so looking for mental health provision, it's about asking important questions about what will this do? What's the evidence that it works? And we should all be thinking about that for the companies that we work in, for the organizations we work in, investing in mental health, taking it seriously, and looking for results from the interventions that we are procuring.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And when I was talking about the Sunday, you know, the Sunday scares, which are a very real thing, you guys were both saying that actually most of your downloads of your apps are on a Sunday and Monday as well. So there's a kind of double-sidedness to this, which is really interesting.
Yeah, we were talking how on the weekend on a Sunday or Monday, like after a bender, people have been boozing or they had a blowout, they go, oh, now's I want to start my diet Monday, I want to sign up to the app, I want to, you know, get going. And I'm really proud of my app, but there's a lot of users that download the app, that install it, pay the money, but never use it. And that's the kind of thing I'm always trying to fix. How can I get someone to actually do the first workout, cook the first recipe? Because that's where, you know, it's going to click in their minds. But it's a challenge because motivation is so cyclical, it's so up and down, isn't it? And I think the biggest challenge, the exercise is one thing, but I think the food part of it is much harder. Consistency with your diet and nutrition, and that's really where you've got to work on. If you're someone who is sleeping well and exercising, but you're still not losing weight, you're still really lethargic, you're still really run down, you've got to take a look at the food and what you're putting in your body, because it's it really affects our mental health as well. We often think about exercise, but the food we put in our bodies really affects our mood, doesn't it? There's so much science now around the gut health and serotonin and all these chemicals that really are going to make you feel good or make you feel junk. You've got to decide, and it's the hardest thing to get right, isn't it? Because of the world we live in with food in abundance everywhere, temptation everywhere all the time. It's hard to say no sometimes. You have to prepare yourself by, you know, making lunch, batch cooking, having stuff ready to go, and, you know, being a bit organised in the kitchen is going to help a lot.
Yeah, and I think, Victoria, when we were talking, you know, again, when we were having this conversation before, you were talking about, you know, kind of the importance of coaching and motivation. I think you both talked about a lot about belief and motivation and how we can use technology to kind of help up that kind of belief and motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. For almost 6 years in the business, we realized that it's not about like tools and action steps. It's mostly about motivation. Maybe growing from my personal story in the school, I was a chubby young kid that can even just jump or climb the rope in the gym class. It's the biggest fear. But of course, I have, as a younger girl, have low self-esteem and etc. And one day I started change yourself, started thinking outside the box, and understand that everything started in the mind and our perception. And maybe at 30, I'm super in terms of acrobatic yoga, aerial yoga, gymnastics, and 6-meter rope. For me, it's not like a young girl, it's not a problem. So this is maybe the mirror of our general Better Me user, that people struggle for transformation, but don't understand what is the root cause. That I started from Monday, from first day of the every month, from the 1st January New Year resolution, the health and fitness journey, and stopped. And 1 year ago, I also certified as health coach, because previously I have technical economic background, to deeper understand, to have a big picture and provide better service to our client. And what is the key idea? That there are no secret pills, just this is super diet, this is super sophisticated approach, technologies that can help you lose weight, do nothing, lay down on the sofa and lose weight. So this is mistake. It's first mistake start from the Monday. This is long-term process to change our neuron system, to change our behavior. So It's okay that you need time. There are no secret sauce. There are no secrets happened. And what we introduced, for example, 1 year ago in Better Me, we incorporate like health platforms that connected our fitness band with an app and one-on-one coaching. The idea we see when people have technology and people, they achieve their health and fitness results 2x faster. Because from health coaching, I know, except of technology, people, first of all, in terms of coaching, need love and hugs. So the idea, technology can change it, but the affordable price and everything in the app, when people, oh, laziness, I should go to the nutritionist or to the gym class and etc. No, everything in the app, just write your coach, and this coach see your real health time data, and everything can help to achieve you, because we know, for example, that a lot of people have fitness band, but people gain weight from the data in reality. But what to do with this data? And in our approach, we have health coaches that have access to your real-time data and help to achieve your health goals in terms of how much you sleep, what is your pulse, how many cortisol levels during the day. Because first step in terms of health and fitness, in terms of, for example, weight loss journey, it's the first benefit. It's not about nutrition sometimes, and not about exercising. It's about sleep, if you sleep enough, 8 hours or etc. And it's about stress. What is the cortisol level? Because of course in the rush, if you're A player, in the rush, if you have a lot of cortisol, it's hard to lose weight.
Yeah, and I suppose that, I mean, we didn't really want to focus on burnout, but I guess, Andrew, I mean, and everyone, how do we know if we're getting close to burnout? How do we know? How would we know in ourselves, and how would we know if we were, you know, a colleague or our children or a parent or whatever? How do we know? What are the kind of signs?
It's a really hard question, because so often it's actually easier for somebody else to see this than it is to have that self-realization. And I think, you know, the technology platform that you have, the sorts of ways in which we provide therapy, trying to lower those barriers to sort of entry, to say, actually, maybe it's okay to ask those questions and to be seeking reassurance slightly earlier. Because I know from my own personal experience, I have stress responses that I catch myself after the fact. And I was like, oh, yeah, I was doing that thing because I had that stress. It's really difficult to, you know, these are emotional systems. They are not subject to, you don't have easy access to them from the frontal cortex. So it's difficult to understand where you are in your mental health status. When you get those first cues, then don't be shy about it, I guess. Text, shout,
yeah.
think about talking to a trusted friend. It doesn't all have to be medical, but, you know, asking those questions, looking for support in your networks, I think is a really important step there.
And it is that human connection, and also I think we all know, you know, that our neural networks kind of reinforce themselves. So once you start going down a sort of negative path, then you know your brain will kind of reinforce that if it takes kind of pleasure from it, I suppose, or if it takes some kind of comfort from it. I mean, Joe, you've got a lot of experience in kind of motivating people to feel differently, but I guess you can also, it's also possible for you, I guess, when you know, whether you're doing it personally or through your app, to kind of understand what drives those kind of behaviors that are going to lead you towards burnout.
Yeah, it's something I'm really cautious of and really aware of, and obviously I have so many Instagram followers and I've got so much data on just experiences that people are going through, and, you know, the little things that really can motivate someone and what can help them get out of that really low state of mood. And my brother Nicky is the CEO, and, you know, I can always spot when he's having a difficult time, and he can also see it in me. He can sometimes say, I can see you're struggling, have a little couple of days off or something, and sometimes, like you said, it's easy to see it on other people than it is on yourself. But we as a company, you know, we've grown really fast. We've got 30 members of the team now, and as I said, Nicky he's amazing what he does, but we really value health and fitness within ourselves, but also as a company. You have to really instill that in the company. You know, everyone has an hour lunch break, and they get 1 hour on top of that to exercise. And you might think, God, how can you let people out of the office for an hour a day? But when they come back, they like bounce in the office, and they're productive, they're happy, they're energized. Because I don't want a successful company if the team around me and the people who are working with us are sad and stressed and unhappy. Like, it's a real thing for me and Nicky. We really believe in it. And, you know, I think having also we're sensitive. I haven't cried today because I've been asked about my childhood, but normally I cry on stage because whenever I think about myself as a child, I feel really proud and I get quite emotional. But me and Nikki always laugh, we cry at the top because we're the CEOs and we're the founders of the company, but if you show that if you can be really vulnerable in front of your team, it opens up an amazing energy where everyone feels they can talk, and it's really wonderful to have that kind of open relationship between people and let them know that, if you're having a tough day, go out the office, get some fresh air, go and do some exercise, and really encourage that, because you're going to see everyone so much happier because of it. It's not a waste of time, they're not being dossers, they go around Richmond Park, they come back into the office and they're so productive and they're so much happier, and they appreciate that. So it's little things like that you can really put into place that truly make a difference.
Yeah, and it's interesting that thing about, about it being okay to be kind of vulnerable. I mean, I think if the language around mental health and how we feel in ourselves is so negative, can't cope, can't manage, it's all very, very negative. And yet if we all think about our lives from, early childhood through to the end of lives, the amount of stressful moments in that time, so whether the first time you get dumped, when you have your children, your first job, all of those sorts of things, straight through to to a lot of us get to a point where we have caring responsibilities for our parents. So there's a sort of inevitability around being stressed, being worried, and I suppose kind of owning that inevitability of it and just saying, actually, we are always going to be not that far away from a really stressful moment or a really stressful period, and just being comfortable to talk about that. And I think, with the technologies that you guys have, that sort of interruption, but also the connection is really important. I know you both talk a lot about the value of coaching, of having somebody sort of with you, standing by you, whether that's virtually or in person, to kind of help you over those moments. And I think, Victoria, you've had some really, 150 million global downloads. There is a lot of data in your app, isn't there, about the value of that connection?
Yeah, of course, if people have not only technology, but also people, like I said, love and hugs, first any transformation journey started from love and hugs, they achieve better results. So to me, technology is really a revolutionized opportunity to make fitness affordable. If we talk about Better Me, 10x cheaper than gym pass or like nutritionist. So the idea to, from one side, attract the best physicians, the best nutritionists, trainers, psychologists, then pack it into the app and distribute a lot of people. For example, we have translated more than 20 languages. It's a different mindset, for example, in United States, in London, and in Japan. They're different approach. For example, if we talk about Western world, they focus mostly on like building muscles. So the standard of beauty in Western world, it's like go to the gym and etc. And 1 month ago, I was in Japan, and their standard of their beauty is always be young girls. They don't go to the gym as, for example, Western world. And for them, nutrition is #1 priority. So idea, as we talk in Better Me today, it's bio-individual approach. It's not that it doesn't matter what is ideal plan. Everyone have different approach. For example, someone have children, someone work at night. From one person, this food will be the remedy. From another, it's poison. So we create like not standardized plan based on like personalized 100 different plans. But we started with working with coach and starting from the end. What is your typical weekly in terms of nutrition, in terms of the sleep, in terms of the stress, in terms of where you overeat, where you have binge eating. So we need to understand maybe first 1-2 weeks the picture of the lifestyle to understand the root cause. Why is there the biggest impact to have on their health? And then we create some plan from step by step. It's like everything started from small changes. It's not one night success, one night health, one night weight loss, or etc., and one night wellness. And every person should realize before their health and journey that it's about everyday routine. And if we talk about B2B, and if we talk about corporate wellness, it's not about today about time management. It's mostly about energy management. If you are in the morning, wake up, and you don't feel energy without coffee, without a lot of maybe energetic dreams, it's questioned because one day your organism make a bill for everything that you are working and burn out, and I don't want to get up by. So it's in advance and routine, everyday routine, workout, and etc.
Great. I wanted to leave some time for questions. An amazing panel here. Questions? Anyone got any questions? Anything they want to ask our panel? They got one at the back. No, I see some hands up, but I'm not sure. Oh, great.
My name is Bill Herditch from Australia. Really good panel, thanks. Just reflecting on what Jack said at the beginning about don't forget the people, and people have been talked about, but what is the link between technology and people? How do you actually get the balance right so people just don't think because they've got an app they'll be right? And how do you sort of manage that interface, particularly with people who aren't tech savvy, the large group of people, perhaps older people or people who are disadvantaged, aren't tech savvy?
Joe, do you want to?
Yeah, it's a big question because I mean, some people are really data driven. They love the Whoop and the Aura. They get the Apple Watch and the Garmin. And it really motivates a lot of people. But then some people it can be a bit the other way, where they're obsessed with calories, and it can become quite restrictive. So I think you've got to dip into technology and take what you can from it. But you can have the best technology, you can have all the whistles and stuff. But if you can't get someone to actually press play and do the physical workout or cook the recipe and actually do, and that's what I think. That's the hardest part of it, because technology is amazing what it can do, but if you're not getting the physical movement out of people, how do you? And I do that through content, through YouTube, through Instagram, through stories, through every social media platform I can, and podcasts. Any way of just kind of prompting somebody just to nudge them in the right direction. But it is the biggest challenge that every single trainer in the world faces, because people will buy the product and buy an app or buy your subscription, but they might not always use it. And so how do you get them to take that first workout? So I'm constantly thinking, right, can I go even back to complete beginner and take it back to basic with like a 7-day challenge or something? So you sort of break it down into bite-sized chunks, and that can help, I think, with engagement and getting them started.
I think there's good data, isn't there, I think, I'm right in saying this, Andrew, about if you want to make changes, that actually talking to someone else about that, so that you're, I might say to you, I'm starting my new Body Coach or Better Me workout on Monday, is a really great way of kind of keeping, having that sort of human connection as well. So
sort of establishing that social contract,
yeah,
and making a commitment to somebody else that then makes you hold that to yourself. And I think we do have to be careful that we don't run away with only technological solutions, but the sort of problems that we're faced with in terms of thinking about how do we provide care to people. We know there are nowhere near enough mental health professionals out there. So how can we amplify each of those using technology? And I guess the way we think about that is, it's sort of what humans are really good at is showing care. Technology can help provide you with information, can structure stuff for you, but you need to make that interface between them. So how do you enable the limited human resource we have to go a whole lot further, because we've got really exciting chat technologies, we've got really exciting ways of doing this, delivering content in ways that we couldn't do 5 years ago. All of the sorts of things that you've been talking about, Joe. How do we leverage all of that in order to put that on top of human care and make human care better and go further?
Yeah, and I think it's so interesting that, isn't it? Because I think there is such a the connection. So our service, we have 2,500 volunteers around the UK. They all volunteer from home on a laptop, and they are trained also online to listen to someone who's in a very difficult space. And that is, first of all, what's great about that is that it's technologically enabled, but it is still two people talking to each other. And I think in both cases, I hope people get a lot out of it. But actually, the key thing, we've done about 2 million conversations now on our platform, and by far the biggest feedback we get is people saying thank you for listening. It is just that kind of one-to-one, human connection. But I also think the thing that's really interesting, about all of your platforms, and particularly yours, is that you're making it possible for people that may not have very much by way of disposable income to get the best advice, really high quality, the sort of thing that actually, you wouldn't be able to afford a personal trainer, but actually now you've got a personal trainer in you.
Yeah.
In a kind of virtual way, and I think that's that's what technology can do. I think is that making it possible, making it accessible.
Excuse me, I've got the tickliest cough. Yeah, well, I've used YouTube, for example. Here with Joe in lockdown, I had a camera in my living room with a tripod, and I streamed, and 100 million people took part. And so I've just had this amazing time where I can use my energy and my passion for exercise and combine it with technology. But I do think one of the things I love to do is share free content, because you can have a paywall and have a business, which is great, but the mission for me has always been about free content accessibility. So I have a YouTube channel which I get millions of views each month, and so I think it's about giving people a chance that can't afford your app, that can't have entry to that, opportunities to exercise and remove the barrier of money from physical exercise. But it's a big challenge because you're trying to motivate people when they're stressed, when they're not sleeping well. Now, if there's one thing you can take home from this talk today, it's that sleep is everything. If you could change one thing in your life, it's sleep more, because when you sleep more, you have more energy to exercise, you make better food choices, you eat less food because you're not raiding the cupboards at 10 o'clock at night, and you really do have a much healthier lifestyle, and your stress levels decrease. So that is the take home. Prioritize sleep over everything, and all those other things we're trying to talk about will fall into place a lot easier.
Any other? We've got time for one other. Got one at the one at the back there, I think.
Hi. Am I okay to ask a question? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Sorry, I'm a bit of a nervous public speaker, so forgive me. My name's Circa, and I'm from Team RH. I just had a question for all of you. What I see in the health and wellness industry, people who work in and are passionate in it, is obviously they put a lot of energy into helping others and bettering the lives of others. And it can sometimes come at a detriment to their own health and their own mental well-being and things. What are some things that people like that should keep in mind to avoid burnout?
Andrew, do you want to?
I'd probably go with. I would second Joe on the sleep thing. I think taking that seriously, trying to make sure you've got a good pattern there, you're keeping stuff in perspective.
Yeah, and I guess also noticing changes in your, I think a lot of people talk about, if you are worried about that, talk about things like diaries. They're a really great way of helping you to realize that actually over the week you are not eating well, or you're not sleeping well, or you've suddenly stopped exercise, well not suddenly, but your exercise is dropping off. I know that those are, that kind of journaling, diary type stuff can be super helpful. Back.
Yeah, I'm Jack from Zulka. We built the COVID app, so we know a little bit about apps that people download and don't use. So with the remote working kind of paradigm, everyone's working remotely, they're kind of burning their candle at both ends, and the point about sleep. What are you doing to convince employers to enable and normalize staff taking time for themselves during what is now a much longer working week?
It's such a good question, because I think, we've all got into, during the pandemic, I spent, most of my day in my bedroom, both working, eating, everything else. It's, it's not great. Joe?
I think it's about, prioritizing it and encouraging it and talking about it all the time. I can see when my members of the team are struggling and they need a bit of break. And every month, so we have a recharge day where everyone gets like one day a month off where they can go and do something, relaxing or fun or adventurous. And it's just those little moments they appreciate it so much. There's little things like that, and it doesn't have to cost money. We go for picnics or go for walks around Richmond Park and things. So, there's ways of encouraging it. But I think the sleep thing, if you're going to email your members of the team at like 1 a.m. on a Friday night, they're going to feel pressure to email you back. So if you are going to save those things for maybe send it on a Monday morning, just just having that little break where you don't feel the pressure like, culturally to reply to your boss during the weekend. And I actually told our assistant off because she emailed me Sunday night at 8 o'clock at night, and I said, you didn't need to do that, take some time off. And she was like, oh, just one quick email. I said, but honestly, it's fine. Even if I missed the meeting, it would have been no problem. So I think there's sometimes pressure to be on all the time with the phones, right, with the devices. So trying to like really instill that from the top and demonstrate that you do that. You have time off, you have the weekends off, and you're not working 24/7 is an important thing, I think.
Absolutely. That's it. Time's up. I've got a big screen there that says time's up.
And there's even a countdown for the time. You've got 55 seconds left.
So huge thanks to Victoria, to Joe, and to Andrew, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, it being quite warm and us not wanting you to go to sleep quite just yet, perhaps we can just take a quick moment to stand up, shake our legs and hands a bit. Everybody, I don't want to see any bums on seats, at least for the next 20 seconds. Jiggle around a bit, try and balance on one leg, take a deep breath, chat to someone next to you, stretch around a bit. It's all good stuff. Excellent. All right. Okay, you're not going to want to miss the next session. So please take your seats when you can. Please take your seats. Okay. All right, everybody. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay. So, a little anecdote, by the way. One of the projects which we've been working on for those really burning the candle at three ends, tech startup founders. One thing we definitely noticed is if they slept better, they performed a lot better. Getting sleep is actually incredibly important, as was mentioned. I recommend a good book by Professor Russell Foster called Lifetime. He's the chair of circadian biology at Oxford, and in one of the chapters, he noted that one of the countries in Europe has already identified that people who have developed cancer, if they're a shift worker, like a nurse, for instance, will automatically get paid out in a life insurance claim, because the World Health Organization has already recognized that severe insomnia is actually a probable carcinogen. Do not underestimate the power of sleep. It is the most powerful regenerative medicine clinic in the world, and you can all visit it 8 hours a day. Okay, so surgery. There are surgeons and there are surgeons, and the surgeon that you are going to hear from now is probably one of the most renowned pediatric surgeons alive today. He was born in Kashmir, north of India, and came here when he was 14 years old, and made his way up to become one of the lead surgeons at Great Ormond Street Hospital, where he has pioneered the use of technology to show what outcomes would actually happen, not just to a static being, but one that's actually going to grow through their surgery and evolve into an adult like we are. His name is Zawi Jilani. He is a proper pioneer that understands humans, understands technology, and understands truly how they can work brilliantly together. There is something called Marievic's paradox, which many of you might have heard of, which states is by a chap called Hans Marievich in 1988, amongst other people, including Brooks and Minsky, who cited that while computation would far exceed adult intelligence in very short numbers of years in playing games like chess and latterly Go and folding proteins and stuff like that. It would paradoxically be really struggle in things involving manual dexterity and the kind of things that 1-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and so forth find it quite easy to do. Surgery is a perfect example of how technology and human performance can work hand in hand. Please give a round of applause as we invite on stage Azawi Jalani.
Good afternoon. So we've had a really exciting morning, and the theme of human innovation, of what humanity has achieved and where we've reached, we've seen and heard about many examples. And it's indeed true, as a human race, we have achieved an enormous amount. But one area, perhaps, where we've not made as much progress is in global asymmetries. Asymmetries of knowledge, of resources, of opportunities on the global platform. We've heard thought leaders, politicians, say the power of tech is probably comparable to the invention of fire. Maybe. Well, if that's the case, then my challenge to those thought leaders, to everybody out here, the tech people of this world, is this. What can tech do about reducing these global asymmetries? Are we up to the challenge with this phase of our evolution? That is my talk. That is the message I wanted to share with you. So from here on is just a journey, and I'll talk about a few stories from life. Surgery is not that uncommon. Lots of surgeries happen if you take a global perspective. About 1 million surgeries a day. The difference being, depending on where that surgery happens, the outcomes are very variable. Mortality rates, morbidity rates are much higher in some parts of the world, in some areas, compared to others. That's not acceptable. It's not easy to be a surgeon. The reason for that is we are asked to help people, we're asked to heal people, but what we have to do to help and heal is to first cut into them. So we harm people first with the hope that we are helping them. That's not an easy ask. And I don't mean the difficulty so much in terms of the technical skills, what a surgeon does with his or her hands. We can train monkeys, or in the present context, robots. We can train them to do the surgeries. It's really how you think about what you're doing and what you need to be doing. That is the real ask of a surgeon, of a healthcare professional. If you come to my operating theatre, what you'll see is I have scalpels, I have big drills, diamond tip burrs, I have lasers, all sorts of equipment to make huge differences to the children under my care. I can make a big difference. So the question's not whether I can make a difference, the question is that a difference for the better? Or on occasions, a difference for the worse? Or do we sometimes just make things different and take people from one difficult situation in their lives, help that one problem, but in the process create a whole host of other problems? Agency problem is a big issue here, and we'll talk about that. So how do we make things better? Somebody mentioned Abraham Lincoln earlier. Well, the way you make things better is you predict the future, and once you've predicted the future you want to see, you just make it happen. How do we do that? Well, I'll take you through 2 stories just to exemplify that. This is a condition called scaphocephaly, where babies are born with misshapen heads. They have narrow, long heads, where one of the growth lines in their skull has fused prematurely. The traditional way of treating these children was to do these enormous operations where you take the entire skull apart and then put it together a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. Something similar to how a carpenter might make a table or a chair. And surgeons are pretty good at doing this. About 15 years ago, we devised a spring-like device to see if we could do this with less morbidity. We partnered with the industry to make sure this technology was available globally. And what we're able to do now is to treat this condition through a much smaller operation. We don't need to go into the technical details, but I'll just draw your attention to this comparative analysis. SAC stands for spring-assisted cranioplasty, the new technique, versus the traditional operations that we used to do. And the transfusion rates have gone down from virtually 100% down to about 9%. 1 night stay in the hospital instead of 4. So it's much less traumatic for the child and achieving the same results. Now, this is all well and good, but this is where the real fun starts. What I was not aware of when we started doing this work 15 years ago is there are ways of predicting the future. Engineers have been doing it for a very long time, and they have techniques called finite element modeling and other modeling techniques, engineering techniques, as well as statistical methods that we're much more familiar with now. So we start off with collecting the data from the children, the CT scans, and data within the operations that we do. We test the springs that we put in and the load distribution curves. We next needed to understand the physical properties of the child's skull, of when you put these springs in, how will the skull mold in that child? So we did this work as well. And then you put all of that information together to create the model, in silico model of how the child will behave during surgery. Like with any model, validation is key. So we took a study to validate our model using 3D photogrammetry. And then we used statistical methods for further validation and refining the accuracy of our models. Parametric analysis, what we are able to do is to refine the parameters of the operation, where we make the cuts, where we put the springs, to achieve a different result at the end. So we can modify the operation and the outcome depending on what we do on table, but before that, on the computer screen. Children are a moving target, they grow. So you study them one day and a month later, their skull's much bigger. So we had to account for growth as well, and again, statistical methods are very good at doing that. Outcome evaluation, again, further validation. So this, what I'm about to show you, we could not even dream of this when we first started doing this 15 years ago. This is a patient consultation, but before I take you to the consultation, I have a confession to make. Some 6 years ago, I thought virtual reality was a tool that people that had a little bit too much spare time used to keep themselves entertained. That was my understanding of virtual reality until I met this 23-year-old who changed my world in terms of how we think about reality and virtual reality. So the synopsis of this, my introduction to VR, is end-writ. And the message is, it's the 20-year-olds, people in their 20s, that are leading this revolution at the moment. If you're not in your 20s anymore, I'm afraid it's too late for you. It's not strictly true. What your role is, you need to empower the people in their 20s to achieve the results that we want, which is what we did. We employed him to do a PhD with us. And we're fortunate enough, Lara, I don't know if she's in the crowd, Lara Lewington from Click came and did this little documentary which summarizes what we're talking about. Could we have the volume, please?
And sometimes technology turns out to be most useful where you least expect it.
I've seen VR used to help people overcome phobias. You've seen it used to teach students how to do surgery. But this has to be the most powerful use of VR I have ever seen.
6-month-old Archie was born with sagittal synostosis. So when offered the chance to be the first to use a groundbreaking new AI platform that predicts the outcome of the operation in virtual reality, they jumped at the chance.
So the way we do the surgery is we make a small window in the bone here,
The algorithms needed to create these images have been made possible by the harnessing of data from 60 operations over the course of the last 7 years.
So here the grey is the head shape as it's now. The green is the predicted head shape. So the first change that you can see is that the back of his head, which at the moment is sloping down, is pushed up a little, and there's a more regular curvature to it. At the same time,
This immersive experience allows the parents to see from all angles a truly personalised picture of exactly how Archie's head can be reshaped with surgery. And having confirmed their decision to go ahead, within a few weeks, the big day arrived. The theatre's just being prepared, as in a few minutes Archie's coming in for his surgery, where a spring like this is going to be inserted into his skull through a small cut. It will immediately expand and start to change the shape of his head, and then continue to do so over the next 4 weeks. At that point, it can be removed. Invented by Dr. Gilani 13 years ago, this technique has reduced operation time from 3 hours to 40 minutes, cut blood transfusions by 90%, and provides more predictable outcomes. What we've seen here has been created for one particular condition, but it could be applied to many different types of surgery in the future.
what we've shown here is essentially proof of principle, that if you take a condition, an art form, make it granular enough that you can study it and put it on engineering and AI platforms, then you can actually predict the future with a reasonable degree of accuracy. What I would like to see as a surgeon in 10, perhaps 20 years' time, is that most surgical practice is done this way, where the control and the power is very much given to the parents and the patients. Thank you very much, but that's only the start. Because this technology that I've shown you, whilst technically brilliant, is only available to under 1% of the global population. So we can pat ourselves on the back, about 1%. There's 99% left to do, and we'll come to that. What we've done with this technology now is we've started a startup where we're essentially using this platform, this AI platform, to try and simulate and predict the outcome of multiple craniofacial and aesthetic operations. If you'd like to partner with us, get in touch, please. Okay, we're changing gears now. So as we said, the technology we've shown you, it's great, but only available in London and other major cities. What about the rest of the world, where 99% of the world patients live? Asymmetries of knowledge and resources is what we were talking about initially, and how do we use tech to help that? We were referred these girls from Pakistan. It was an anonymous phone call where the neurosurgeon said, you know, they had these children who were healthy, just joined at the head. They didn't have the experience or the technical infrastructure to undertake this work, and if we could help. We looked at their medical files, the scans, etc., and the assessment was that we could undertake the separations. Technically, it was possible, but logistically, this was a huge challenge because they were in a remote part of the world, and to get them over to London was a challenge. If you look at all these children, these are super rare conditions, and only a handful of these kids are born globally every year. So there's no country, no one country, that can build the wealth of experience that you need and understand these cases to improve the outcomes for these children. What we did was we set up a foundation, really primarily focused at these two girls from Pakistan, but over the past 6 years, it's essentially opened the floodgates, because a lot of these kids in many remote parts of the world didn't have any recourse, and now they've accessed our team for knowledge sharing and helping do the separations both in London and remotely in other parts of the world, Brazil, Israel. It's the concept of a global health service. You know, we're really fortunate, and we're talking about the National Health Service, and of course there are challenges, but the fact that we have a National Health Service is an enormous source of pride and satisfaction for us that live here. What about children that fall slightly outside that? We need to think broader, and this is right at the onset when we said tech needs to think beyond borders. With tech, we can have a global health service, as we do here. Great Ormond Street Hospital has successfully separated a large number of conjoined twins over the past few decades. These are complex operations, but with detailed planning they can be broken down into a number of smaller, safer steps. The first step is to do a detailed assessment of the twins, their brains and the blood vessels, and how they join together. We also study the skull and the soft tissues. Following the assessment, a detailed plan is drawn out. For the first 2 to 3 procedures, we focus on separating out the brains and the blood vessels. Once this is successfully done, a piece of plastic is put between the 2 brains, and internally we have 2 separate kids. We then focus on the skull and the skin. We put tissue expanders to stretch the skin, and the final reconstruction is done by reconstructing the top of their heads with their own bone and covering the top of their heads with the expanded skin. At the end of the final stage, we have 2 separate babies instead of a conjoined pair. And that's all there is to it. I wouldn't try this at home, though. So clearly there's a lot of science involved, and we can talk about some of this, but what I'd like to mention is art still plays a big role, both in healthcare, in our everyday lives as humans. And if you look at, how art has guided us over the centuries, there are multiple examples of if you can get that balance right between the science and the art, that's where progress happens. We've been hearing about all these enormous multitude of opportunities around us at the moment, right? How do we decide which are the right ones to pursue? Science can only take you so far, tell you this is the probability here, but beyond that, there is something beyond science. And I was trying to think about it earlier today, and I came up with this. I think art is the science of tomorrow. When you do something repeatedly, we've done 6 sets of separation, you learn a lot of tricks as you get along. 3D modeling, this is old technology now. We've all seen this, how we can assess the human anatomy. But what's been a huge step forward is rapid prototyping, where we can make these models. So we have these 3D printers outside our operating theater in my hospital, and any complex anatomy, we just print a 3D model quickly, bring it into the operating theater, have a discussion, do a strategy meeting, and then much clearer in terms of how we're going to do the surgery, particularly when there are multiple surgeons involved. This is great stuff. There's lots of unanswered questions. So again, we're looking for super tech people to help answer a number of these questions. How does the blood flow between these 2 kids? And what can we do about that to improve their outcomes? Virtual reality. So I mentioned the 23-year-old who introduced me to this. This is a platform that he's built in-house, and it took him half a day's work to put these scans onto the platform. No, you can't have him. So it's really trying to study the 2 brains, how they're intricately related, and the blood vessels. And what we're doing here is, this was last year, where there was a team of surgeons and healthcare professionals in Brazil. We were the team in London. And a lot of the simulation happened in virtual reality, where we discussed the surgical strategies that we would take. The surgery happened, I flew over physically for the surgery. A lot of the media got this wrong, where it said surgery done in virtual reality. We're not there yet, maybe 10 years, maybe 20. But the simulations, which were super helpful, were all done in virtual reality. So, what do we need to do with tech? We need tech to improve our predictive capabilities, because there are still huge inefficiencies within our healthcare systems. The people that have the knowledge are the healthcare professionals, the surgeons, the doctors, the nurses. The people that need that knowledge are the patients. Here you have an agency problem and biases come in. 1. And secondly, as I said, you have these pockets of, London, what a phenomenal place to be, right? But what's our role towards spreading this technology to the different corners of the world where it's needed? It's all well and good having this technology here if the patient somewhere else can't access this. We have to build those bridges as well. It's a TED talk I did a little while ago. I don't have the time to go through this, but what's key is the biases that are distorters within our own decision-making paradigms. This is natural intelligence. We don't feed these biases into our AI algorithms. This is super important, because otherwise they'll make the same errors that we've been making for centuries. Why London? Why have this tech week in London? Well, this is my global footprint. This is before we had Zoom or virtual reality across continents. Based in London at Great Ormond Street Hospital for 23 years, I've looked after and trained patients from over 100 countries. So London, for centuries, has had a global footprint. We need to capitalize on that with tech. So our thinking has to be global, originating from here. We're extremely fortunate to have a great team of clinicians working with us, our researchers, scientists, computer modelers, engineers. I learn more from them every day than I've learned from my healthcare colleagues. Multidisciplinary thinking. And to set up the charity, we needed skill sets that we didn't have in the healthcare sector. So we found some good-hearted lawyers who helped us set up the charity and help us run it. The media plays a key role here, and we've talked about dissemination of knowledge. If London wants to be that hub, if UK really wants to be that hub, media has to play the role. And if we do it properly, then you can really, really spread the news globally. This is a story for the Pakistani twins, which we did 5 years ago, that became the 6th most read story globally in 2019. It's the human story. If you do it right. And I'd just like to finish by the focus of what we're all trying to do here. The healthcare, the tech, all of us together. Ultimately, it's for this. These are the Sudanese girls that we separated in 2011. They're doing really well with their parents. And that's what this is all about, all our efforts that we make. It's about the children. It's about our future. It's about our children. And as long as we keep that clarity of focus and purpose in front of us, you can't deviate from the right course much. Thank you.
We probably don't have enough time for any questions right now. I've been informed by the team, but I'm sure many people will want to ask you questions after the talk. Thank you. Very big round of applause again, please. Thank you. London, the UK, unusually small place for the impact that it delivers, and with that sort of asymmetry of the concentration of great skill and great humanity that we have, and the ability to create technologies just ever so slightly before other people, it seems so often, also comes that great responsibility of delivering that to people and countries that simply do not have anywhere close to the advantages that we have. I think we can all safely say that what the work that Owazi and his team are doing is a classic example of the fact that we have some absolutely extraordinary minds and very, very good-willed people within our community, within this location that we are all benefiting from living in. And perhaps we should take that as a lesson, that we shouldn't just think about ourselves, but for others that haven't got such access. And on that note, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Tobias Zilbezan, who is with McKinsey, leading a lot of their efforts to implement the way in which digital technologies can help us not only respond to future threats of maybe things like future pandemics, but also just build an ever more resilient public and primary health care system with better and better access to information and communicating with patients, doctors, and health systems alike. Please welcome on stage Tobias.
Great to see you. And as a bit of a biohacker and someone who's also running a health and well-being program in our company for a few thousand employees, I'm excited about digital health because it really can help us making health and well-being more accessible, because it can help us with sustainable behavior change related to sleep, nutrition, fitness, stress management. And it can help us, and especially the doctors and the nurses, to spend more time with patients, make better decisions faster. And I'm very excited to discuss these topics now together with you and together with two wonderful leaders, Bola Akinwale and Jackie Hu. So we will start the session with a quick intro by Bola to talk a bit how she thinks about healthcare inequalities, what her work is like, what she's focusing on with NHS England. And then we'll have a quick intro by Jackie, who will talk not only about Stop Tuberculosis Partnership, but also the Reimagining Tuberculosis Care Program, where she really is breaking new ground. And then we'll go into discussion and also have lots of your questions. So thank you very much. Over to you, Bola.
Thanks, Tobias. So really pleased to be here today. I'm Bola. I'm a policy professional in the English health system and somebody who's had a background in public health, but I'm not an innovator. I am, though, passionate about the role of digital healthcare in helping us to reduce health inequalities, about the potential, as Tobias has been talking about, that digital therapeutics present in enabling us to reach groups and communities who have been traditionally underserved. And so I want to talk to you a bit about a bit of work that we've been doing in the NHS in England to think about, well, what's our framework for action on digital inclusion? How can we make sure that when we have all of these new great digital technologies, they actually reach the people who we need to serve? So just to start off, on healthcare inequalities, our vision is to achieve exceptional quality healthcare for all through equitable access, excellent experience, and optimal outcomes. And so we're really interested in those three aims, access, experience, and outcomes, recognizing that actually digital's got a role to play in all of those things. We know that really important in enabling access, and that was particularly important during the pandemic in England, but digital healthcare can help us create really excellent experiences, sometimes better than people have face-to-face. So to start, I thought it would just be worth thinking about what's the extent of digital inclusion or exclusion in England. And so this is a chart which shows our data from our National Statistics Authority, the Office for National Statistics. And it shows that in England, we've actually got quite good rates of digital inclusion. Pretty much everyone has access to the internet in some way, shape or form. Just 6% of households in England don't have access to the internet. But despite this, we know that there are around 10 million people in England who are digitally excluded and who meet the definition at the top of their slide. So not just about having access to the internet, but also about having the skills, the confidence, and ensuring that the technology is accessible to people with different needs. And so we know that there are a range of groups, including older people, disabled people, people who are on lower incomes or more socioeconomically disadvantaged, who are at risk of digital exclusion, who are at risk of being excluded from the bat. So while we've got these great therapeutics, they may not be able to access them at all. And so our mission is to be able to increase the numbers of people across England who are enjoying the benefits of digital healthcare. We want to make sure that everyone can access healthcare in ways that suit them. So that means recognizing the role of digital, but also recognizing that non-digital channels or modes of intervention are going to be really important. There are some fantastic opportunities that I've seen, for example, for therapeutics associated with mental health, for example. But equally, there's really good learning which shows that for some people, face-to-face support is equally necessary. And so our question is, how do we do good person-centered design that enfolds our digital therapeutics, but wraps around it extra support where it's needed? And so in the NHS, mitigating against the risk that digital exclusion exacerbates health inequalities, we set a priority for action across the health service. So NHS is an interesting organisation in England, but in the top body, NHS England, which I work for, we send out different directives across the system about the things which are important. And so during the pandemic, you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, we said a number of things which were mainly about ensuring that people got good access to virtual care, because we went remote in terms of our provision of services. And we recognise that this was an important start, but obviously not far enough when you think about all of the tremendous opportunities that there are. So we've been working on a framework engaging leaders across the healthcare system, those who are campaigners on digital inclusion, those who are designers, those who are involved in rolling out digital healthcare, and thought about, well, what are the things that we can do at a foundation across the NHS to make sure that everyone can access digital healthcare. And so we've set out a framework which includes these domains, thinking about access to devices and data, so ensuring that people have got the connectivity to use the internet, that we design in ways where people don't have to use lots of data to download apps or utilize apps, and thinking about ways in which we can provide data and devices for free where it's needed. We've also thought a lot about accessibility, and there's been a lot of work around inclusive design and new inclusive design frameworks that have been developed by our user-centered designers in the NHS, thinking about how can we really make sure that we're making the most of different forms of technology and making sure that where, for example, disabled people are using assistive technology, we're really integrating. And then we focus on some of the more human aspects of this work. So we know that for both our patients and our staff, it's really important that we think about the skills and capability of people to engage in digital ways in a basic way. So I hear really interesting stories about people's inability even to turn on devices or to know how to connect to the internet. And these are really important things for enabling people to use these different technologies. But equally, we know that there are really important challenges around people's beliefs about what digital health brings. So in some quarters, there's real fear, mistrust, really important privacy concerns that we need to address head on, and we need to myth bust. And then we know across all of these domains, it's really important that we work in partnerships. So if throughout the work I've done, it's really clear that the partnerships between industry, between the NHS, with the voluntary and community sector are so crucial for engaging the underserved communities that we really want to reach with digital healthcare. And they're really essential if you're going to do good person-centered design. It's really impossible to do good person-centered design if you haven't identified the communities that you need to serve and you don't have ways of speaking to them and engaging them. So we really think about the way in which, as leaders, we can forge those relationships so that they're there. Alongside those domains for action, we're also thinking about what can we do at a more strategic level so that we are ever improving on our work in digital inclusion. And so I talked about our inclusive design framework. This is an ongoing process where we have an iteration and we're going to keep testing and learning. We're also working nationally with industry to think about how can we better enable access to data and connectivity in the long run. So there was fantastic work during the pandemic, but there's more that we could do still. We want to think about the purchasing power of the NHS and really think about ensuring that we make sure that the money that we spend is money that really supports inclusiveness. So that means both in terms of the digital devices and therapeutics that we buy, but also just generally thinking about how we can ensure that people have the skills and abilities to engage in healthcare in different ways. And then finally, evidence is so important. There is a wealth of evidence, but quite a difficult evidence base, if I'm honest, around how to drive up digital inclusion and indeed how different digital technologies or therapeutics affect different groups. And so we really want to work with our national strategic research funders to think about what are the frameworks that we can put in place to better evaluate so that we can understand equity impacts within our population. But equally, how can we ensure that we're investing in the right kinds of basic research? So are we prioritizing the different therapeutics which we know are going to affect people who have the worst outcomes and the worst experiences of outcome so that they benefit more? So I'm going to stop there and look forward to more discussion.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Bola. So tech events are definitely different from your typical UN and global health events. There's definitely a lot more neon colors, and the next time I organize an event, I'm going to have a trellis of lights. But before I dive into my amazingly insightful presentation, if you have heard of tuberculosis, can you raise your hand? Oh, wow. Okay, I am actually pleasantly surprised. So this is something I can actually work with. So before I really dive into the Reimagining TB Care initiative, let me briefly tell you who and what the Stop T partnership is and what our superpowers are, because I'm assuming you have never heard of us. But we are a UN-hosted agency, literally throwing everything we have against the wall to end one of the leading infectious disease killers, but was the #1 infectious disease killer. In 2021, it literally killed 1.6 million people, and 10.6 million people fell ill with the disease. And as you can see from the highlighted text, I just highlighted one of our superpowers because this is my favorite one and why I've been at Stop T Partnership for over 10 years. But unlike most UN agencies, we really love to challenge the status quo, as difficult as that is within our construct, and come up with new creative ideas to really solve the problem that we're trying to solve. So this is a work in progress. We literally finalized this slide this past Friday, but I wanted to show you this slide because it really captures how important our innovation work is to the organization. And what I'm hoping to show is that not only is innovation one of the most strategic areas for our organization, but the different types of innovation that we're focused on. We're focused on not only mindset innovation, because that is so critical for any kind of innovation to occur, but then subsequently service delivery innovation, product innovation, and process innovation. And one of those new creative ideas that we have brought to life, and this was actually a business school strategy paper of mine, is called the Reimagining TB Care. And so with a group of countries, what we are trying to do is transform and modernize when, where, and how TB services are accessed and delivered. And the way we are hoping to achieve our vision is by making routine and essential TB services more flexible, accessible, and adaptable, particularly during public health emergencies, and by increasing and improving the provision of localized, and by localized, what we mean is bringing certain services away from the facility level to where people live their daily lives. Integrated, so really moving away from the siloed disease approach and providing services not only for TB, but TB comorbidities like HIV, diabetes, as well as other lung health-related diseases, and making them people-centered, so making everything we do based on users' needs, preferences, and circumstances. And by users, we mean not only the TB-affected people and communities, the care providers, the community health workers, but also the TB survivors. Oops, actually, let me go back to this slide, because I think it's really important that I lay out the 3 different phases, because this is kind of slightly more complicated. So what we are trying to do that is different from how other organizations actually approach rolling out innovations is through a more holistic and end-to-end innovation approach. So what we are doing with the countries is implementing a systematic, fit-for-purpose, and inclusive people-centered design process, so essentially a human-centered design process, to really understand the different users' needs, preferences, and circumstances, including their feelings. I think this is something that we don't do enough of in accessing and delivering TB services. So that's phase 1. Phase 2, which is the acceleration stage, is supporting the countries optimally and sustainably roll out, including the development of scale-up plans, because sometimes in the countries and markets we work in, it takes a long time to move innovations from pilot to routine use. So really working with the countries to develop these scale-up plans that allows them to hopefully accelerate the rollout of these solutions within a 5-year period. And having these countries select the type of service and product innovations they want, not what folks like me in Geneva want, or even what our donors want, but what the countries want, and really supporting the rollout of these country-selected service and product innovations based on the PCD process learnings and insights. And the last but not least phase of the RTC initiative is the integration phase. So one thing we have noticed is that the countries and markets we work in may be introducing these really cool digital-based solutions and emerging technologies, but they kind of float around, and they're not optimally, automatically, and efficiently linked and connected into their country's health management information system. So as the solutions we are supporting to be introduced, we are also working with the countries to lay the groundwork so that phase 3 can happen. And maybe in the interest of time, Tobias, this is something we can discuss during the panel discussion, and this is where I would love to spitball with all of you, because I'm not quite sure if I should talk about this now, but I want to create this like lung health fund to really address issues related to asthma, COPD, lung cancer, TB, RSV, really try to address all of them together in an integrated approach, and really look at how can we introduce services and products related to lung health related illnesses. So this is something we can discuss further later. And I have to include this slide because my boss told me to, and it's not because I'm trying to kiss my donor's ass, but basically South Korea and the US government, both USAID and CDC, have been really incredible in really taking the risk on supporting this initiative, because we are trying to change the way we do business in TB and global health. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And for you that you might not know Jackie that well yet, right? So there are some people who wait that the Ministry of Health does something, right? And then there are trailblazers in public health like Jackie, who then drags the ministries to the table, drags the innovators to the table, and drags the financing people to the table to then actually make change happen. So I'm very impressed what I've seen from the Reimagining Tuberculosis Care program, and I'm very impressed also how you think about the next 5 to 10 years. Could you maybe share a little bit, and also then, right, given that there are lots of founders here, and many of the founders are then angel investors themselves, and then lots of people from the financing side, right? Could you share a little bit how you see the next 5 to 10 years play out, and also how you think about new financing constructs to finally end TB?
Sure. So at the Stop TB Partnership, one of the biggest areas of work for us is really engaging the private sector. So private sector investors as well as private sector innovators, particularly SMEs and startups developing multi-disease solutions. And so we have seen a really growing entrepreneurial ecosystem in a lot of these LMICs and growth markets. And Tobias knows I like adding the word growth markets, because we really need to move away from this distinction of poor country versus rich country. These countries, the TB-affected countries, are India, Indonesia, Philippines, Nigeria. They are not poor countries. They are growing economies. And we do see a lot of innovators and innovations, really interesting ones coming from there. So, for example, our team, because of the Reimagining TB Care, is really trying to advocate for and push more AI-enabled solutions. So there is this one solution, such as a AI-enabled cough and voice recognition app that many innovators that we work with are developing. So this app, if you cough into your phone, can potentially screen for whether or not that cough indicates you have a normal cold, or you might have something more than a cold, or you might potentially have TB, and therefore you should go see a doctor. The other thing we are seeing a lot more happening, which we're happy about, is different types of private sectors working together in these countries, both big and small. So I'm not quite sure if some of our AstraZeneca colleagues are here, but one of the projects I really love, and I hope this starts scaling, is AstraZeneca partnering with a startup from India called Cure AI, working with a local NGO called Friends for International TB Relief in Vietnam to screen for both lung cancer and TB. And what's great is AZ is not in the TB space. So these are kind of the types of trends we are seeing in our space.
So if there are investors and founders here who want to invest in the Lung Health Fund, they should
talk to me.
Great, thank you. Bola, you mentioned a partnership and co-design in your presentation. Can you share a bit how you see the partnerships play out and how you would like to engage the innovator and the financing community?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that, well, firstly, they're essential, clearly. You know, there's nobody who has a monopoly on good ideas, and we need to source the great ideas from wherever they land. I think that, I would reflect on Jackie's point. I think that clearly there are lots of great innovators in the UK, but we shouldn't be making such a sharp distinction between what happens in so-called high-income countries and what happens elsewhere in the world, because I agree the markets elsewhere are really important. I think there are lots of ways in which innovators can get involved in the UK. Partly, you know, it's about whether people can market their products and services in such a ways where they can get onto frameworks. I think a really important thing is thinking about the evidence, so tests and small pilots of innovations which can be discussed. And I think a key body in the UK is particularly Integrated Care Board. So because we have this drive for thinking about digital transformation and inclusivity, our integrated care boards, who are kind of regional bodies, have got the scale and the interest in thinking about how can they do transformational work. So I think an important thing is to think about, you know, who's the network, I suppose, that you want to create. And as within the industry, it's about networking and forging those relationships.
Thank you. Are there questions in the audience? Alan?
I have to disclose Tobias and I are friends, so this is
yes.
a loaded question. It's very interesting because both of you make a very interesting point. But my question to you both is, where does education play a part in this particular exercise? You tend to talk about your internal communications, your internal communities, but there's a whole world out there that needs to understand the challenges both of you are facing, and I challenge you both that education needs to be a theme that needs to be picked up and generated.
So the way, and I'm not quite sure if I'm answering your question, Alan, is one of our primary other pillars is advocacy. So really bringing awareness, understanding, and credibility to our fight to end TB, because you're absolutely right. I mean, it is crazy to me that TB is one of the leading infectious disease killers, but that's why I was so surprised when I saw so many people's hands in this room, because that's not usual. And so that is definitely something that we are driving like there's no tomorrow, and we have a dedicated team. I think another way I want to answer your question is around capacity strengthening. I mean, one of the other reasons why I love working at the Softy Partnership is we are literally trying to put ourselves out of business. If we don't achieve this SDG and end TB by 2030, we have failed, right? And so something then really needs to dramatically change. But we should stop having local country stakeholders and partners rely on us. They should, after all these years, after all that money, they should know how to do a lot of these things. And so I think what we're trying to do is make sure we keep on strengthening their capacity around people-centered design processes, around the introduction of innovations, so that at some point they don't need us.
Well, one other thing, right, given our previous speaker, right, around surgery and the media and media campaign, right, for me, TB is that crazy disease, right, has killed more than 1 million people every year, right, but no one seems to care, right?
Yes.
And so in that sense, also looking at the audience, right, where there is lots of great innovators and investors here, right, so why would you say that the innovators and the investors, right, should care now, right, and not and invest in your lung fund and not invest in, I don't know, gaming?
I love how my lung fund has come to life now, but I have no money. No, I'm just kidding. I think, you know, prior to COVID-19, the countries and the markets we worked in were like, I've literally had people say, it's scary. They don't understand it. They don't know how to engage with the ministries of health. They don't know what it takes to bring any of these innovations to the people who need them. But I think COVID-19 has shown us that it's less scary and definitely doable. And I think that's what we are able to bring, that we know these countries and markets and pathways to the people who need these solutions quite well, because we've been working on this for 20 years. And so I hope to demystify that these countries in Southeast Asia, Africa, et cetera, are these markets that, you know, are too scary for us to enter. And, you know, to be honest, I would feel like, I mean, I'm American, so I feel I can say this, like the US, I don't consider a growth market. So it's so saturated already with so many different types of innovations. And also a lot of the countries and markets we work in, they are at the forefront of innovation. So I would really you know, encourage you to think about not only bringing your solutions to the UK, US market, but your solutions can also apply to the Nigerias of the world, the Indias of the world, the Philippines of the world.
Thank you. Bola, you mentioned that in your presentation, right? On the one hand, there is digital inclusion. On the other hand, there's digital exclusion. But here in a tech setting where we are talking about health tech, how do you think about using health tech for good, right? And for promoting inclusion and equality, and not sort of running into this where it actually makes things even worse?
Yeah, I think it's essential that we think about how, I always sort of talk about it, how digital and tech can be a force for good, and is one of the really important levers that we've got for inclusion and addressing health inequalities. So look, so I come from a public health background, and so I suppose some things for us to think about are, you know, what are the issues that we want to address? Are there specific diseases that we think are really important for us to make a difference? So TB is a really fantastic example. I think in England we'd be thinking about, you know, different non-communicable diseases as a priority for thinking about how the technology can help us. And then I think there's a really important aspect of thinking around, you know, who are the communities that we most need to serve with the technology? So there's a brilliant phenomenon where the worried well are the people who rush to take up, I think, some of our digital healthcare and digital therapeutics, but actually, are we reaching the people who have the greatest need? And have we designed with them in mind, I suppose? So I think starting with an idea of the diseases or health conditions and the communities that we most want to serve is really important. But also, to add a layer of complexity, I think thinking around kind of multi-purpose innovations, where perhaps we could create more integrated support for people with a whole host of long-term conditions is a really important issue, because we know that that burden of NCDs falls most heavily on the poorest, and they're more likely to have complex and multiple conditions. So things which help us to address that kind of multiplicity of problems, I think, are going to be really important. I mean, I wanted to also go back to the point about education. So I was, funnily enough, talking to some colleagues from Great Ormond Street Hospital on Friday about their approach to digital inclusion and thinking about how they join up with partners, particularly schools, for example, so that they can kind of start a debate about digital healthcare quite early on. And, you know, I think there's this important question about how do we encourage a debate around lifelong learning, but also dispel myths. I hear lots of really unfounded myths about what different tech and digital solutions can offer people. So there's a really important thing for us to do as a community to run those campaigns, to dispel those myths, but also to be engaging people across the life course in what these opportunities present.
Well, I think also, right, looking ahead the next 20 years, right, we've got this massive opportunity to make prevention digitally enabled and maybe even fun. We have that other opportunity, right, to better link our existing health systems and healthcare services, hospitals, GP practices, to make them more accessible to people, right? On the other hand, we've got the whole piece around digitally enabled chronic disease management, right, which can be TB, it can be diabetes, and then finally, right, we didn't talk about that at all. How do we in our health systems, both in here in Europe as well as elsewhere, how do we want to do precision medicine, right, based on genomics or other omics, right? I think that, you know, and if we drive that forward in silos, it's going to be difficult. So we need more of both of you that bring people together, right, and that bring the demand side together with the supply side and together with the financing side. Maybe we also need a health equality fund. But with that, I just want to thank you for your amazing work, your passion, your drive, and for making a difference. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for an enlightening discussion. I think the bringing together at the end, as you say, Tobias, thank you so much. Thank you. The supply, the demand, and also the finance, extremely important. And that is something which I don't think we're going to have any shortage of as pressures increase on us for supplying solutions to ever-growing problems in healthcare, especially as we get older, notwithstanding things like pandemics and multi-resistant bacteria like TB. Well, keeping on to the theme of global scale benefits and opportunities, and how the UK is a great place to be a test bed and to develop your solutions before going out into the rest of the world. Attracting global movers and shakers is something that we are quite good at and could do better at even. And to talk about that with his panel is Andrew Davis from the Association of British Healthcare Industries. Please give a warm welcome to Andrew and his panelists.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. As you've heard, I'm Andrew Davis from ABHI, which is a shorter mouthful than Associated British Health Tech Industries. Really pleased to be here this afternoon and to talk about the UK as a destination for entrepreneurs, for people who are looking to bring innovations to healthcare. I'm really happy to be joined by Sam, Lily, and Mike, who will do some intros themselves shortly. But it truly is, a global market for healthcare. From looking at staff and how staff move around the globe to different health systems, particularly how tech is adopted and developed in different jurisdictions. And in line with the government's desire to be a science superpower, life sciences is a key part of that. And within that, medical devices and technology is playing an increasingly important role. But it is a competitive marketplace. Companies have to make a decision on where to invest, where to launch products. The UK has traditionally done very well as a gateway to Europe. We're, of course, in a different situation now from a political and trade point of view, having left Europe. We're also experiencing some different challenges ourselves post-pandemic, which we saw provided a real boost to digital and to tech, but it also left us with a legacy of huge waiting lists, which are predominantly reliant on relatively low-tech things, big waiting lists in ophthalmics and musculoskeletal hip replacements, etc. So it's a really interesting background we have and a really interesting time to be talking about this subject. So I will now let my panel introduce themselves, a few minutes each, and we'll go into some questions, and I'll be really pleased to take questions from the audience as well. Sam, should we start with yourself?
Hello, everyone. I've had quite a varied career path. I was a medical doctor for 22 years, an anaesthetist, and then a GP. I was accountable officer of a clinical commissioning group, and also I was CEO of Taunton Hospital. But now I'm Deputy CEO of the Francis Crick Institute, which is a biomedical research institute in King's Cross. We have 2,000 scientists from 77 different countries.
Lily.
Thanks, not sure I can follow that. But I'm Lily Tang, I'm Deputy Director within NHS England. Prior to joining the NHS, I was a civil servant, so working across various government departments, advising on policy and economics across the transport, housing, energy and climate change sectors. But for the last 10 years, I've been within NHS England, currently since about a year ago within the Transformation Directorate, where we are responsible for setting the strategic direction for transforming health and care to improve outcomes and experience for all and to ensure that patients benefit ultimately from innovation, research and technology. And I specifically lead on a portfolio of work that centres around digital health technologies.
Thanks, Lily. Mike.
My name is Mike White, and I just want to start this off with, I'm originally from Arizona, and I'm very hot in here, so I apologize if I seem like I'm sweating or I make uncomfortable pauses. It's very, very hot. But my name is Mike White, and I'm the market manager for life science for HSBC's Innovation Bank. Really excited to be here. I actually just arrived this morning, and thrilled to be with the panel and share some ideas of things that I've seen. My background is for the last 20 years, I was with Silicon Valley Bank in California, working with life science companies, biotech, medtech, gene editing tools, the whole gambit. And love to share some of the trends that I've seen in the United States and hear from my fellow panelists.
Great, thanks, Mike. And I think if an Arizonan is finding it hot in here, that says something. I couldn't bring myself to put my jacket on. I do apologize. Okay, let's kick off. And Lily, I'd like to start with yourself, because when we talk about healthcare in the UK, the NHS is pretty much the only game in town. Could you outline some of the policies that NHS England are putting in place to really make the UK and the NHS an attractive place for innovators and entrepreneurs?
Yeah, sure. And I think this has been touched upon throughout the course of today, actually, the scale and the size of the opportunities to innovate within NHS and within the UK are huge. And I think Jack said it earlier, we are doing well, but we've definitely got much further to go. So I am part of the Innovation, Research and Life Sciences, part of the Transformation Directorate within NHS England, and we are doing a breadth of work to support industry to innovate and to support the innovations that ultimately benefit our patients and benefit our staff. One area, or I should say that we do a breadth of different things. So we run various award programs. Some of those were touched on in Lord Markham's opening earlier. So we've got the AI Awards, £125 million over a course of several years to help support innovation in that area. We also run various programs to support innovations, just again broadly throughout the NHS. One is called the Clinical Entrepreneurs Programme, which has led to supporting well over 1,000 innovations within the NHS and to support the scale and spread ultimately so that we realise the intended benefits of those innovations for our patients and for our staff. I wanted to focus though on a particular area where we know that we need to do better, and that is in the space of digital health technologies. And I think this is across many other jurisdictions as well. So many other countries and jurisdictions, including the US, are still paving the way forward to clarify routes to market, to enable these innovations within a digital health tech space to actually access the market and access end users, and then to realize, as I mentioned, the intended ultimate benefits for patients and for staff. So what we are doing here is we are working with probably many of you in this room, so across industry, across decision makers within our local organisations within NHS, so be that clinicians, transformation leads, finance folk and so on, through to our research partners, our regulatory partners, to really clarify the routes into the NHS. We've heard that there are clearer routes to market for medicine, say, but we don't have the same for digital health technology. So we really want to get greater parity for digital health technologies and to ensure that we are able to realise those opportunities, because as we've heard today, there are so many ways in which we can benefit patients. And I was just chatting to someone outside the room just now called Sid, explaining that I was on at least 5 different clinical pathways. So I'm definitely a true believer of digital because I've benefited from digital health tech myself. But in order for us to collectively make the most of the opportunities here, we are trying to set almost a golden thread end-to-end pathway or pathways to market to enable you all to navigate the complex landscape much more easily. We have made good steps here already, so I thought it'd be helpful for me to quickly run through the end-to-end golden thread, if you like, and I'm happy to kind of chat through any of this in more detail through Q&A and or outside of this session. But one of the key kind of upstream, most important parts of this journey, which we've also heard from colleagues actually in the US, in Asian markets, across European jurisdictions, is that we need to do a lot better to identify and articulate where are the most pertinent problems to solve within the NHS, and where can digital health technologies therefore have the greatest opportunities to make the highest impacts for our patient and our staff. Because if we start at the beginning of the journey down the wrong path, then we're not maximising every limited pound within the NHS. So we are increasing our internal capabilities to do much more around demand signalling, so that we are able to really bring to light what the unmet needs are within the NHS and where investors can really realise those opportunities to solve the right problems in the first place. So demand signalling is one area, and then we're also trying to clarify the commissioning landscape. So we heard again through our opening session with Lord Markham that many of you find it very difficult to navigate the complex landscape, and we want to make that a lot more seamless. And to do that, we are going to be clarifying exactly how we can commission digital health technologies within the NHS, how we can work through the commercials, so what prices should we be paying to avoid that kind of bilateral negotiation between hundreds of individual NHS organisations and individual suppliers. We will streamline that route to market, the commercials, the commissioning, the procurement, through to what prices should we be paying within the NHS. One, to maximise our kind of purchasing power, but also to make it easier and to provide greater certainty for investors when you're entering into the NHS market. And then finally, kind of the downstream part of the pathway or pathways to market that we're trying to really clarify is to support the implementation and adoption aspects of the field, essentially. And we're working collaboratively with regulators such as NICE, so our National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, to clarify the assurance pathway, the standards that are required to kind of evidence and back up the value proposition of investments and innovations, and through that to ultimately ensure that we have the foundations and the evidence to give our clinicians and our patients the confidence and to empower them to know which are the kind of best and most efficacious and safe technologies to use and for the best value for money, and to ensure that we are able to support adoption through to adherence and continued evaluation. Because again, I've heard through talking to many kind of partners within other countries that even where we do get adoption, we struggle to get adherence to usage. And ultimately, if you don't get adherence to usage of digital health technologies, you're not going to kind of realise opportunities. You're not going to have that sustained and maintained adoption and willingness to pay ultimately by payers. So I'm hoping and I'm excited by the foundations that we're creating with many of you in this room and with other partners across other nations to really set the foundations for us to collectively make the most of generating value through digital health technologies.
Great, thanks, Lily. I think it's very interesting really seeing a maturing of the digital health market. I mean, certainly, during the pandemic, it was doing what was necessary, however you could or needed to do it. Before the pandemic, it was a bit of a wild west and everybody trying everything. I think since coming out of the pandemic, we're seeing more structures and processes being put in place, which hopefully can give more certainty to people bringing solutions to market. Mike, could I ask you take a slightly different angle? I mean, one of the things entrepreneurs, health tech entrepreneurs want to do is bring wonderful technical solutions to benefit patients. What they often end up doing is spending a lot of time raising funds. And again, raising more funds. And
yes.
Raising more funds. Tell us a bit about that landscape and particularly how the UK differs from the US, because it fundamentally seems to, both in terms of valuations and structures, etc.
Absolutely, Andrew. I could speak to the US a bit more specifically compared to the UK, given today's my first day here. But in the U.S. right now, the capital markets have somewhat closed, driven largely by high interest rates, inflation, and a regional banking crisis earlier this year. As such, it's created an environment where you have the haves and have-nots in healthcare, life sciences, and I'll speak to health tech as well as biotech are the two major categories that have raised the most funds in the last 5 years in the U.S. And it's the haves and have-nots, sort of like Charles Dickens, two paths diverged into a road. Probably shouldn't quote him here. So you have the haves and have-nots, and so you have health tech and biotech companies the public ones have valuations have come down considerably, but perhaps they were overvalued. I read an investment banker report today that we're going back to the reversion to the mean of 2019 of the valuations for health tech companies in the United States. But the stronger companies are either raising capital rather easily, and the investment bankers are banging on their door. They're doing quite well. And then conversely, you have the other group, the have-nots, that are needing to get very creative. And a lot of the founders and CEOs that I know have talked to me about a lot of the creative deal structures that are happening in the United States right now with health tech and biotech. And that might dovetail to what are the very common financing structures we're seeing for those have-nots, because the haves, who cares? They're like I said, they have a variety of capital options, whether it be a public offering, albeit quite slow this year, convertible offering, debt, which HSBC Innovation Bank provides. By the way, we're open for business. But going to the other category, the soup du jour is reverse mergers. And I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar with reverse mergers, but quite simply, it's where a private company gets access to the public markets via merging with another company. Interestingly, there's some trends of UK companies that are listed on UK exchanges merging with NASDAQ exchange US companies in these reverse merger transactions. Reverse mergers historically have had I won't say terrible reputation, but a negative connotation. It's that other group that couldn't IPO, is what the investment bankers will say to you. But in this market, if you can access the public markets and raise meaningful capital and live another day, it's a valid transaction to consider. So when I speak to the investment bankers that I know and CEOs, they're taking that transaction much more seriously. So just a smattering of things. I could talk about the UK market. UK market, I would just say that it seems from my very naive lens that it's just earlier innings compared to the United States. It has so many of the fundamentals that I think the hotbeds of innovation in the United States have. It has world-class universities, academia in Locksbridge, if that's what they call it. There's also a very tight ecosystem of entrepreneurs here, similar to San Francisco, where I used to live and work with entrepreneurs, similar to San Diego, where I lived a couple days ago. So it has that. It just needs that access to capital, and I think that access to capital is so important. And it doesn't mean there aren't VCs and PE firms here. There certainly are, and there's U.S. ones moving here. I just read that Andreessen is setting up shop here today, maybe because of Tech Week. I mean, I think the capital is coming. So I think it has the fundamentals to be that next sort of US-like world-class life science market.
Great. Thanks. I mean, that's it's really good to hear that the money is coming here, so rather than companies having to go there, if you excuse me using that expression for the US, because we really want to create an indigenous industry here. You mentioned about Loxbridge. At the point of one of the corners of that triangle, Sam, is the Francis Crick Institute, in London, part of the Golden Triangle. We heard about from Mike his US views about we've got great academia. What do you see as the strengths, particularly in our research environment and that crossover between academia and research in the UK, and how that can really support entrepreneurs?
Yes, well, the first thing to say is I think that the UK is globally recognised for its science and research. We have a huge research infrastructure. The UKRI is the overarching research council that overarches 7 research bodies. And I think if you're an entrepreneur, an innovator, and you're coming to the UK system, there's several things that you ought to think about. First of all, back to Lily's point, you need to get to know the health and research landscape, both in the NHS, but also in the commercial division. So you need to understand where, if you think about the NHS, where is the NHS commissioning done? What is an integrated care system? What is an integrated care body? What's the difference between NHS commissioning and local authority commissioning? What is NICE? If you are thinking of giving a test run, a trial run of your product or device or your healthcare platform in the NHS as a pilot, then you need to think about just not the quality of that product, but also the economic proposition. The money in the NHS is tight. You don't want to add in an extra cost pressure to the care pathway. So the good news is, though, there's lots and lots of bodies out there to help you. So obviously there's the ABHI, which is the Association of British Healthcare Industries, the Association of British Pharmaceutical Industries, there's BIVDA, the British In Vitro Diagnostic Association, there's Innovate UK, there's lots and lots of academic health science networks throughout the country that are really good in what they do in supporting innovation. There's the latest ARIA that's just been set up, which is the Advanced Research and Innovation Agency. And also there's BIA, the Bioindustry Association. So all of those bodies can, if you approach them, can give you guidance and advice. If you are struggling to get your trial, your proof of concept done via approaching, say, a university or an academic institute, also do think about commercial trial companies. There's some that partner with the NHS in public-private partnerships, and they might undertake the work for you. Also, as an individual innovator, there's some really, really great schemes out there, either attached to universities such as Imperial that has an innovation engine, or there's Jason Mellad, who's running Start Code On in Cambridge and doing some great work with healthcare innovator startups. There's the NHS Innovator Accelerator Scheme. You can apply to that on an annual basis, and they have fellows and they provide support, networking and strategic advice. At the Francis Crick Institute, we have something called KQ Labs, where we provide a small amount of seed funding to data-driven healthcare businesses. So there's lots out there for you to access for support, even though it may seem initially a little bit complex. So another thing to mention is health policy think tanks, such as the King's Fund and the Nuffield Trust. They do some good summaries, actually, of the NHS landscape. So in summary, I would say you've got to get to know your landscape, really, really understand the system. Otherwise, you're going to struggle to work out how to navigate it. You need to think about what your route to market is and what your value proposition is. Don't forget about the economic benefit as well as the quality. I mentor a few innovators, and they often are very focused on the quality of their product, which of course is important, but have not done any form of economic evaluation. There's companies like York Health Economics Consortium and others that can help with that. But in the end, once you've got through all of that, the good news about the UK health and research landscape is that although there may be high regulatory barriers or hurdles, and it may be complex, it is very well recognised internationally. So if you get regulatory approval or you become a customer of the NHS, that means you are very well recognised in the international landscape, and that's really like getting the gold stamp, so it's worth the effort.
Great, thank you, Sam. There's a lot of names of organizations, acronyms thrown out there.
I tried to spell them out.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. Question perhaps for Sam and for Lillian. Might take a slightly different view on it in a moment. Is this wide ecosystem of lots of organizations a good thing? Because you've got lots of opportunities, lots of bites at the pie? Or is it a barrier because it's fragmented? And particularly a question about that in the NHS, that dynamic of NHS centrally versus NHS locally, and who does what. Lily?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So I do think the regulatory barrier, as Sam mentioned, is high, and necessarily so. I'm not sure whether it's any kind of more burdensome, if you like, compared to other jurisdictions. So I hear a lot, again, I'm going to mention the US. The US is much easier to get products through and so on, but speaking to the FDA and others, and actually a lot of investors and funders, when I was last in the US, there is a real uphill battle to get the adoption and the adherence and the scale. So I think the opportunities within the NHS are huge, and like the scale of the challenges that we face with our kind of finances, our workforce and so on, equally mean that the good side is that the scale to make a difference and an impact through investing in innovation and technology and research is worth the effort. And once you're able to kind of get through the evidential requirements, the regulatory assurances, the opportunity to scale is huge. And we've got like really great examples already through the work that we've done through our Accelerated Access Collaborative, which is part of NHS England. And we have attracted through, I mentioned AI Awards again, a lot of investment into the NHS. We've attracted through our Clinical Entrepreneurs Programme and supported through the NHS Innovation Accelerator Programme, just two of many. Well over £1 billion of investment over the past few years, if not more than that. So we are working in collaboration with NICE, with the MHRA, two of our core regulatory partners, to really set the foundation. So I really want everyone to see the regulatory route to market, the assurance pathway, as a crucial enabler to support the generation of evidence, to support and back your value propositions, because it's that's really going to generate the behavioural change for ultimately patients to have the confidence and the empowerment to utilise your products and to have sustained usage of products, and for payers to have that continued longevity of willingness to pay for the products. So we are setting the foundations to, and it's a means to an end is what I'm trying to say. So the beginning and the end really needs to start with people, and you've probably heard that a lot today. Everything starts with the person. We're trying to ultimately innovate, use research, use technology to make people's lives better, to make our patients' lives better, to make things better for our communities, and to make things better for our really pressurized workforce. So ultimately, I see the policy and the regulatory side of things, and I'll work collaboratively with other jurisdictions, with the ABHI, with many other partners, as providing the supporting foundations for everything that we're all collectively trying to deliver, and we're all trying to do the right things for the right reasons, which is ultimately key to all of this.
Great. Sam, NHS local versus national. Where should people go?
Yes, it is complex, there's no doubt. I think if it was me, I would probably start, funnily, with NHS Local. I'd start to get to know your local integrated care board, try and sort of bite the elephant in small chunks and sort of get your innovation in one part of the system and recognised, and then think about how you then have central discussions, because I think that's probably an easier route in. I do think accessing some of those bodies I talked about, or innovator schemes, are absolutely worth doing, because they have huge amounts of IP around all of this and expertise, and they're set up to try and help you. So I wouldn't try and go it alone. I would try and buddy yourself with somebody to get all that expert advice. But then, yes, I probably would go in at the local route. There are some disadvantages.
Proof of concept first before going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. And Mike, slightly different angle on the same question. So where does the UK sit in the perceptions of investors? I've heard everything from, yeah, you really should be getting into the UK market, to I'll strike a red line through any revenue you put down against that market.
Yeah, I mean, I actually was preparing for this panel, and I was speaking to a partner at a major healthcare venture capital fund last week about this, and he said we are very actively investing in the UK. One of the key reasons is the business-friendly administration in the UK, which I think encompasses the NHS as well. And he said some of the incentives they provide for innovative life science companies are very compelling. And I was not aware of that. And I said, is it similar to some of the incentives you've seen around other OUS domiciles? And he said, most like Australia comes up. I've worked with a number of biotechs that are running clinical trials in Australia solely because of the tax incentives there, and that I think that is really positive. The perception of venture capitalists that this is a business-friendly environment. Maybe conversely, in the United States, one thing that's happening right now that's very controversial and interesting is the Inflation Reduction Act that President Biden got through Congress and was passed, I think 6 months ago, had a component of capping major drug prices in 2020, I think 2026, 2025. And this has sent a shiver of terror through big pharma and biotech because the government hasn't done this for a long time. The big biotech and big pharma has had a arguably 20-year period of enjoying. If you can demonstrate clinical utility and safety, you will get reimbursement. I mean, perhaps it's gotten out of control because now there's gene therapies that are now reimbursed for $2 million. I think the Zolgensma is $2 million and Bluebird's is $2 million. So perhaps it's gotten out of control, and we're trying to shift back to the center. But that is very shocking, just because 2 days ago, Merck announced a lawsuit against Human Health and Services and CMS because of this drug pricing caps that they're trying to implement. And Merck is in terror because they have their leading drug Keytruda does $22 billion in revenue on an annual basis, and they cannot have caps on blockbusters. I think that's one of the things that's happening here. And then there's also an interesting trickle down effect. You see big pharma now making acquisitions predicated on what could happen down the road with this legislation if it stands up. Okay. So anyways,
interesting. So there's the absolute of what the UK does and what it's like, but there's the relative of how other markets are shifting and how we are in comparison. Interesting. Maybe questions from the audience. Do we have any? I've got light shining in my eyes. I can't see too well. No, none so far. Okay. Oh, we have one there. Got a microphone? Okay. Okay, one back there somewhere, and then one down here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, so could you put some light on King's College, the mind and health research with the NHS, which is with KCL?
Sorry, I heard something about King's College. I didn't pick up the rest.
Yes, so there's a mind and body research by the NHS, which they're doing with King's College. So I think it's to do with academia and healthcare partnership. So I think, ma'am, you were saying about all these in the UK, right? All these bodies, so amongst them. So this one was really interesting because it integrates mental health and physical health. So I was wondering if some more light could be shed on it. Thank you.
Okay.
So, I know a little bit about that program. I think that's that mind-body program led by the King's Healthcare Partners is just one of many examples across the NHS where many people are coming together collectively. So King's Healthcare Partners work through kind of patient representative groups, other research partners across London and across the broader kind of English NHS landscape to generate those kind of innovations, create those innovations that combine mental health, use of digital tech, as I was talking about actually, and how that can then help improve our physical care. Again, I'll refer to, as another example of this, Lord Markham mentioned that we have secured £250 million from the Treasury to support use of digital mental health products as well as MSK products, and that is really looking at things like mental health to improve citizens' mental health, but also their well-being. So part of the kind of value proposition, so to speak, for us securing that treasury money was to basically make the case that this would support people to remain in work and also return to work. So there is that combination between mental and physical health, and we will continue to explore those opportunities going forward.
Great, yeah, I think that's a really interesting program there, generally around mental health, because actually been championed out of the Treasury because they're looking at it from a productivity angle and how the UK can be a more productive country. And that's why it's getting the money and investment. So sorry, I think we had a question down here. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. Jonathan Bywater from BWV. So it's an interesting case for medical technologies where there's already an incumbent treatment. So in terms of the willingness to pay, is there any thoughts as to how you can kind of divvy out where the actual benefit is derived from, and whether from the technology side, how you can actually say, okay, that is actually good value for money and can be adopted by the NHS?
Sam, do you want to have a first go there?
I think what you're saying, if I just summarise it back to you, is how do you build an economic case for the medical technology product? Is that what you're really saying?
Yes, to a certain degree, but almost if the medical technology is being used to be kind of complementary to a pharmaceutical treatment, so the actual drug itself, but you're trying to show that there is an increased efficacy through the use of medical technology, how do you prove that and actually work it through, bring it to market if there's, with the current system of the cost to the NHS, how can you actually show there is a greater efficacy under the current payment system and the willingness to pay?
So I'm happy to answer that one. So we provide guidance through NHS England and also through a critical kind of regulatory partner here is NICE, who I mentioned earlier. They set the kind of evidence, they've got evidence standards framework which sets out guidance for how you demonstrate value, clinical efficacy and cost effectiveness against a counterfactual or a set of counterfactuals. So that might be a pill in the case of some use cases and treatments, or it could be a different counterfactual, and there is guidance that we provide. I'm happy to kind of link up with you to let you know how to access that guidance, but NICE is a key element of that picture, and NHS England provide information there as well, including through our innovation service, where we link up the kind of jurisdictions of our regulatory bodies to ensure that we are able to support you to generate the evidence and the value proposition.
I think the NICE evidence standards framework is a really good example of this maturing of the market, so we have much more clarity now over what evidence is needed. So I think I think it was over there next, then there's someone right at the back, I think had their hand up earlier, and then down to yourself if we've got time. We've only got 3 minutes, so...
Thank you, Melanie from Acoma Health. So I'm offering culturally conscious mental health care. So this is very much in line with where my question is coming from. So you mentioned, for example, this is mostly targeted at the NHS guys on the stage. So when you're thinking about partnering with organizations to provide care for, or to improve access to care for many people in the UK, I'm curious how you think about the cultural conscious nature of that, specifically given that you can't necessarily take strategies that you apply with physical health for mental health, particularly where a big part of what allows mental health to be successful is that cultural understanding across the table. So I'm just curious how you think about that, how you think about who you partner with to make sure that healthcare is democratized to the full population that exists within the UK.
Thank you. That's a really good question, and I think it goes back with what I was saying about kind of everything needs to start with people and end with people, and we definitely have much further to go. I've got colleagues at the front who are leading work. I've got Becca, Peter and Talai here at the front who are leading a lot of work, engaging with patient groups, patient representatives, user groups, carers and so on, to ensure that we build in that kind of patient centricity and patient focus right from the very start. We definitely don't do it well enough, and again, I hear from every other country that we all kind of like internationally do not do this enough. We kind of like end up in a situation with kind of innovative solutions chasing problems or trying to shoehorn into resolving a pre-perceived problem statement. So we are doing more to engage with patients in particular and also clinicians. We are also looking at the kind of cultural side, as you mentioned, and using behavioural insights and behavioural science and behavioural economics to ensure that we truly understand the barriers and the facilitators to first identifying the right problems and then ensuring that we're using innovation, research, data and tech to provide the most suitable solutions to those problems. And through that, that's going to enable the value proposition journey on the back of the last question to support uptake, because I think a lot of what we hear when we engage with patient groups, for example, is the kind of the knowledge about which are the most beneficial, actually which digital health technologies and other technologies can we access in the first place, which are the most beneficial and easy and value for money ones to use, and how can we be supported as patients to have the confidence to keep using those products and to understand which new products come onto the market, because the digital ecosystem is a fast-paced and continually evolving environment, but we know that we need to do better to ensure that we do, as you mentioned, democratize digital transformation ultimately and democratize access and the kind of outcomes that we're intending to provide through digital and technology innovation. So lots to do, but we know that patients and people need to be at the center of all of this, as well as clinicians, because they all champion what works.
Okay, great. And I'm really sorry, gentlemen at the back, we'll probably be down there taking our mics off and stuff if you want to grab us, but we're 12 seconds over. Poor sharing on my part. I really want to thank our speakers, Sam, Lily, Mike, brilliant, and thank you for engaging and asking the questions.
Thank you so much. So, anyone here good at medical acronyms? Hands up. Who's good at medical acronyms here? No? No one? No one got the bravery to? Okay, let me see. Okay, this is doctor speak right now. Okay. A 78YO WDWNWF admitted to ICCU, COPND, and DOE. TPNA in ER. ER? Cool. Okay. Did you get the rest of it? No. In ER last week for CP relieved by NGT, previously ADM for ICCE in 1982, PTCA in 1986, and THA in 1987. Have you got a clue what any of this means? Because not even I do. But anyway, this is the kind of language we speak. But this is a very handy little book. It's a little book which I found in Hey on Y in like 1990. And it really helped me to sort of decode a lot of medicine when I was on the wards. But interestingly, it was written in 1988. And today I grabbed this from my shelf on the way down here to look up AI. AI in 1988 for doctors was aortic insufficiency, artificial insemination, allergy index, accidentally incurred allergy and immunology department. Wow. Anti-insulin antibody and aspirin-induced asthma. Not a single mention of artificial intelligence. And it was interesting because when I pinged my WhatsApp group, this is my university alumni WhatsApp group, talking to them about, hey, have you guys heard of this thing called ChatGPT? It's my hunch that it's going to change a lot of stuff. People went, oh, is that AI thing? And a couple of them said, I don't even know what AI stands for. So we are in a transformational moment where folk like me are changing, and a time where we need to embrace artificial intelligence, lest we be replaced by it, perhaps. And to talk to me about this, to close off today, is a friend of mine who has taken a very interesting entrepreneurial journey. Not a doctor himself, but a person who has committed his life and his work to improving healthcare, first in this country, but now already stretching far beyond our borders. He is a brilliant entrepreneur, has been incredibly successful, and also tenacious in jumping to see where the opportunities lie, not trying to stick too long in any one domain, and to serve people where they need, when they need, for the problems at hand, including remote patient monitoring, putting hospitals at home, trials, remotely trying to give access to people who otherwise wouldn't have got into accessing innovative medicines, COVID response, and many other things. He's a brilliant gentleman. He is a bearer of gifts, I can see, over there. I'm not quite sure what he's carrying, but we'll soon find out. And his name is Dan Vedat, and please welcome him on stage. I don't know what you've got there. Okay.
It's a good surprise.
All right, so it's the end of the day, and I know that energies sometimes run low, so we're going to keep this short, sharp, and hopefully entertaining. Dan, right. I've got a few questions I've lined up for you, and we're going to rattle them off. First of all, highlights. What have been the highlights of your entrepreneurial journey? I want to know your lessons learned, and most importantly, what on earth would you have done differently?
A lot of questions.
I'm an AI. I've got a lot of questions.
I know. It's a pleasure to be here to start with, and thanks everyone for joining this quite an interesting event, and hopefully a more amazing week we're going to have ahead of us. I think before I get into the question, maybe I want to explain what these two kind of bags are full of. Probably all of you guys have had mangoes in your life. I have eaten mangoes. And my exposure to mango was what you could get in Tesco or Sainsbury. And they are shit. I hated mango. But I always thought that is the mango. That is the definition of mango. Until, obviously, humans started growing and we started having a lot of people. And out of the 500-something people we have, there was this guy who is now head of our engineering. His grandfather has a mango farm, a unique farm in the middle of India. 2 years ago, he brought me some mango from that farm. And I tried that mango. It was the most magical things I've ever eaten. I almost felt like a blind person that can see. It was that good. And since then, during the season, which is like 2 months, and now it's almost end of the season, so this is the last batch, we ship like tens of and hundreds of boxes of mango from India to London, and we share it with our friends, with the people, because for once, it really took me by surprise. I always thought that is the only way a mango would taste. So there is 20 mangoes here with a little bit of a love letter by me and large language models combined, partnering. You guys more than welcome and come and take one. You need to keep it really like this at home.
This is going to be the feeding of the 5,000 because like there are quite a few people that want these mangoes.
And keep it like this because
I'm in line as well. Actually.
So soft. If you put it like this, it goes bad. So it has to sit on the seed. And then after it's green, after it's not green anymore, it's yellowish, try it. It will change your life. So that was the mango. Now, in terms of highlights of my life, I still truly believe digital health has so much promise that hasn't delivered. Technology in healthcare has so much in healthcare in terms of the delivery that they haven't fulfilled it. But one highlight is the work we did during COVID. As you guys know, we partnered with AstraZeneca to support the vaccine development. And doing the data collections as a part of the study and clinical trial, and putting 100+ people day and night for 3 months, just working on that and nothing else. And we make a big bet on stopping every other commercial projects we had, was quite a big deal for us. And until today, I'm really proud of that. This morning we had a meeting with the Chancellor, and apparently the vaccine has already saved lives of 6 million people, the AstraZeneca vaccine. Obviously our contributions there was this much, tiny, but we were part of it, and I feel extremely proud.
Dan, what are your biggest lessons learned, apart from your choice of mangoes?
My story is not finished. So when your story is not finished, you shouldn't really give advice or lessons that you have learned, because you learn something, you feel you were right, and then you realize soon you were really wrong. One thing that was quite interesting for me to experience, I always thought it's about the mission. I truly thought, no matter what, it's always about the mission. But then I realized the mission doesn't matter if you don't have the people. And that was a big learning for me, that it's actually all about the people. And the people, it starts with the people in your team, the people you are the closest. And often as an entrepreneur, you get so bogged into the mission, and you are happy to sacrifice everything just to get the mission done. And during the hard time, the only things that has kept me going, the smile of a couple of my team members, when and if I interacted with them, especially during COVID, it was a tough time. That is something that we don't talk enough about it. And for me, it's been quite a big learning.
I will say, very much to Dan's credit, that Dan is also one of the people that cherishes people's contributions. I think I had a coffee with him once where I said something that might have been vaguely meaningful, and suddenly I got lawyers from his place giving me lots of documents saying, please sign here. I'm not quite sure what it was all about. I thought maybe I'd breached some sort of confidentiality agreement, but it wasn't. It was a very generous amount of options. I still haven't signed that document because I don't believe that cup of coffee was anywhere close worth to what you thought it was. But you've always been very good with your people and rewarding them. Do you think that as entrepreneurs, especially as you can see in the healthcare sector, that we are incentivizing our staff enough? Are we able to pay them enough? Are we competitive in this country?
You know, before I start any company, I was a student at Johns Hopkins. And somebody taught me a really interesting lesson. And it was in the context of me working for him. I never ended up working for him, but the lesson was quite interesting. He told me, like, Dan, no matter how much I pay you, I haven't paid you enough. And that becomes quite interesting if someone tells you, look, I'm going to give you $50 million and you're only going to live, I don't know, 5 years. You would probably say no. Even $500 million, you would probably say no. And that correlates with the fact that we should really appreciate the time, every minute, every hour that somebody puts toward the journey that you go through with. And work is a big part of our life, right? Startups, corporate life, it takes, a lot from you. So that is how I see it.
Talking of work, I'm soon going to be out of a job, aren't I? What jobs right now do you think Dr. AI should be doing that aren't? What will they be doing next year? And what do you see as the biggest thing that Dr. AI is going to be doing that it's not doing now in 2034? What year is it? 2033, 10 years from now.
I'm going to share something that this is the first time I share publicly. Ten years ago, roughly, when I started, I really wanted, my hope really was to build potentially the most impactful business in the world. And by virtue of that, also the biggest. Because I did the math, up to 20% of every country GDP is spent on healthcare. 75% of the cost of healthcare is more or less correlated to chronic conditions or diseases that we can prevent. You add up this number, this is actually big. This is Apple big, Microsoft big. And I kept it quiet until today. Because there's no point to talk big, especially in this country, when you haven't shown anything. But 1 year ago, I almost gave up. Because I got to a point that, you know what? This is really hard.
Yeah.
Changing healthcare is really hard. And I was like, okay, this is at best would be like, okay, company, but it's not for any form and shape become what we do or someone that does something in our space. And when I talk about Huma, I'm talking about the industry. I actually don't care as much if we end up making something happen or someone else. I prefer it to be us. Until 12 months, 14 months ago, I saw ChatGPT. That was just like not even version 3. I was like, holy shit, this is exciting. This is something I've never seen. Because another statistic I never shared, 50% of healthcare cost is staff salary. No industry is like that, for all the good reasons, by the way. Expensive training, mission critical, care requires, unique people, really smart people, caring people that they sacrifice. And I also believe we don't even pay them enough, especially in this country. I'm so sad that we don't pay enough to our doctors, to our nurses. It's almost disgusting, the amount that we pay. But that's another problem to discuss later. And then suddenly, you have this technology can communicate with you like a human, almost. And a month ago, there was this paper, you might have seen it by Johns Hopkins. The interaction of ChatGPT was 9.7 times more empathetical compared to the normal, frustrated, busy doctor or nurse that's running around all the time for all the good reasons. They don't have time to be super empathetical. Now you combine these two things, and you can just ask a what-if question. What if we can make every doctor, every nurse, to be able to do 10 times more, but working less? What if we can create, because most diseases you can create a care protocol for it. You can create a protocol for their care that is standardized and unique, but yet accessible to everybody around the world. From Shansha, which is the tiniest city in India, to Palo Alto, everybody get the same care and monitoring and communication. We have done that in Map. Google Map is the same, whether you are in the middle of India or you're in the middle of the US or London. Why we don't have it in healthcare? And for the very first time, I saw this large language models can really do the 10x and maybe 100x. Now, we are not there yet. This is my personal excitement. We are working on it. We're going to announce a mega partnership in several weeks from now with one of the two that they are working on, companies that they are big in LLMs. But if we achieve that, I think that would be quite big, especially for today's time, which we are really suffering from shortage of staff, from access of care, and the list is long, and you know about it.
Well, certainly, even with very rudimentary usage of it for non-diagnostic purposes, it's able to save in double digits per working week for a person that today does actually know what it needs to do to steer the creation of the text, but sooner or later that's going to help summarize notes and do great things and allow us to do a lot more care. I'm wary of the time, by the way, and all of you, we are the only thing, as always is the chair at the end of a conference, he says, is the thing that stands between you and your beers. So I am wary that we should try and get some questions out to the audience. But before we do, I just want to end with one question, which is, in real seriousness, what should Dr. Jack be thinking about as a not-so-junior doctor anymore, given what you're seeing and what you're feeling is going to augment or replace us?
I think actually we have 4 minutes, by the way.
That could be an eternity, it could be
Yeah,
nothing, depending on your next answer.
Yeah. I like my brain. I have a very simple brain, not sophisticated. I like to think in simple terms. For me, you know, everybody knows the 2D world and everybody knows the 3D world, right? We live in a 3D world. Calculators, to do certain calculations, you know, multiply things. They got invented, and we just use them all the time. Nobody cares anymore why they're there. At some point in time, they changed the life of so many people, especially accountants. And I like to see that kind of in the world of 2D, what generative AI and large language models are in the world of 3D, which really enable us to combine things and multiply things and add things, delete things, and do it quick. If I want to summarize something, I do it quick. If I want to write something and add so much empathy, I can do it quick. So for Dr. Jack, he should really embrace this. He shouldn't write notes every day. He shouldn't even talk and put a voice to someone to translate it into words. He should just say few keywords and boom, it's there. Remember how you used to do, like, I don't know, 567 multiplied by 237? Do that. Try to do it. You have to write so many things up and then after like 20 minutes you get a number, or 10 minutes, depending how quick you are. It is exactly like that, but a little bit better, a little bit bigger, a little bit like a bigger dimension. I think it's such an interesting enabler, and one of the biggest opportunities it creates is for poor countries, actually. Especially poor countries or developing countries that they're not good in English. Historically, we used to be able only to hire people from tech, from every country in the world, but now you can hire customer success people from everywhere in the world. That is actually a big opportunity. And many other roles, because it breaks the barriers of communication. It translates better than any translator. It enables you to go from one language to another language. And this is just the beginning, by the way. So that would be my suggestion for Dr. Jack. Just use it, embrace it, and get all the upside, and there are some downside, and we have to manage that, and we have to be very aware of that.
I certainly think that if we don't, then we're not only missing a trick, but probably heading for a professional extinction. This is my personal view. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to ask Dan a question before we wrap up, not only for this session, but actually for the whole day? Anyone? Oh, we've got, I think the first hand up was right there at the back, a very strongly spotlit hand there. Is there a microphone available? Or do you want to shout it out? Go on, use your opera singer's voice.
And then I saw that in the developing countries, do you mind if I shout it out?
No, use the microphone. You can keep using the microphone. It's good.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
So, there's so much, and data and retrospective studies especially is just lying in the Excel documents of so many hospitals and just doing the basic descriptive statistics, of just the patient characteristics, which will help us map the, profile of all the different diseases in. So I see the potential of this field. And I really appreciate your talk. It wasn't like a question, but I really appreciated it. And I look forward to finding you on the Tech Week app and connecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question over here, and then we'll wrap up.
Hi, my name is Kumar Ranjan. I run a company in India which is in bioinformatics for livestock. So we're doing similar kind of work by collecting data of the cattle in India and build insights for the veterinary doctors and the nutrition companies, right? Now, the fundamental thing about what we're doing is great, it solves a problem. But there's a behavioral problem which I see with the adoption of a lot of things. Because somewhere it disrupts the existing, industry norms or practices, right? And I'm sure you must have also faced resistance from the bigger players in the market. So how does one tackle the resistance and the bigger players in the market who are already established to a certain extent? And how do you kind of counter that particular, I would say, friction from them?
Good question. It's hard damn work.
I think gist of it was, if I got it correctly, like how do you basically disrupt a formed industry?
Like healthcare.
Like healthcare.
Yeah.
It's a really good question. I actually think you cannot disrupt it. It took me 10 years to realize it. Because disruption means doing it quick, right? There is nothing quick in healthcare. If someone can do it, I would love to learn. We've been at this for like 10 years. And then we actually really thought it's better to buy the companies that they've been at this for 30 years and bring out some of our technology and improvement in a marginal way into that. It just takes a long time. And my suggestions to anyone for some of the industry that they have a lot of tendency not to change is go and partner, acquire a company that's already doing something that your technology can actually give them a boost in efficiency that otherwise they won't have. And because it's not in their DNA, they won't be able really to get it. And by the time that they get it, it's too late. And partner with them. That is my view.
So with that, I'm going to read to you the answer to a question of what do doctors do that I asked one member of my family. And they said, well, doctors, you care for people and you try to help. And sometimes good doctors will make friends with you and encourage you and recommend you to do more good things to support your health. And you can support people who are very sad about life and people who can't ever get better. And you can help them live the rest of their lives as happily as possible, even at the end. Then they said, but technology is also good, because they're making these robots that can maybe reconstruct different parts of your body and It's like robot arms if you can't use your arms, or arms that can do surgery or use gamma rays for killing cancer cells. And then doctors can use AI to do more of this stuff. And you need a lot of engineers and scientists that can use AI, not just doctors, to make those medicines that we all need. But then they might replace people, they might replace you. They could steal your plan. So in the end, you'll need people like the doctors to make sure that the robots don't go crazy or make things up and stop caring for people. This is my daughter, age 9. I think it just about wraps up the fact that we definitely need this technology. We need the humans. And as I said at the very beginning, it's with that combined and with entrepreneurs like Dan and all the rest of us here that we will make healthcare a better thing pretty fast. You've been a great audience. Thanks for sticking with it. Appreciate all of the encouragement. Have a great evening, and see you tomorrow.
Don't forget the mangoes.
Don't forget your mangoes.
Hi everyone, if I could just ask you all to make your way to the back of the room. We've basically got another function that is taking place in here, so we need to make changes in the room. So if you could make your way out, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much.